The story begins on a cliff. We see a man attack an older man with his sword. The older man managed to block the attack. The man was annoyed to see this. The older man smiled and told the younger man that he is impressed. He said that he did not expect him to be able to move like this after receiving a grave injury. He referred to the younger man as the Phantom Swordsman and told him that his mental fortitude fits his title. He told the Phantom Swordsman that the sword techniques he created were amazing. The man tapped his sword and sent the Phantom Swordsman flying. He covered his sword with his internal energy. He told the Phantom Swordsman that he won't be able to use any energy in his current state. He told him it is actually a miracle that he is even able to move in the first place. The man took a stance and told the Phantom Swordsman that he no longer needs to fight. He told him that he can rest. The moment he said this, he fired several energy attacks at the Phantom Swordsman. The Phantom Swordsman managed to stand his ground and block the attacks. Immediately, he blocked the attacks. The man charged at him and landed a kick on his stomach. The attack pushed him down. The man tried to stab him, but he managed to dodge the attack. He used his leg to attack the man. He was able to kick his sword away. He stood up and rushed to attack the man's head. The man was able to dodge his attack by moving his head to the side. The Phantom Swordsman gave him a punch that sent him flying. He landed on the ground. He gathered his energy in his hand and fired it at the Phantom Swordsman. To his surprise, his attack did not land on the Phantom Swordsman. He was no longer in front of him. The man wondered about where the Phantom Swordsman was. Unfortunately for him, the Phantom Swordsman was already above him. The man noticed a shadow above him. However, it was too late for him to react. The Phantom Swordsman managed to land a clean cut on the man. He tore him apart. After the fight was over, we see the Phantom Swordsman sitting with another man. The man seemed to be blind. He asked the Phantom Swordsman if he has killed the old demon head. The Phantom Swordsman said that he has. He said that this bloodbath, which will go down in history as the Shangxi massacre, is now over. The Phantom Swordsman looked at the bodies around him. He referred to them as shitheads. This martial artist appeared out of nowhere. They called themselves the Black Knight Palace. They swept through more than a dozen smaller sects and clans within the last 3 days. The Phantom Swordsman said that the world was able to witness the alliance of the orthodox and unorthodox factions thanks to the Black Knight Palace. The blind man referred to the Phantom Swordsman as Dako Hien. He reminded him about their promise to have a duel after creating their sword techniques. He told the Phantom Swordsman that he won't be able to fulfill the promise. Hien asked him if this is really what he is thinking about while dying. The man laughed when he heard this. He told Hien that they have dedicated their entire lives to the sword. He said that he has fought countless martial artists and witnessed many sword techniques. He told the Phantom Swordsman that he is yet to see a sword technique as hard to deal with and as keen as his own. He told him that his devotion to the sword surpasses that of anyone else's. Due to this, the man wanted to ask Hien for a favor. Hien asked him to tell him. The man begged him to look after his disciple and the Manhwa sect. The Phantom Swordsman was shocked to hear this. He asked the man if he has lost his mind. He asked him if he has forgotten who he is talking to because he is dying. He reminded him that he is the best swordsman of the unorthodox factions. He could not believe that the man was asking him to look after the Manhwa sect. While he was talking, the man gave him a bead. He told Hien that it is the Plum Blossom Spirit bead. He said that it is a relic of his sect. He asked Hien to give it to his sect leader. The Phantom Swordsman was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to yell at the man. He noticed that the man was breathing heavily. He accepted the beads and told the man that he is also on the brink of death. He told him that he is asking too much of him. The man reminded him that they are each other's sword friends, although he felt embarrassed. He told Hien that he is actually grateful. Hien told him that he should be grateful. He told him that he is going to spend the rest of his life in the Manhwa sect thanks to him. The moment he said this, his friend blew up. His hand and different parts of his body splashed all over the place. Hien was shocked to see this. While he was trying to process what just happened, someone fired a blade made out of energy at him. Hien quickly grabbed his sword. With a look of anger on his face, he fired several slashes at the attack. He managed to block it. He also fired several slashes at the person who attacked them. The person easily blocked the attack by simply waving his hand. Hien was shocked to see this. The man gathered his energy in his hands and fired it at our boy. The attack caused a huge explosion. The Phantom Swordsman fell to his knees. He lost one of his arms. He could not believe what he was seeing. He wondered if it was possible for a person to be this strong. He looked around. He wondered if this was the Black Knight Palace Master. He remembered that he already killed the old man. His corpse was still where he left it. He believed that this must be a hidden disciple of the old man or the real Black Knight Palace Master himself. Heian understood that the man was incomparably stronger than the Black Knight Palace Master, but he did not expect the man to take his entire arm even if he has been weakened by his fight with the old man. He could not believe that the man did this with just his demonic energy. Heian apologized to his friend. He told him that he didn't get the chance to take his body back home. He tapped his leg and said that he will try to keep his promise. The mysterious man was surprised to see that Heian managed to stand up. Our boy ran towards the edge of the cliff. Heian did not know if he will be able to survive falling off a cliff after losing the man, but he did not want to give up. He wanted to believe that there was hope. He jumped and turned around. He promised to never forget the man. He told himself that he will take care of the man the next time he sees him. The moment he thought of this, an energy blade tore his body apart. Heian could not comprehend what was happening. All he could see was the lower parts of his body falling down. He also saw the man laughing at him. Heian called him a fucker. He asked him to stop laughing. As he fell off the cliff, Heian apologized to his friend. He told him that he won't be able to keep the promise. Before he lost consciousness, the beads released a bright red light. In the next scene, Heian heard people calling out to him. He could not believe that he survived. Someone called him senior disciple. Our boy was surprised to hear this. When he opened his eyes, the person called out to a man known as Elder Baekjin. He informed him that the senior disciple has opened his eyes. Heian did not know why he was calling him senior disciple. He did not know that he was in a different body. The elder grabbed his head and referred to him as Mu Wai. He told him that he did great. Heian immediately recognized the man. He remembered him as Elder Baekjin of the Manhwa sect. The elder said that the heavens has blessed them. He said that he actually thought that he was too late, even though he tried acupuncture. The elder called him Mu Wai and asked him to stay still. Heian did not understand why the man kept calling him Mu Wai. He remembered that Mu Wai is the senior disciple of the Mount Hua sect's second-generation disciples. He is the disciple of his friend whose name is Hyunjo. The Phantom Swordsman did not understand why he was called Mu Wai. He wondered if the old man has lost his mind. While he was thinking, he remembered how the beads were shining. He quickly understood the situation. He said that the light is the issue. The disciple next to him was surprised to hear this. He told him that his wounds have not closed yet. He asked him not to speak. In the next scene, we see Heian stand up. The elder asked him if he is going outside. Heian said that he is. He realized that he almost replied rudely to the elder. The elder told him that it is a good idea to move around a bit. He reminded him that he was bedridden and unable to eat for a week. He asked him not to push himself too hard. Heian stepped out of the building and moved around the area. He went to a pond and used the water to wash his face. He could not believe that only 7 days has passed. He felt like it has been a year. For the past 7 days, Heian dreamed of a life. He dreamt about Mu Wai's life. He saw his entire life and the things he experienced. He saw the 2 decades that the young man lived through. Heian saw how the sect was attacked through Mu Wai's eyes. He saw how the sect was burnt down, how the disciples were killed. They tried to fight back, but a large amount of them were killed. He saw Hyunjo talking to the young man. He saw Hyunjo fighting the Black Knight Palace Master. He saw how Mu Wai got injured while trying to save his fellow disciple. Heian called him an absolute fool. He could not believe that Mu Wai tried to help someone when his body is so weak. He believed that he should have put himself first before anyone. Thanks to the injury he got, Mu Wai died. Heian remembered that the light came from the plum blossom spirit beads. He wondered why he was the one who got reincarnated and why he ended up in this body. He did not understand why Hyunjo wasn't chosen. He wondered if this was also fate. He let out a sigh and stood up. Even if he did not like it, it did not change the fact that he has been given another chance at life. Heian knew that he could not throw away this chance. He promised to find the masked man and cut him up into pieces. Heian knew that the man was stronger than the Black Knight Palace Master. He was certain that he won't have been able to defeat the man even if he wasn't injured. In order to get a chance at beating the man, our boy has to grow stronger than his previous self. As he walked into a building, he remembered Hyunjo asking him to look after his disciple and his sect. He also remembered what Hyunjo told Mu Wai. His friend asked his disciples not to fear. He told them that they will be the ones to protect the sect. Hyun took out some books from the shelf and placed them on the table. He asked his friend not to worry. He said that he will fulfill his promise and avenge his death no matter what. In the next scene, we see some men talking to the sect leader. The sect leader asked them if they need to rebuild a total of 8 pavilions. A man told him that they do. He said that the damages grew because they were unable to put out the last ambush's fire in a timely manner. The sect leader told the man known as Baek-san that he assumes that they don't have enough money to cover the damages because of their previous damages. Baek-san told him that he is correct. He revealed to him that profits and visitors will be cut down drastically for a while. The sect leader, whose name is Baekyu, realized that they need to avoid large expenditures. He told Baek-san that it is better if they start with the most important pavilion first. He asked Baek-jin about the disciples' recovery. The man informed him that they are all recovering smoothly. He said that the gravely injured disciples are also doing much better. He asked him not to worry. The sect leader was relieved to hear this. He asked him about how Mu-wai is doing. He believed that the news about Hyun-jo would have been shocking for the boy. Baek-jin told the sect leader that our boy actually took it better than he expected. He said that Hyun has healed a lot. He revealed to him that he was walking around yesterday. Baek-san was surprised to hear this. The sect leader was relieved to hear this. He said that it is good that Hyun is taking it well. He asked Baek-jin to still check up on him once in a while. He reminded him about the kind of child Mu-wai is. He said that he is worried that the boy is just pretending to be alright. He hoped that the boy was going to get through it. The scene shifts and we see our boy reading in his room. While reading, he remembered talking to his friend when he visited the sect. He and Hyun-jo were watching the disciples train. Hyun-jo asked Hyun about how the disciples are. Hyun asked him about what he means. The man asked him to tell him what he thinks of the disciples. Hyun told his friend that they are useless. Hyun-jo agreed with him. He said that the Manhwa sect is currently regressing. According to the man, the sword technique is the pinnacle of variability and illusions that brings the plum blossoms into bloom, and they fool themselves into thinking it is of perfection. Hyun-jo asked his friend if he is aware of the future that awaits a sect that is incapable of reflecting and developing new paths. Hyun said that the sect will experience its downfall. Hyun-jo told him that he is right. He told him that there is no use trying to force change. Hyun told him that he would try to force change if he was in his position. He asked him if he has another idea. Hyun-jo said that he will show the disciples that the plum blossom sword technique is not all there is. He said that he will show them that there is a higher realm that they can reach. Hyun asked his friend if this is the reason why he came up with the promise to create their own sword techniques and duel with them in the future. Hyun-jo reminded our boy that he has reached his current realm by renovating various martial arts techniques. He said that he assumed that it will be possible for him, since he is the best swordsman in the unorthodox faction. When Hyun first saw the disciples of the sect, he thought that the problem was with the sect. They are called a renowned sect, and yet they were unable to put out anyone talented for the last 100 years except Hyun-jo. Hyun realized that this was a foolish assumption. He had only seen the entry-level martial arts, such as the six-fold combo circulation technique and the six-fold combo sword technique. Both of these techniques are flawless. Martial arts techniques become more powerful with time as it goes through the hands of other people. This is the power of a sect. The Manhwa sect hit a wall because it was too great. Hyun realized that his friend wanted to show the disciples the determination to get through the wall by introducing them to a new realm. He decided to complete the new sword techniques that Hyun-jo was not able to complete as a way to compromise on the promise they made. He realized that the sword techniques will have to be only and wholly belong to the sect. It can't just be the form and movements of the sect. It also has to have the intentions of the Manhwa. In order to do this, our boy needed to enlighten himself on the teachings of the sect, starting from the very basics. After this, he can then go to Hyun-jo's sword techniques. Hyun sat in a lotus position and circulated his energy around his body. He wanted to erase all the martial arts and teachings that Mu-wai learned. Even if they are trying to learn the same techniques, the interpretations and lessons learned by them will be different. Hyun could not accept what Mu-wai learned as his. Our boy knew that he could not underestimate the practice just because it is the basics. Hyun was using the autumn flower circulation technique. He noticed that the speed of the technique did not fall behind the ghost arts. It was also very stable. In his past life, Hyun only sought efficiency and he used unorthodox sword techniques. The sword techniques of the Manhwa are different. Our boy believed that he can learn something completely different from this. He realized that the life of the phantom swordsman who only cared about the sword is now over. He decided to live as Manhwa from now. The scene shifts, and we see one of the disciples knock on Hien's door. He referred to him as senior disciple and asked him if he is inside. Hien did not reply immediately. The boy continued knocking. Our boy was forced to open his eyes. He looked very tired. He stepped out of the room to see the person at the door. He recognized the boy as Muchiol. He asked him about why he came. The boy informed him that he came to check on him because it has been 3 days since he left the Harmony Medicine Palace, and yet he has not been to the morning training sessions. Hien was surprised to hear that it has been 3 days. He remembered that they said that he wasn't able to eat properly for 7 days. He was reminded of the time when he was trapped in the Blood Tempest sect's inescapable net tactic. He told Muchiol that he didn't know that so much time has passed. He asked him to direct him to the training ground. As he walked down the stairs, Muchiol carefully looked at his senior. He could tell that something was different about Manhwa. Our boy actually wanted to get a good drink to satisfy his thirst. At the training ground, we see a boy with long hair directing the other disciples. The other disciples were copying his movements. He asked a boy known as Mu Ryan to raise his arm higher. The boy accepted the order and quickly corrected himself. Hien watched the disciples as they trained. He realized that they were still as terrible as ever. Their feet kept moving when it shouldn't because they were not able to maintain balance. This further worsens the weight balance. They are also unable to add strength into their attacks because of this. Their posture was bad too. They were completely lacking in basics. Hien believed that it was a complete mess. Fortunately, the instructor wasn't actually bad. Our boy remembered that the boy's name is Mujin. He was relieved that there is at least one proper disciple. The boy was actually correcting them well. He was like a senior disciple to the second-generation disciples. Hien wondered why this boy was doing something that the senior disciple should be doing. He believed that the owner of the body must have had a really shy personality. He was also lacking in martial arts and leadership skills. However, Mujin was different. He knew how to lead people. He has a calm personality, and he has shown great potential ever since he was young. It makes sense that a lot of the disciples listened to him. It is natural for those with talents and skills to be given opportunities. Mujin has the skills and the personality, so Hien did not have any issues with him taking on the role of senior disciple. Of course, this has to change now. After Mujin was done with the training, he put his hand together and told them that it is over for today. The disciples were quite tired. They felt like Mujin has been a lot stricter recently. While they were talking, they all noticed their senior. They greeted him and asked him if he is all right. Hien told them that he is fine. One of them noticed something about him. She felt like something about her senior was different. Mujin walked down the stairs to greet his senior. He told him that he wasn't able to greet him properly because he was in the middle of training. Hien noticed that the boy did not fully walk down the stairs. It is disrespectful to stand above your senior while talking. He told the boy that it must be hard for him to do something that he should be doing. Mujin bowed his head and told our boy that he is thankful that he allowed him to do it. Hien informed the boy that he will be doing it from now on. Mujin was surprised to hear this. The other disciples could not believe what they were hearing. Muchiol realized that he was right. He thought that he was being sensitive before. He became certain that his senior has changed. Mujin reminded our boy that he was the one who asked him to do it before. Hien asked the boy if there is something wrong with him choosing to take on his responsibility again. Mujin told him that he asked him to do it because he didn't have the confidence that he will be able to carry out the job properly. Hien smiled when he heard this. He realized that this idiot wants to become the head disciple. The head disciple is a disciple that has the ability to succeed the role of sect leader. Currently, there are very few first-generation disciples because of the Shangxi massacre. The remaining first-generation disciples and the elders are busy with the reconstruction of the sect. In order to change the Manhwa sect, it will be more efficient to change the second-generation disciples because they are the future of the sect. It is much easier to do this rather than trying to change the minds of the elders and the first-generation disciples. On top of this, there is also the purple aura circulation technique. This is a technique that only the sect leader and the head disciple of the sect can learn. It is one of the top 10 circulation techniques when it comes to powerful internal energy. Hien needs this technique in order to surpass his past self. He needed to become the head disciple. Our boy knew that Mujin would be shocked to hear that he has to leave the job. Mu Jin asked Hien if he believes that he has the right. He asked him to tell him what he did when the Black Knight Palace invaded their sect. Mu Chiol was shocked to hear this. He quickly called out to the boy. Mu Jin told Hien that he did not listen when the elders asked him to stay put. He asked him if he remembers what happened. He asked him if he killed anyone from the Black Knight Palace. He asked him if he saved the elders and the others. He told him that he only managed to burden the elders. Hien smiled when he heard this. The boy reminded him that other disciples also copied him and rushed to fight. He said that many people would have died if the first-generation disciples hadn't risked their lives to protect them. Hien told the boy that he is right. He told him that he agrees with him. Mu Jin grit his teeth when he heard this. Our boy told him that he intends to take responsibility as the senior disciple. Mu Jin asked him to tell him how they are supposed to trust him. Hien told the boy that he has misunderstood something. He walked up the stairs and moved close to him. Mu Jin asked him to tell him what he misunderstood. With a menacing look on his face, Hien told the boy that he doesn't have to look up to him. He asked Mu Jin if he sounds like someone who is trying to convince him. He told him that he does not need his permission for the choices he makes. He asked Mu Jin to put himself together. He told him that he is notifying him and not trying to convince him. Mu Jin became nervous. He wondered if the man standing in front of him was truly the senior disciple that he knew. Hien told the boy that he will take over morning training starting tomorrow. He asked Mu Jin to come see him if he has any complaints after tomorrow's training. He asked the boy not to be too upset. Mu Jin told his senior that he seems like a completely different person. Hien told the boy that people change when they come back from the brink of death. The disciples did not understand what was happening. They wondered if their senior disciple will really take over the training. One of the disciples called out to Mu Ryan. The boy said that Mu Jin is going to allow the senior disciple to take over. The boy next to Mu Ryan told him that Mu Jin was really mad before, and now he has calmed down. He told him that he couldn't hear their conversation. Mu Ryan told his friend that Mu Jin must have backed off out of kindness. He said that he is worried because he knows the senior's skill level. His friend told him that they can do the same thing. Mu Ryan asked him about what he means. The boy suggested that they talk to Hien. At night, we see the boy and his friend walk up to our boy's door. When they knocked on the door, Hien asked them about why they came. The boys told him that they want to talk to him. They said that they have something to say to him that the others can't hear. Hien grabbed his sword. He said that he is curious to know what they want to talk about so late in the night. When Hien stepped out of the room, the boys were shocked to see him holding a wooden sword. He was not a person who would do this. Mu Ryan's friend told our boy that he wants him to take back what he said today. He told him that Mu Jin only backed off because he wanted to help him preserve his image. Hien said that this is interesting. He asked the boy if Mu Jin was the one who sent them. The boy told him that they came on their own will. Our boy told him that he has no say on the matter. He asked him to go back. He told him that he will pretend that he didn't hear what he said. The boy called out to Hien. He begged him to consider their perspective. He told him that they are not doing this because they don't like him. He said that they simply want to be taught by someone who is actually skilled. He asked our boy to take a look at himself. He told him that his skills are subpar. He told him that he is being greedy. The boy next to him told Hien that they won't accept a leader who is beneath them. With a terrifying tone in his voice, Hien said that the Manhwa's hierarchy has degraded. He told the boys that he understands what they mean. He told them that he will prove his skills to them since they doubt him. He asked them to wield their swords. The other boy asked Hien if he is serious. Our boy told them that he is. Mu Ryan's friend drew out his sword and charged at him. He asked him not to regret it later on. Our boy easily knocked the boy's sword out of his hand and used his sword hilt to hit his neck. The boy fell to the ground and struggled to catch his breath. His friend also charged at Hien. With a single swing of his sword, he knocked the boy's sword out of his hand and sent him flying. Mu Ryan's friend told our boy that they lost. Hien asked him not to state the obvious. He grabbed the boy's clothes and told him that it is time for the two of them to be taught a lesson. The boy was shocked to hear this. He realized that he messed up. After beating them up, Hien asked them if he has satisfied their requirements. The boys told him that he has. He asked the boys to remind him about what he said he will do if other disciples try to gang up on him again. The boys said that he told them that they will also receive a beating alongside those disciples. Hien asked Mu Ryan's friend if he is weaker than Mu Jin. The boy told him that he is much stronger than Mu Jin. He asked the other boy if he still believes that he is weaker than other disciples. The boy told him that he does not. Hien told the boys that he will forget what happened today. He said that everyone makes mistakes. He asked the boys to go back and rest. He told them that the morning training will soon begin. The idiots bowed their heads and thanked him for his mercy. They held on to each other and slowly walked down the stairs. After the boys left, Hien asked someone who was watching about how long he plans to continue hiding. He asked the person to come out. The person came out. He asked Hien if he knew he was there. The person turned out to be Mu Chiol. Our boy told him that it is impossible for him not to know that someone of his size was hiding. He asked the boy about why he was hiding. Mu Chiol explained to him that he saw Mu San and Mu Ho coming to his place. Hien wondered about who Mu San and Mu Ho were. Mu Chiol said that he followed them just in case they wanted to try something. He told Hien that he did not expect him to win against them. Our boy realized that Mu Chiol was referring to the boys. Mu Chiol asked Hien if he has been hiding his true skills all this time. From what Hien observed, the second-generation disciples fall into two categories. There are those who maintain their distance from Mu Wai while showing him the respect that he deserves, and there are those who discreetly look down on him and speak poorly about him. However, Mu Chiol did not belong to any of these categories. He has actually helped Mu Wai a lot. Although he has a rather blunt and indifferent personality, Hien wondered about why the boy helps Mu Wai. He believed that Mu Wai did not understand the reason because he was young when he was in his body. Hien knew that there was a simple reason why the boy behaved like this. The reason Mu Chiol is willing to help Mu Wai is because Mu Wai is weak to the point where he actually needs help. Mu Chiol was worried that Hien might get injured by Mu San and Mu Ho, so he followed them there to make sure that our boy will be alright. Hien realized that Mu Chiol has always protected Mu Wai all this time. He knew that he had to make a somewhat believable excuse. He told Mu Chiol that he wasn't hiding his strength. He said that he simply reached a new realm of understanding. Mu Chiol was surprised to hear this. Hien told the boy that he will talk about what he has learned during the morning training. He told him that it is late. He asked him to go back. Mu Chiol accepted his order. He watched Hien as he walked towards his door. He was certain that the technique our boy used was the six-fold combo sword technique, which is a beginner-level technique. However, the technique was executed in the most beautiful manner that the boy has ever seen. He wondered about where Hien learned it from. He always thought that our boy was extremely weak, but now he has changed. Mu Chiol looked forward to morning training. Although he lied about reaching a new realm, Hien began to wonder about how he was going to explain it. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the disciples' hostel. The boys told Mu Ryan that they were beaten by their senior. They said that he is not the senior disciple that they knew. They told him that he was a completely different person. Mu Ryan's friend told him that they cannot act rashly. He told him that they almost died. Mu Ryan stood up. He asked the boys to stop spouting nonsense. He asked them to go get ready for morning training. The two boys stood up and supported each other. The other boy told his friend that he hopes that Mu Ryan doesn't try anything against our boy. Mu Ryan's friend told him that he hopes Mu Ryan is beaten to a pulp. Mu Jin saw the boys injured. He asked Mu Ryan if something is wrong. He told him that Mu San and Mu Ho look terrible. The boy said that it is nothing much. He explained to him that the boys didn't like the fact that the senior disciple will be leading morning training sessions. He told Mu Jin about everything that happened. Mu Jin said that he will scold the boys later. Mu Ryan was shocked to hear this. He asked his friend for his reason. Mu Jin said that our boy can only stand up for himself now. He told him that the senior disciple will back off once he realizes that he is not fit for the position. He told his friend that there is no point in doing stuff like this behind his back. He said that he is ashamed. Mu Ryan told him that they were just worried. Mu Jin asked him to stop talking. He told him that he knows what they are worried about. He told him that he will take care of the matter himself. He asked him not to concern himself with it. The next day, everyone came to the training ground. Our boy was at the top of the stairs. He told them that he has a few things to say before they begin. Mu Jin wondered about how someone can change so much overnight. He took a look at Mu San's body. He wondered if our boy has been hiding his skills. He did not expect him to be able to injure Mu San and Mu Ho to this extent. He wondered if Mu Chiol was the one who helped him. He decided to be patient. He was certain that he will soon get the truth. He believed that he will be able to tell whether Hien was bluffing or not depending on how the training goes. Mu Jin told the disciples that they are all weak. He said that there are many reasons why a person is strong, but there is only one reason for weakness, and this is the basics. Our boy revealed to them that they will only practice the six-fold combo during morning training from now on. The disciples were shocked to hear this. Heian told them that he understands that they want to get through the basics and move on to higher level techniques. Someone asked him if there is something wrong with this. Heian stopped talking when he heard this. The other disciples quickly turned around. The person who spoke turned out to be Mu Ryan. The boy asked Heian if there is something wrong with wanting to learn things faster. The boy believed that he should challenge Heian since his fellow disciples did not have the courage to do it. Mu San and Mu Ho were shocked to see what their friend was doing after they warned him. Heian could not believe that this is a renowned sect. He asked Mu Ryan to come up if he has any complaints. As Mu Jin watched his friend climb the stairs, he wondered about what he was thinking. The idiot smiled confidently as he walked up the stairs. He told Heian that he understands what he is saying. He said that he doesn't think it is a good idea to live the training under his leadership, especially if mastering the six-fold combo sword technique is as important as he said. He told our boy that everyone already knows the level of his martial arts. Heian said that everyone knows that his martial arts is terrible. He told the boy that he must have thought that he should be the one to prove that his martial arts is terrible since no one wanted to do anything. He asked Mu Ryan if this is what he is trying to say. Our boy told him that it is fine. He said that he wasn't expecting everyone to just accept him from the beginning. Heian turned to the disciples. He announced that he will not take a single step from where he is standing. He said that he will block Mu Ryan using the six-fold combo sword technique. The disciples were shocked to hear this. Our boy told them that Mu Ryan will win if he takes a step or if Mu Ryan's sword manages to touch him. He said that he will take back what he said about teaching the six-fold combo sword technique, and he will stop leading the morning training if Mu Ryan wins. Mu Ryan told his senior disciple that he is too full of himself just because he beat Mu San. Heian told the boy that he doesn't know what he is talking about. He said that Mu San and Mu Ho must have sustained some serious injuries somehow. Mu Ryan asked Heian not to hate him too much even if he loses in front of all these disciples. Our boy told him that he won't. He advised the idiot not to cross the line. Mu Ryan charged at Heian. He attacked him at a decent speed. Our boy easily blocked his attack. The boy tried to attack him in different places, but Heian easily blocked the attacks. The disciples were shocked to see this. Mu Ryan increased his speed and attacked faster, but Heian was still able to block the attacks. He changed his stance and increased his speed again. The other disciples were shocked to see him using the concentrated wind sword. It is a technique known for its speed. It is a technique that Mu Ryan can use best out of all the second-generation disciples. Mu Chiol noticed that Mu Ryan has gotten faster since the last time he saw him use the technique. Despite the fact that he has gotten faster, Heian was blocking the technique with ease. Our boy told Mu Ryan that he needs to use more strength in his shoulders when dealing with him compared to the other second-generation disciples. He told the idiot that he is less terrible than the others. He asked him if he has anything better. Mu Ryan grit his teeth out of anger. Although he was frustrated, he didn't actually have anything better than this. He wondered about what he should do. The other disciples wondered if this is really the senior disciple that they know. They noticed that his leg hasn't moved at all and his balance hasn't shaken at all. Mu Jin could not believe what he was seeing. Mu Ryan realized that it is already over for him. He did not know how he was going to recover from this. He showed everyone Heian's skills, but not in the way he wanted. He wondered about how his senior managed to improve this much. Our boy told him that he is not strong. He explained to him that a sword should not be swung with two arms. Instead, it should be swung with the entire body. Due to this, the most important thing when it comes to swinging a sword is the feet. Heian told the boy that if he overlooks the fact that he has to utilize his feet because he is too focused on swinging and stabbing, his sword will become useless. He explained to Mu Ryan that he is not fully healed yet, and he was still able to block all his attacks. He told the boy that this is how useless his technique is. He told him that he is not just talking to him. He asked the boy if he now understands why they need to start from the basics. Mu Ryan was surprised to hear this. Heian noticed that the boy was just staring. He assumed that the boy did not understand what he was saying. He raised his sword up and told him that he will show him what it means to swing a sword with his entire body. Mu Ryan was shocked to see this. He said that he didn't say anything. Unfortunately for him, Heian knocked him out before he could say anything else. The other disciples were shocked to see this. Our boy called out to Mu Ho and Mu San. He asked them to come up there and carry Mu Ryan to the Harmony Medicine Palace. The boys immediately ran up at full speed. Heian asked the other disciples to raise their swords. He told them that if they do not raise their swords, he will assume that they have complaints about his method. He said that they can come up anytime if they have any complaints. The disciples quickly raised their swords. Hyun said that nobody seems to have a problem with him. He told the disciples that he will begin the morning training. He told Mucheol that he put a good amount of strength into his move, but he is too rigid. Our boy called out to someone known as Manhwa and asked the person to pay attention to their step. He told the person that their sword is shaking. The person quickly accepted his correction. Hyun remembered talking to Hyunjo in the past. He told his friend that Manhwa is the worst disciple in the sect. He asked Hyunjo if Manhwa possesses a hidden talent that he can't see. He asked him about why he chose the boy as his disciple. Hyunjo told Hyun that the boy is actually very normal, but he has never seen him give up on anything. Our boy asked him if he chose Manhwa only based on his determination. Hyunjo explained to him that the other talented disciples reach enlightenment regarding their martial arts on their own. However, this is not the case for Manhwa. Hyunjo told his friend that to create a martial master out of an ordinary person is the duty of a mentor and the essence of martial arts. Hyun actually wanted to pick out a few talented disciples and train only them. However, he is no longer the phantom swordsman. He is now the senior disciple. He is now a man who leads the second-generation disciples of the Manhwa sect. He cannot leave a single person behind, and he has to stick together with them till the very end. Hyun believed that this was the most fitting thing for Manhwa and the sect. Our boy actually never properly taught the disciples he had in his past life. Yet he suddenly has to train this guys from rock bottom. Having disciples was a lot more annoying than he anticipated. Hyun hoped that Hyunjo will buy him a good drink if they ever meet again after his death. Our boy called out to Mujin. He asked him if he is tired. He asked him to put more strength into his moves. While thinking, our boy thought about someone. He hoped the person was doing well. Hyun was always focused on bettering himself. He never tried teaching anyone well. He wondered if the person is eating well. He was certain that the person won't lose in a fight, so he believed that he will be doing well. He hoped to see the man again someday. In the next scene, we see the second-generation disciples carrying logs of wood on their backs. Their proper training had just began. Hyun knew that this training was going to be very hard because they had to start from scratch. However, he was sure that the plum flower they will blossom through this trial and hardship will possess a scent so deep and strong that no one will be able to imitate it. Our boy also had a long way to go in his training. The scene shifts and we see Hyun in the Crimson Forest. It was a place that had hundreds of plum blossom trees. Hyun's first step in changing the Manhwa sect was to raise his own martial realm. One of the most important things when it comes to this is a person's senses. The sharper your senses, the easier it is to notice small changes. This naturally helps in training martial arts. While trying to focus on his senses, Hyun noticed something odd. He noticed it when he first opened his eyes, but he did not think much about it. Now he is certain that someone is watching him. The person didn't seem threatening. They were simply observing him. Hyun wondered if it is out of curiosity. Our boy was not yet good enough to know who was watching him. Of course, this was just for now. Hyun knew that he will eventually be able to find out who it is. Our boy went into a building. He saw a man known as Hyun Gak. He bowed his head and greeted him. He referred to him as senior. The man asked him about what he wants. Hyun explained to him that he wants to take a look at the secret techniques. The man found it odd that Manhwa wanted to see the secret techniques. He decided to just allow it. He reminded him that his injuries haven't completely healed yet. He asked him not to overdo it. Hyun Gak told our boy that he heard his disciple was rude to him. Hyun was surprised to hear this. He didn't know which disciple the man was talking about. He beat up 3 guys. Our boy believed that it didn't matter. He assumed that Hyun Gak must be mad that he beat up his disciple. To his surprise, the man apologized to him. He said that Mu Sin must have done something worth getting beaten up for. He said that the boy would have faced worse consequences in his time. He apologized to Hyun Gak for not teaching him to be better. Hyun did not expect it to be Mu San. He also didn't expect the man to be understanding about it. He told Hyun Gak that he simply did what he should have done as the senior disciple. He asked him not to worry about it. The man was surprised to hear this. He quickly turned to Hyun. He wondered if his ears were hearing the right thing. He could not believe that Hyun said that he did it as the senior disciple. While looking at our boy, the man noticed something odd. He wondered if Manhwa's eyes were always this sharp. Hyun wondered why Hyun Gak was staring at him. He wondered if the man changed his mind about being angry that he beat up his disciple. Hyun Gak was actually thinking about how our boy's eyes were filled with determination. He told Hien that he did a good thing by looking after his martial brothers as the senior disciple. He apologized to him for making him wait. He told him that he can go. Hyun Gak watched him as he walked away. He did not expect our boy to be full of determination after losing his master. He said that he is very proud of our boy for picking himself up again. The scene shifts, and we see Hien going through the books. He wondered about what he needed to do to raise his own martial arts realm. A martial arts realm has a different meaning to each person. Some believe that it is the strength of the martial arts a person possesses. However, this is wrong. Life and death in the Murim is not decided by the strength of martial arts alone. There is no person who would fight so foolishly when it means to kill or be killed in the Murim. The important things when it comes to survival in the Murim is a person's ability to utilize the martial arts they have learned, as well as quick and precise judgment and thinking, along with the capabilities to back it up. Because of this, a martial realm is not just martial arts. It is also the mastery, as well as the experience and wisdom to go with it. One must keep in mind that enlightenment is achieved through endless contemplation and reflection. This is the definition of martial realm that the best swordsman of the unorthodox faction has lived by. It is the truth that he reached after endless training and contemplating. Therefore, the first step to raising one's martial realm starts with truly understanding martial arts. This made Hien wonder about what the martial arts of the Manhwa is. He didn't know yet. They were things that he was not permitted to read yet. The books were forbidden for disciples. They were to prevent greedy and curious disciples from foolishly trying to learn higher-level martial arts and rendering their chi paths useless. All sects restrict access to their secret techniques. The Manhwa sect is no exception. Hien remembered that his friend once said that the Manhwa is actually looser with their secret techniques. Even though he said this, it doesn't change the fact that a renowned sect is still a renowned sect. Our boy noticed that their martial arts are very systematic, so they are not difficult to understand. The things Hien has read about include the six-fold combo sword technique, which is the most basic sword technique. He then learned about 3 other sword techniques. He learned the concentrated wind sword, the falling blossom sword, and the thousand-cent sword. After learning the 3 principles of the sword technique, a person will reach the blossom sword secrets. Hien remembered hearing that he must learn the plum blossom sword secrets in order to be able to learn the best martial arts technique that exists in the Manhwa sect, which is the Manhwa signature technique. These techniques are the 7 deadly plum blossom sword, the 3-edged plum blossom sword, and the lucid plum blossom sword. The driving force that made the sect become one of the 3 most renowned sects of the Murim were this sword secrets. Hien remembered hearing that the best swordsman that came from the Manhwa sect has learned more than one of these 3 sword techniques. For the Manhwa, the 6-fold combo sword technique is the roots, the falling plum blossom sword, the concentrated wind sword, and the thousand-cent sword act as the trunk. The plum blossom sword secrets are the branches of the tree. The 3 plum blossom swords are the flowers. A martial artist who digs deep into the sword of the Manhwa sect becomes a part of the plum blossom tree. This was the summary about the martial system that Hien was able to understand. He was only able to reach the level of the trunk. He wanted to check out the plum blossom sword secrets and more, but he needed a plum blossom sword in order to be allowed to do this. A plum blossom sword is a sword given only to those who have been acknowledged for their mastery in martial arts. It is the symbol of the Manhwa. Hien said that he will get the sword as soon as possible. The moment he said this, someone asked him if he wishes to learn the plum blossom sword secrets. The person turns out to be the sect leader. Hien recognized the man. He quickly stood up and greeted him. The sect leader explained to him that he came to see who was in this section because it has been a while since someone has been there so late in the night. He asked Hien if he can join him. Our boy asked him to sit. He looked outside the window to see the moon. He did not know that it had gotten so late. He realized that Hyun Gak must have turned on the candles for him. Baekyu asked our boy if he read all these books. Hien said that he did. The man revealed to him that he heard that he is training the 2nd-generation disciples with the 6-fold combo sword technique. He asked Hien if he is the one leading the morning training. Our boy said that he is. The sect leader remembered that Mu Wai has always hesitated to answer his questions in the past. Even when they were simple questions, Hien realized that Baekyu simply wants to check on Mu Wai. He wanted to see if Mu Wai is alright, whether he has really gotten over his master's death. He wanted to confirm if the boy was not pretending to be alright and overworking himself in the process. He wanted to see how Mu Wai was faring. Heian reminded the sect leader that the six-fold combo sword technique is the foundation of the sect. Baekyu agreed with him. Our boy revealed to him that the second-generation disciples have started on the wrong foot. Baekyu was surprised to hear this. Heian told him that it is as if they have not begun to train. He was certain that the leader of the sect would know how terrible the second-generation disciples are. He believed that if he told Baekyu what he has always thought, he would feel reassured that they think the same way on the issue. Baekyu actually believed that our boy was in a much worse state than he thought. He wondered if this was the same Mu Wai that he knows. Mu Wai was always an innocent child who could never say anything negative about anyone. He wondered about how the boy became like this. He wondered if it was because of the Black Knight Palace invasion or if the boy was resentful and upset that he was the only one who survived. He wondered if Mu Wai was punishing himself to try and make up for the death of his master, the elders, and the first-generation disciples. Baekyu believed that he needed to tell our boy that it is not his fault. Heian told the man that everyone knows. Baekyu was surprised to hear this. He asked him about what he is talking about. Heian explained to him that all the second-generation disciples already know the six-fold combo sword technique well. This is because it is the first thing they learn after joining the Manhwa sect. He told the sect leader that if he compares when they were first learning the technique to their current state, their technique has gotten worse. Baekyu did not understand this. He found it odd that their techniques have gotten worse even though they have been honing it for a long time. He asked Heian for the reason why this happened. Heian explained to him that the sect and the clans in the Murim have different ideologies and views. Naturally, these views and ideologies are melded with their martial arts. A sect or a clan's martial school is an expression of that organization's ideologies through martial arts. The Wudong sect's Taiji Fist and their Taiji Enlightened Sword Arts. The Jiansong sect's Sun-Shattering Sword Technique and their Silver Moon Splitting Ray Blade, and the Qingqing sect's Azure Cloud Crimson Dawn Slash and their Four Heavens Ray Sword are examples of this. Therefore, to learn a school of martial arts is not just to train the body, but to explore and understand the ideology of that sect or clan. Baekyu noticed that Heian was calmly explaining. For some reason, our boy was reminding him of Hyunjo. Heian explained to him that the second-generation disciples are only focused on blossoming the plum flower. He said that this is not actually wrong, but it is not wise either. The sect leader asked him about what he proposes that they do. Heian said that he needs to help them realize that learning the signature technique of the sect is not the point of a martial school. He said that training endlessly to explore and understand the ideology and applying it to daily life is the essence of a martial school. Heian said that the plum blossom flower isn't the end of it all. The moment he said this, Baekyu saw him as Hyunjo. He was surprised to see this. Despite the fact that Heian was nothing like Hyunjo, Baekyu wondered if the reason he got the same vibe from our boy was because he shines like Hyunjo did in the past. He wondered if he was the only one who could see Heian's talent. He told our boy that one should not train to blossom the plum flower. Instead, the blossoming of the plum flower should come naturally while training. Baekyu told Heian that he thinks quite deeply for his age. He commended him for making a great observation. He asked our boy about what he will do now. Heian explained to him that he intends to guide them on their six-fold combo sword technique. Baekyu said that this is not what he is talking about. He said that he knows he will do well in training the disciples. He asked Heian to tell him about the path he will follow. Heian did not expect this question. Having studied the martial arts of the sect, our boy realized that they are all great. However, as someone who prioritizes efficiency for his survival, Heian found some things to be disappointing. While reading, our boy wondered why no one used a heavier sword for certain martial arts, or why no one practiced another technique with just their fist instead of a sword. He contemplated about a lot of things. He wondered if some things went against their principle, if they could use a heavier sword like a great sword. He wondered if the path he will walk might stray from what the Manhwa sect pursues. Heian did not know if he was on the right path. This was not a light issue. It made him think about a lot of things. He realized that his path might not go with the principles of the sect. He hoped that his friend would not be too upset with him. Heian told the sect leader that he intends to do the things that his master wanted to do and fill his empty position. Our boy planned on just doing whatever he wanted. He told Baekyu that to continue on the path that one's master walked, and to surpass them, is the duty of the disciples. The sect leader was surprised to hear this. He now understood why he kept seeing Hyunjo in our boy. It was not just because of his talent, but because he intends to continue Hyunjo's will. He knew that it will be difficult for our boy to create a new martial arts technique like his master wanted. Baekyu began to laugh. He told Hyun that he is very proud of him. He said that Hyunjo would also be happy with this. Our boy thanked him for his compliment. Baekyu's worries magically disappeared when he saw the disciple that he worries most about show him such a trustworthy side of himself. He was happy to see that there was determination in our boy's eyes. He looked outside the window and said that this is the fragrance of plum blossom amidst the snow. According to the sect leader, the snow of the winter is cold, but the scent of the plum flowers that endure this harsh cold shall be more intense. Baekyu believed that he was unable to protect the plum flowers that blossomed in the sect. He believed that he was the one who was supposed to die instead of Hyunjo. He said that the plum flowers may have fallen, but there is a small flower bud beside the fallen flowers. He told himself that his duty now is to blossom this bud. He told Hyun that there are many flowers other than the plum flowers in the sect. He asked our boy if he knows why they chose the plum flower. Hyun was surprised to hear this question. He told Baekyu that he doesn't know why. The sect leader told him that he will learn a lot if he mulls it over. He stood up and told Hyun that he wants to talk more, but he has already taken out of his time. When he stepped out of the building, Baekyu turned around. He told our boy that he forgot to tell him something. He revealed to him that he also lost his master. He told Hyun that he does not actually fully understand his sadness. He knew that every person feels emotions differently. He said that life and death are one. This means that the end is a new beginning. It is a natural flow. He advised Hyun not to think of Hyunjo's death as the end. He asked him to consider it a new beginning. He asked him to think of what he is doing as a way to celebrate Hyunjo's life. He said that this will help with the grief. He told him that Hyunjo would have also wanted this. Hyun realized that it is not a bad thing to say that he is celebrating his friend's life. He thanked the sect leader for his wisdom. Baekyu smiled and walked forward. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see someone refer to Hyun as his junior. The man told him that he heard he is skilled with the sword. He told our boy that he looks so fragile. Hyun asked the man if he wants to die. The man told him that he is arrogant and rash. He said that these two qualities are perfect when it comes to growing muscles. He said that he came up with a new way to train. He asked our boy if he wants to try it out. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Hyun doing pull-ups on a tree. He had some logs of wood tied to his legs. The less trained a person is, the more effective this training method is. Hyun did not expect his connection to the crazy old man known as Iron Mountain Fist King to be helpful one day. It was a rather brute way of training, but it definitely works. He knew that he would see the effects soon if he keeps at it. While he was training, a disciple ran to meet him. She called out to him. She told him that this isn't the time to be training. She said that it is finally time. Hyun asked her about what it is time for. With a smile on her face, the girl revealed to him that the sect leader asked him to make a trip down the mountain. In the next scene, we are taken some days back. We see the elders and the sect leader having a meeting in a building that was partially destroyed. Someone brought up an issue concerning the third-generation disciples. The elders said that they are already very late. He said that they need to prepare right away. Baekyu said that they should have already taken in third-generation disciples by now, but they couldn't do anything because of the Shanxi massacre. An elder suggested that they take in disciples from the outer sects so that they can show them that they are doing well. Baekyu agreed with the man. Another elder said that they need to send a disciple to check in on the Shanxi outer sect. He said that the Unorthodox Alliance or another evil organization is probably trying to fill the power vacuum that was left in Shanxi. The sect leader realized that they could not push this issue any longer. Outer sects are martial halls that were set up outside of the Manhwa to teach the martial arts of the sect. The influence and power of an outer sect comes from the main sect's fame and martial prowess. Because their forces were weakened by the Shanxi massacre, the other sects were feeling anxious. The Shanxi outer sect was the one that took the biggest hit. Baekyu knew that he will reassure the outer sects if he sends in a disciple to check on them and see what they need. He knew that they could not brush this matter off anymore. He suggested that they send down a second-generation disciple. He said that it is about time they experienced the Murim. One of the elder agreed with him. Baek-san said that he is worried. He told the sect leader that it's still messy right now. He suggested that they pick a few of the most talented disciples. An elder asked him if he is referring to the three flowers. Baekyu said that they should send Hyun. The man agreed with him. Immediately he agreed with him. He realized that the sect leader was talking about Hien. The other elders were also shocked to hear what Baekyu said. They all remembered how our boy was covered in bandages. Baek-san said that he is a bit worried about our boy. The sect leader told him that Hien has changed a lot in the past month. He assured the elders that our boy will be fine. In the next scene, we are taken to Pasang City. We see Hien, Mu Cheol, Mu Jin, and another disciple in the city. Hien was happy to be outside. Although it was a small town with nothing really noteworthy, our boy was still relieved that they sell drinks. While he was looking around, the girl asked him to look at something. She showed Hien a chicken. She said that she never knew that chicken could look so tasty. She said that it looks different than the wet chicken they eat. She looked around and said that she can smell more good food. Mu Jin called out to the girl known as Mu Hua. He asked her not to forget that she is wearing the Manhwa uniform. The girl was not listening to him. She was very focused on the different dishes around them. While they were walking, Mu Hua asked them to take a look at another food. She asked Mu Jin to tell her how he does not like good food. The moment she said this, someone walked past her and hit her on the shoulder. Mu Hua turned around and glared at the man. The man and his gang stopped moving. Mu Jin wanted to tell the girl to apologize, but Hien signaled him to stop. The man noticed the 2 plum flowers on her clothes. He realized that she is a second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua. He asked her if this is her first time in the Jianghu. He asked her if the Mount Hua sect did not teach her how to ask for forgiveness. Mu Hua was annoyed to hear this. The man told her that she bumped into him first. He asked her to apologize. The girl told him that he actually bumped into her. The man told her that she wasn't watching where she was walking. Due to their clothing, Hien was able to tell that the man and his gang belonged to a criminal organization. He could tell that they took over the power vacuum left by the Shangxi outer sect, but he did not expect them to pick a fight with him. Even though they took a hit from the Shangxi massacre, it wasn't so bad that some lowlifes could look down on them. Our boy realized that someone more influential was backing them up. Hien didn't actually care about who was backing them. He wanted the kids to experience this. They needed to learn how to deal with people like this. While he was thinking, our boy noticed that one of the man's friends was staring at Mu Hua's boobs. He pointed his sword at the man's eye. He asked him to tell him what he is looking at. The man became scared. Hien revealed to him that he knew that he was the one who bumped into her from the beginning. He explained to him that he was waiting to see how he will act, because he was looking down on them, because he knew that this was their first time in the Jianghu. He told the man that he has crossed the line. He told him that he has started a fight with the Mount Hua sect. He said that he wants to see what the Jianghu underworld thinks of their sect. The other man became scared. He did not expect our boy to know that they are from the underworld. He knew that he had to do something about it. He quickly apologized to Hien. Our boy told him that he doesn't accept apologies from trash like him. He asked him to shut up if he doesn't want his friend to lose an eye. He asked them to get out of his sight. The man realized that our boy was serious about stabbing him. He could tell from the look in his eyes. He and his friends quickly ran away. Mu Hua apologized to her senior disciple. Hien asked her not to apologize. He told her that the man was the one who was wrong. Mu Cheol said that the people from the underworld are much worse than they expected. Hien told them that they need to first find an inn and get something to eat. Mu Hua was very happy to hear this. She asked Hien if she can choose what they eat. Our boy told her that she can. Mu Jin realized that the men were the first to pick a fight, but he wanted to tell Mu Hua to apologize without even knowing this. He was only focused on being careful with how they behave because they are representing the sect right now. He didn't think about giving a proper warning to the ones who looked down on the sect. He realized that our boy was aware of his surroundings at all times for him to know what happened. He noticed that Hien reacted as if he was used to this kind of things. He assumed that our boy was actually hiding his worries so that they can depend on him. He believed that Hien was pretending to be used to this kind of situations. This was the only reasonable conclusion he could come up with since our boy has never come here ever since he joined the sect. Hien was actually wondering if he should have just stabbed the man. He was regretting it now. Mu Jin promised to try harder. He said that something like this will never happen again. He said that no one will ever look down upon them again. The scene shifts, and we see the group in a restaurant. Hien ordered for noodles, stir-fry vegetables, and dompa pork. Mu Jin stared at Hien intensely as he ordered. Mu Hua and Mu Cheol did not understand why he was doing this. Even the attendant felt uncomfortable. They ate a large amount of food. Mu Jin ate the smallest amount out of everyone, and he still ate 4 servings of noodles. Hien told Mu Cheol that he ate less than usual. He asked him if he is being lazy with his training. The boy told Hien that he simply ate more than them. Manhwa asked the group about what they are going to do. She said that it would have been easier if the sect leader had just told them their mission. Instead, he was very vague with it. The girl said that she doesn't know what they should do. Hien asked her if anything noteworthy happened today. The girl said that some people picked a fight with them. She realized that our boy was referring to the underworld. Hien reminded them that the sect leader gave them his full trust to make their own decision. He said that he is thinking of killing the people from the underworld. He quickly changed his words and said that he is thinking about teaching the bastards from the underworld a lesson. The group became worried when they heard him change his words. Hien asked them about what they want to do. Manhwa said that it won't be a problem for them to look into things. Our boy asked Mujin about what he will do. The boy suggested that they gather some information on them first before they decide on what to do. Manhwa agreed with him. Muchiol said that gathering information is good. Since they all agreed, Hien ordered them to collect all the information they can get on the underworld until tomorrow evening. The scene shifts and we see Hien on top of a roof. He wore a hood and used it to cover his face. He looked down at some men harassing a lady. One of the men stretched out his hand and told the lady that they are the nice thugs who accept little money. Underworlders is a term used to refer to those who commit immoral acts with incorrect beliefs. Although the term itself may seem to refer to demonic forces like the Black Knight Palace, their biggest difference is their goals. The Underworlders seek money, pleasure, or just cheap thrill of dominion from bothering the weak. The woman began to shake. Another man corrected his friend. He told him that his calculations are a bit off. He said that the interest rate has gone up recently. He said that he forgot about it. The woman was shocked to hear this. While staring at her boobs, the bald man said that they need to collect their money. He told her that she can pay him with something else since it is his fault. In a way, organizations that commit murder can also be considered as underworlders since they kill anyone as long as they are paid. However, these people are just called assassins. To the average person, underworlders refers to the thugs and ruffians who enjoy their cheap and dirty lives. They can never become anything more than thugs. Hien came down from the roof and walked up to the men. He told them that he doesn't know if they are arrogant or ignorant. He said that he cannot understand them. The men were surprised to see him. The other man said that he asked someone called Yungbong to be on the lookout for them. He wondered about where the person went. He believed that the man got tired of waiting and left like a bum. Hien had actually knocked him out. Hien asked the men to tell him who they believe in to be acting like this. He asked them if there is someone backing them. The men did not know what he was talking about. The bald man asked him if he wants to fight. He asked him to get lost if he doesn't want to die. Our boy realized that he had to look into things by himself. He came to meet the members for a different reason. The other man asked Hien to leave. He asked him to stop mumbling nonsense. He asked Hien to get lost again. The moment he said this, Hien appeared in front of him and used his knee to kick his face in. The man was sent flying. The bald man was shocked to see this. He asked our boy about what he is doing. Before the other man could get up, Hien moved close to him and gave him a heavy kick that knocked him out. The bald man was shocked to see this. He let go of the lady. She quickly ran once she saw her opportunity. Hien referred to the bald man as Pig. The man quickly answered him. Our boy noticed that he had learned some third-rate martial arts. He asked him to come at him with some killing intent. He told him that he will let him live if he does this. He asked him to also hand over the wallet in his hand. In the next scene, we see a man peeing. His friend asked him if he will piss all day. The man asked him to stop nagging him. His friend told him that he will be sober by the time he is done. The man stopped peeing and walked back to his friends. At the top of the tree where the man peed, the two thugs were tied to the branches. The man asked his friend to tell him why he is in a hurry. His friend revealed to him that he saw something interesting. He told him that he wants to show him too. He told the man that someone just ordered an incredible amount of food. It was around 3 bundles worth of food. The man asked his friend about where the person went to in that short period of time. The scene shifts and we see the other disciples making inquiries and following the underworlders around. They even listen to their conversations. In the next scene, we are taken to another part of town. Some of the people in the town caught the smell of pork belly and spring rolls. One of the men said that he doesn't know where this person came from. He said that the person must be out of his mind to bring food in front of them. The people in the town couldn't contain their hunger. They all rushed to take the man's food. They wanted to see what was in the bundles. The person drew his sword and pointed it at them. The other men quickly stepped back. Hien told them that he is not there to share. He told them that he will cut off their heads if they lay a hand on the food. Someone told Hien that he is impressive. The person bowed his head and apologized to him. He introduced himself as So Jingi of the Beggars sect. He apologized on behalf of the beggars. Hien put his sword away and introduced himself to them as a disciple of the Manhwa sect. Jingi told him that the Beggars sect considers what happened to the Manhwa sword saint as a shame. He said that their sect leader found it deeply regrettable that he wasn't able to help during the Shangxi massacre. Hien told him that it is fine. He said that the situation would have been difficult for the sect leader to interfere because of the extreme heavenly sect. Jingi told him that he is well informed. He asked our boy about why he came to the beggar sect. Hien revealed to him that he wants to get some information regarding the underworlders who currently control Pasang. He told the man that the food won't taste good once it is cold. He told him that they can talk while eating. Jingi called him an interesting man. While they were eating, Jingi revealed to Hien that the underworlders are from the brutal blood faction. They took over the empty space left behind by the Hua Ryu sect, which is an outer sect of the Manhwa sect. The sect got annihilated during the Shangxi massacre. Hien told the man that these men are very strong for underworlders. Jingi agreed with him. He explained to him that everyone in the brutal blood faction is knowledgeable about martial arts. Hien told him that he dealt with a few of them. He told him that he is aware of this. He said that the men have learned some third-rate martial arts. He told Jingi that he has not talked about what is actually important. Jingi stopped eating and asked Hien about what he is talking about. Our boy revealed to him that he is talking about the person behind the brutal blood faction. Jingi asked Hien to tell him why he suspects that there is a mastermind behind the faction. Our boy explained to him that Pasang is not a very big area, but it is not a small one either. The Hua Ryu sect is pretty big for a mid-sized sect. Pasang is pretty big among smaller places, and yet a mere underworld organization managed to monopolize it. Going after power is an obvious action for those interested in the power vacuum, and Pasang isn't small enough for a single underworld organization to take complete control over. It would make more sense for dozens of underworld organizations to split control over parts of Pasang and compete against each other. Jingi told our boy that he is very discerning. He said that he finds it hard to believe that he is just a mere rising prospect who is new to the Jianghu. He explained to Hien that he didn't avoid the topic because he was trying to hide it. He said that he simply wasn't sure yet. Hien assured him that it is fine. He asked him to speak. The man asked him not to be surprised. He revealed to our boy that there is a martial artist that is often in contact with the brutal blood faction. He said that the martial artist is from the Nine Hells Sword sect. Hien did not expect this. The Nine Hells Sword sect is one of Shangxi's big 3 sects. It is next to 2 of the 10 largest sects. Yet the Nine Hells Sword sect has never cared about the Manhwa or the Zhongnan sect. Due to this, they not only have a strong, nonchalant disposition, but they are also much bigger than the Manhwa sect in terms of scale. Hien found something strange about the sect. If they were the one responsible for this, they could have just flaunted their ambition. He wondered if the sect has the ability and time to focus on a place like this. Jingi said that he is not certain if the Nine Hells Sword sect is the mastermind. This is because they wouldn't care about how it looks. They will blatantly cause a ruckus. Hien told the man that the Nine Hells Sword sect wouldn't intervene here. Jingi told him that he is well informed. Our boy told him that he is curious about the identity of the martial artist. Jingi told him that he suspects the Red Wolf sword from the Nine Hells Sword sect. Hien was surprised to hear this. He asked the man if he is certain. Jingi said that he is. He believed that Hien knew him because of his reaction. He said that it would be stranger if our boy had not heard of him. Jingi advised Hien to be careful with his plans. Our boy thought about the name of the martial artist. He realized that he has never heard of anyone called the Red Wolf sword. In the next scene, we see Hien looking outside his window in his room. He could not believe that he was unable to get any information about the Red Wolf sword. He remembered how Jingi offered him a drink. Our boy believed that it was just tea. He assured the man that it is fine. He told Jingi that someone might mistake the tea for alcohol. Jingi laughed and told Hien that he was actually mistaken. Hien wanted to play along with the man. He was certain that he will be able to get some information about the Red Wolf sword if he does this. His plan was to take a little bit of alcohol until he gets the information he needs. However, our boy did not consider an important factor. He forgot that wine tasted way too good. Jingi asked him if he likes it. Heian said that it has been a long time since he had a drink. Jingi was surprised to hear this. He reminded our boy that this is his first outing in the Jianghu. After hearing this, Heian kept drinking. He did not expect the drink to be so good. He was only able to stop after the beggars got knocked out. Our boy believed that he will be fine even if he didn't get the information he wanted. He already had some assumptions. He already knew how he was going to act, but he did not know what the junior disciples will do. He closed his window and looked at the bottles on the ground. He told himself that he still has some time left. He said that he will enjoy the leftover wine. At night, we see the junior disciples in our boy's room. Manhwa and Mu Chiol noticed that they could smell alcohol. Heian had pushed the bottles under the bed. Manhwa saw the bottles. Our boy asked the disciples to tell him what they learned. Manhwa asked him if he was drinking while they were gathering information. With a serious look on his face, Heian said that he wasn't. The girl asked him if he is certain. Heian told her that he won't repeat himself. He asked her to tell him what she learned. Mu Jin revealed to him that the underworlders have taken over the power vacuum left behind by their sect's outer sect. He said that they now have control over Pasung. Manhwa told Heian that the underworlders are dirty, evil bastards who are always dining and dashing. They steal money from civilians and resort to violence whenever the civilians don't cooperate. Manhwa said that it is not uncommon for them to beat a person to death. Mu Chiol said that the biggest problem is that they have learned martial arts. Although it is a third-rate martial arts, it is still very dangerous when used against people who haven't learned any martial arts. Heian commended them on gathering this amount of information with the little time they had. He told them that he will now tell them what he learned. He told them that all they said was true. He said that there is something they need to be skeptical about. He asked his juniors about how the underworlders learn martial arts. He said that it is actually not hard to learn a third-rate martial arts. It is also easy to acquire books of this level. However, the underworlders are the type of people who would never touch a book on any given day. Some of these idiots are so far gone that they would use the books as fuel for a fire. Heian said that it doesn't make sense for all of them to learn a third-rate martial arts through a book. He said that someone must have helped them. He revealed to them that he looked into who it might have been and why they did it. He said that he found out who it was, but he wasn't unable to uncover the reason. The disciples were surprised to hear this. Mu Jin asked him about who the person is. Our boy revealed to them that it is the Red Wolf sword from the Nine Hell Swords sect. The disciples were shocked to hear this. Mu Jin could not believe that they were not dealing with some lowly criminals. Heian said that he wanted to ambush them and wipe them out. He asked them about what they think. Mu Jin could not believe that Heian was actually thinking of doing something. He feared the power of the Nine Hell Swords sect. Mu Chiol said that he doesn't know the reason why the Nine Hell Swords sect is working with a criminal group. He said that this is a decision that they cannot make on their own. He said that it will be best if they report to the elders before doing anything. Mu Jin was happy to see that Mu Chiol was saying what he was thinking. Manhwa told our boy that she agrees with him. She said that this is injustice. She told him that they need to stand up to these criminals. Mu Jin was shocked to hear this. He believed that this was wrong. He believed that they needed to consider the situation they are in. Their sect was already overwhelmed with the recovery from the Shangxi massacre. It will be disastrous for them to clash with a big sect like the Nine Hell Swords sect. The boy believed that they must avoid this at all cost. He told Heian that it is too dangerous. He said that it would have been fine if it was just the underworlders. However, it is different if the Nine Hell Swords sect is behind them. He told our boy that he is worried that they might be starting a war with them. Heian told him that he is thinking too much. He told him that he understands. He asked him not to worry because something like that won't happen. Mu Jin was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy about why he is so certain. Heian explained to him that this isn't how the Nine Hells Swords sect operates. He said that the Nine Hells Swords sect is a rather tyrannical organization. If they wanted to eliminate an organization, they would just start a fight. They wouldn't act behind the scenes. They would just go straight to the point. With the situation the Manhwa sect is in, the Nine Hell Swords sect could invade them and wipe them out anytime they want. Heian explained to the boy that it is more likely that the underworlders are not really connected to the Nine Hell Swords sect. Even if they are, they won't start a war over it. He asked Mu Jin to follow him now that he understands. The boy was shocked to hear this. He asked Heian to wait. He asked him about where he got the information. He asked him if the person he got it from is trustworthy. Our boy revealed to him that he got it from the Beggar sect. The Beggar sect is an orthodox organization made of beggars. Any beggar in the Jianghu can be said to be part of this sect. When it comes to numbers, no organization in the Jianghu can match them. They use their numerical advantage to gather intelligence. They earn money and get food by trading the information they gather. One should not underestimate them because they are beggars. They have also learned martial arts, and they follow their own morals and ethics. Any information gotten from this organization is definitely trustworthy. In the next scene, we see Hien and his juniors walking towards the Underworlders building. Mu Jin remembered that Hien told him that he worries too much. Our boy told him that he will try to make peace before doing anything. He assured him that he won't kill them right away. The boy believed that he was overthinking things. He told himself that he needs to stop worrying since his senior disciple said that he will try to work things out first. He said that he will calm down. He believed that things will be weird if he acts too anxious. He didn't want to be a burden. When they reached the doorstep of the brutal blood faction, Hien destroyed the door with a kick. Mu Jin tried to still maintain a straight face. He wondered why Hien didn't just open the door. The Underworlders were shocked to see that someone broke down the gates. They asked the people about who they are. As the dust slowly went away, Hien asked the men to tell the Red Wolf Sword and their leader to come out and kneel to apologize. He drew his sword and told the men that he will spare their lives if they do this. The men saw the symbols on their clothes. They quickly realized that they were looking at disciples of the Manhwa sect. Mu Jin told our boy that this isn't a peaceful method. Muwa agreed with him. Hien told them that breaking down the front gates when ambushing another sect or clan is the way to do things in the Jianghu. He asked them to remember this. The moment he said this, the leader stepped out. He asked his men about what caused the ruckus. One of the men told him that the people in front of them are from the Manhwa sect. When the leader saw the symbols on their clothes, he realized that they were really from the Manhwa sect. He noticed that there were just 4 disciples in front of them. He believed that they were quite confident just because they are from the Manhwa sect. He asked them if they want to die. He told them that they are stupid to ambush them this late. He told them that he currently has an important guest. He said that he will let this go. He asked them to screw off if they don't want to die. Hien told the man that they are the ones who are going to die. He asked the leader to watch his mouth. He told him that he doesn't like his tone. The leader was annoyed to hear this. He asked Hien if he is out of his mind. He asked him if he knows who they are involved with. He told our boy that he does not value his life. He turned to his men and ordered them to show the group how terrifying the Jianghu can be. He asked them not to kill them. The men quickly drew their swords and moved forward. Immediately they did this, Muwa saw something behind them. She saw 2 bodies on the ground. The girl was annoyed to see this. She quickly ran to the bodies. She wanted to check their condition. It was a man and a woman. The both of them were heavily injured and covered in blood. The man was already unconscious, but the woman was still hanging on. She was breathing heavily. Mu Jin and Mu Chiol quickly ran to Muwa. Mu Jin asked her to look up. 2 men were about to attack her. Muwa grit her teeth out of anger. She used a technique known as bamboo leaf hand to send them flying. The men fell to the ground. Mu Chiol and Mu Jin quickly covered the girl. Mu Jin told her that she can't just run off like that. Muwa told him that the people on the ground are not in a good condition. She said that they need to take them to a physician. One of the men on the ground stood up and asked her to tell him who gave her the permission to take them. He told his comrades that they are actually weak even though they are from the Manhwa. He said that they can win against them if they fight together. Hien realized that Muwa hit them with less power than usual. He could tell that she controlled herself like she always does during training. He believed that the girl was too soft. He asked Muwa if her sword is for decoration. He asked her about why she is hesitating when these bastards are trying to kill her. He asked her to just stab them. The leader noticed that our boy did not move at all when the others ran to help. Just by looking at Hien's face, he could tell that our boy was sick and tired of this whole thing. He believed that Hien must be confident in his skills. He decided not to fight him. He chose to help his men kill the other disciples and join hands to kill our boy later. Hien was surprised to see that the leader actually ran to help his men. He didn't know why he was doing this when he was right in front of him. Fortunately, this was the situation that he wanted. This was the 2nd-generation disciples' first time in the Jianghu. It is their first time out in the Jianghu after joining the Manhwa sect. Thanks to this, they don't know anything. These underworlders are bastards who throw dirt and even spit at their opponents. Hien knew that the disciples will find it difficult to fight opponents who are actually doing whatever it takes to kill them. It is different from the incident with the Black Knight Palace where the 1st-generation disciples were there to protect them. This time there is no one protecting them, nor is there anyone to fight this guys for them. They will die if they don't take their opponents seriously. Heian wanted them to learn that life and death in the Jianghu is not decided purely by their martial arts realm. The situation was incomparable to training in the mountains where they simply take turns in attacking each other. Our boy was certain that they will learn well. However, things were different for one disciple. Mu Chiol was not struggling much. While he was holding a man's head, another man charged at him. Mu Chiol dropped the man he was holding. He stopped the other man's hand before his sword could reach him. He gave him a punch that knocked him out. The leader was horrified to see the look on Mu Chiol's face. He realized that he couldn't take on the boy. He quickly turned around and ran to Heian. He assumed that he was wrong. He believed that our boy was the easiest opponent. He said that it is common sense to get rid of the weaker ones first before working with others to take down the stronger one. Heian pounded the idiot into the ground. The men were shocked to see that their leader lost. They didn't know what to do. Our boy was stronger than they expected. A man with a cup of liquor in his hand asked them to fight the others. He announced that anyone who can kill the disciples will become the new leader. He asked them to stop being dramatic and finish their job. The men referred to him as the Red Wolf Sword. The juniors were surprised to see that this man was the Red Wolf Sword. Heian told the man that he was wondering when he would show up. The Red Wolf Sword did not expect this. He asked our boy if he knows him. He said that it is an honor that a young disciple of the Manhwa knows him. Heian revealed to him that he just learned about him yesterday. He told him that he doesn't care about the names of weaklings. The Red Wolf Sword told our boy that a Manhwa disciple should follow the orthodox way. He told him that he runs his mouth like some demonic martial artist. He threw his cup on the ground and told Heian that he will play with him. He jumped down from the balcony and told Heian that he is going to have to give it his all. Heian asked the man if he is strong enough to take him on. The moment he said this, he appeared behind the Red Wolf Sword. The man was shocked to see this. He did not know when Heian got behind him. Before he could do anything, our boy grabbed his head and slammed it on the ground. The Red Wolf Sword quickly stood up and jumped back to put some distance between himself and Heian. He did not expect Heian to be so fast. He wasn't just missing his movements. He didn't even see his feet move. He wondered why Heian was not using his sword. The Red Wolf Sword told himself that it is impossible for our boy to be on a higher level than him. He said that there must be something else. There was no special reason why Heian did not kill the old man. He just wanted to see his own swordsmanship. It has been a month since he opened his eyes in Mu Wai's body, and he has never missed training once. The research to combine the Manhwa martial arts and his own martial arts was also in progress. However, there was no way to prove the results of his training and research. The junior disciples weren't strong enough to understand. The elders and the first-generation disciples didn't have time for him. This was what made the old man precious to our boy. Heian knew that the Red Wolf Sword wouldn't reach his expectation, but he will be good for something. The old man disappeared in front of Heian and appeared in the air. He tried to strike our boy from above. Heian easily dodged his attack by moving back. The man turned and swung his sword at our boy. Heian went down to dodge the attack. While he was below him, he hit him with the bamboo leaf hand to push him back. Our boy did not give him the chance to regain his balance. He closed in on him and attacked him with his sword. The Red Wolf Sword was able to dodge it by bending his head. He could not believe that Heian was able to read his steps. He did not expect our boy to be at the level where he can read his steps with the slightest movement. He wondered if the reason he couldn't follow Heian's movement was because of the difference in their levels. The Red Wolf Sword did not want to accept this fact. He told himself that it is impossible. He told Heian that he acknowledges the fact that he is not just some talented prospect. He apologized to him for looking down on him. He took a stance and told Heian that he is going to go all out. Immediately he said this. He fired an energy attack at our boy. His attack took the shape of a huge wolf. Mu Wai and the other disciples were shocked to see this. The girl called out to her senior disciple. Heian cut the wolf down with the falling plum blossom sword. He told the man that the red bud sword technique is fierce, but it has a lot of gaps. He told him that he can tell that he hasn't learned the second half of the technique from his movements. The Red Wolf Sword was surprised to see that Heian knew about the technique. He wanted to question him, but our boy rushed to attack him. The man was able to block the attacks. Heian moved past him. The moment he did this, the man began to bleed from his arm. The Red Wolf Sword was certain that he blocked Heian's attacks. He believed that this was definitely the rapid sword technique. He He quickly turned around to face our boy. Immediately, he turned around. Heian passed by his side at a crazy speed and used his sword to attack him. Everyone was surprised to see this. Our boy left a cut on the old man's face. He cut a small portion of his hair in the process. The Red Wolf's sword knew that Heian could have killed him if he wanted. Our boy actually shifted his sword to simply injure him. He did not understand why Heian would do this. He realized that the fight has been like this from the beginning. Heian didn't use his sword, but he stayed behind him. He did not know why Heian was going easy on him. He believed that the reason didn't matter. He was actually more curious about how Heian was so strong. It didn't make sense because Heian is so young. He grit his teeth out of anger. He wondered if this is another talented bastard. He said that Heian is similar to someone. He did not understand how our boy was better than him when he has lived twice as long as he has. He asked our boy not to look down on him. He said that he is a martial artist of the Nine Hells sect. The moment he said this, he fired 3 more wolves at Heian. With a simple swing of his sword, Heian fired his attack at the wolves. His attack tore them apart and hit the man. It left several cuts on his body. Muchiol was surprised to see this. The Red Wolf sword told himself that he was already training before our boy was born. He said that he kept on practicing so that he could be acknowledged for his martial arts. He could not believe that Heian destroyed the results of his efforts so easily. He used his sword to hold himself. He charged at our boy. He asked Heian to tell him why his efforts won't be acknowledged. Immediately he said this. Heian cut him down at a crazy speed. In the next scene, we see the leader pull his head out of the ground. His mouth was filled with sand. He began to cough out the sand in his mouth. The man wondered about what happened. He was certain that he charged at Heian with his sword. While he was trying to put himself together, he heard someone ask about why his effort isn't acknowledged. When the leader turned around to see who was talking, he saw Heian land a huge cut on the Red Wolf sword. The leader could not believe his eyes. While he was on the ground, the Red Wolf sword told himself that there is nothing as unfair as talent. He believed that his efforts fell victim to a young prospect's talent in order to let him shine. He assumed that Heian must have only trained for a few years at best. He said that it is a good story for a young prospect to attack a martial artist of the Nine Hells Sword sect. He told our boy that he has seen many talented and young martial artists like him. He told him that he is already used to being acknowledged by those around him. He asked our boy if it felt good to cut him. He asked him to enjoy it as much as he can because he will end up dying like him. He said that everything will be over once his sect confirms his death. He told Heian that he cannot block the Nine Hells Sword sect no matter how outstanding he is. Heian told him that he talks a lot for someone who is about to die. He kicked him and made him face him. He revealed the letters on the man's chest. Our boy told the man that he could feel a sense of inferiority from him due to how he spoke. While looking at his chest, Heian realized that he is from the Otherworld unit. A person can know which unit an individual belongs to in the Nine Hells Sword sect based on the letters on their chest. The Otherworld unit, the Hell unit, and the Despair unit are the 3 units in the Nine Hells Sword sect. They are known as the 3 axes that supports the sect. This information is what the public knows. Heian told the man that he knows that the Otherworld unit has not achieved any merits and has been completely pushed aside from succession. The real power lies within the Hell unit and the Despair unit, who are at war with the Brutal Dragon faction. Our boy found it strange that the Nine Hells Sword sect, which is at war with the Brutal Dragon faction, would suddenly have their eyes on the south of Shanxi. After thinking about it a little, Heian realized that the mission that was given to the Otherworld unit in this war was to protect the headquarters and provide rear support. However, because the Otherworld unit wants merit, they pretended to be completing some missions on the outside. They were actually just wasting their time. The Red Wolf sword was shocked to see that Heian was aware of what was happening. He asked him about how he knew this. Heian asked him if he thinks that the Otherworld unit will step up for him if he dies. He told him that his unit will do their best to hide his death at all costs. He reminded the Red Wolf sword that he should be supporting the war instead of wasting his time with this nonsense. Heian told the man that this is the perfect opportunity for the Hell unit and the Despair unit to strike the Otherworld unit down. With a serious look on his face, Heian asked the idiot if the Otherworld unit will come to the Manhwa for revenge. He asked him if the Manhwa sect look like they are scared of the unit. He told him that they wouldn't win even if the Hell unit and the Despair unit helped them. Heian said that it was he who faced the Nine Hells Sword sect alone. The moment he heard this, the Red Wolf sword lost consciousness and died. The leader of the brutal blood faction was shocked to see what happened. He quickly dug a hole in the ground and put his head back inside. He told himself that he didn't see anything. He said this to himself multiple times. While he was lying to himself, Hien pulled him out of the ground. He asked him about why he is pretending. He asked him to deal with this immediately. The man accepted his order. In the next scene, we see Hien and the other disciples in the office of the leader. The leader gathered the books containing their income for our boy. Hien saw the gambling debt income, the names of those who borrow money from them, and the accounts they borrowed from. Our boy did not expect the leader to keep a good record of the cash flow. While the leader and his subordinates were kneeling, Hien asked him if this is all. The leader said that it is. Our boy ordered him to return all the money they took and extorted to their respective owners. He asked him to also get rid of the gambling den and end his little faction. He asked the man if there are any complaints. The leader said that it will be a bit difficult to accomplish all of this today. The moment he said this, he saw the scary look on Hien's face. The leader kept quiet. Hien told him that he is mistaken about something. He explained to him that the reason he is not killing all of them is not out of mercy. He told him that they are simply trash who should not die. He told him that the victims will not be able to direct their anger at something if they die. Hien asked the men to not think that they can atone for their sins through death. He told them that their sins are heavier than death. He said that it is only right for them to live while atoning to those who they have bothered for the rest of their lives. Hien asked the men if they understand him. They all said that they do. Our boy ordered everyone to get started. He told them that they need to be proactive to finish it today. He asked the leader to stay behind. He asked his juniors to make sure the men are properly tearing things down and returning the money. Manhwa asked her senior disciple about what he is going to do. Hien told her that he has something else to do. The girl asked him if he is going to drink again like last time. Hien asked her if he looks like a person who can drink anytime he wants. Manhwa told him that he looks like someone like that. Our boy asked her to focus on her mission. Manhwa glared at him as she walked out of the room. She asked him not to worry. She said that they will be fine. Hien did not expect the girl to see through him. Fortunately, he wasn't going to drink this time. He wanted something else. The leader asked Hien about why he asked him to stay. Our boy stood up and asked him not to hide it. He told him that he can't fool his nose. While drooling, Hien asked the man to lead him to where the tuber fleece flower is. In his last life, Hien went around looking for rare opportunities in order to get stronger. He didn't have any sect to support him, and he also didn't have enough money to obtain elixirs. Because he didn't have money, he looked for these opportunities by himself. These items are rare for a reason. A person couldn't just find them by looking for them. You have to stumble upon them accidentally. While Hien was resting after training, he coincidentally discovered the tuber fleece flower. He discovered the flower after spending 7 years looking for a rare opportunity. The tuber fleece flower he acquired in his past life tasted bitter, and it had a drab scent of dirt. It was a scent that Hien couldn't forget. The leader took our boy to their basement. Hien noticed that the scent of the fleece flower he faintly smelled earlier is getting stronger now that they have gotten close to it. The leader told Hien that it is a 200-year-old tuber fleece flower. He revealed to him that they obtained it accidentally and have stored it for a while. He said that he had forgotten about it because of the chaos. He told Hien that he is truly different to be able to smell and recognize it. He revealed to him that the Red Wolf sword was originally going to take it. He said that the herb has now found its true owner. Hien stepped into the treasury and commended the man on his work. He asked him to go up to finish his work. The man accepted his order. Our boy locked the door and began to look around. Most organizations who are capable of using martial arts have a space where they can practice energy circulation. Hien observed that the iron doors and the stone walls were pretty thick. He was certain that he didn't need to worry about anything. In his last life, Hien ate a 300-year-old fleece flower. He knew that a 200-year-old fleece flower won't be as good as the one he ate. However, this didn't change the fact that the item is special. Hien quickly opened the box. He wanted to enjoy the herb. The moment he opened the box, he saw something shocking inside. He did not understand why a 200-year-old fleece flower was so big. It was much bigger than the 300-year-old fleece flower he ate in his last life. This fleece flower was at least 400 years old. Hien picked up the flower. He recalled that it was very difficult for him to obtain a fleece flower in his last life. He could not believe that this man found something of this quality so easily. Hien felt bad that he was ingesting the herb alone. He promised to share the next good item with his juniors. While the leader was looking through the documents, he felt a heavy vibration and heard a loud sound. He was shocked to hear this. He quickly stood up. He noticed that the sound came from the basement. He saw some smoke coming from the basement. Hien stepped out of the basement. He said that he feels refreshed. The moment he said this, the leader ran to him. He asked him about what the loud noise was. Our boy said that it was nothing. He asked the man if he has time to stroll around. He reminded him that he has to thoroughly look through the ledger. The leader told him that this was what he was doing before he came down. Hien turned around and told him that he will check it later to see if he returned the money. He asked him to make sure to do it properly. The leader bowed his head and asked Hien to have a safe trip. He watched our boy as he walked away. He called him a bastard and said that he speaks in a rude manner. He turned to the basement. He wondered why there was smoke coming from the basement. He knew that the building was too damaged for nothing important to have happened inside. However, the man didn't care. He knew that the building would have eventually been destroyed either today or tomorrow. He did not think that it mattered. The leader was a bit curious about what the fleece flower did to Hien for this to happen. The scene shifts, and we see the gang members breathing heavily. They were all tired from destroying something with sledgehammers. While they were breathing heavily, Muchiol moved close to them. With a serious look on his face, he reminded them that the sun is going to rise soon. He asked them if they have time to rest. The men quickly stood up. Manhwa asked them to break everything down. She said that the sun will rise soon. In the next scene, we see one of the underworlders giving a man a box filled with cash. The man asked him if he is really just going to give him. The underworlder bowed his head and told him that this is the money they extorted from him. He told him that it is only right that he returns it to him. He apologized to the man. Mu Jin watched the underworlder as he apologized. Someone else was also watching them from afar. The person turned out to be the branch leader of the beggar sect. The man could not believe that Hien actually defeated the Red Wolf Sword and dealt with the brutal blood faction. He was certain that it had only been 2 days since he gave Hien information on the Red Wolf Sword. He already knew that our boy was not ordinary, but this was beyond what he expected. Jingi believed that the Mount Hua is hiding a dragon. While he was watching Mu Jin, Hien told him that he was looking for him. The man was surprised to hear his voice. He turned around and told him that he did not expect to see him. Hien explained to him that he came to have a drink because he is feeling peckish. He said that it is not fun to drink alone. He told Jingi that the alcohol and refreshments are ready. He asked him if he is up for a drink. Jingi was surprised to hear that someone wanted to drink this early in the morning. He asked Hien to lead the way. The scene shifts, and we see Jingi eating chicken with Hien in a bar. He asked our boy about what he is curious about. Hien told the man that the Red Wolf Sword is dead and the brutal blood faction has been dealt with. He knew that Jingi was already aware of this. He told him that he is putting the funds of the brutal blood faction where they belong. However, Hien still had a problem. The brutal blood faction are underworlders. He explained to Jingi that the gang became underworlders because they had no way of surviving or earning a living. He told Jingi that he wants to use them to reconstruct Pasang if there is a way to rehabilitate them. He asked the beggar if he knows someone who can take the men in and give them work. He asked him not to worry about the men's martial arts. He said that he plans on severing their dantian while he is here. Jingi said that dantians are not easily broken. He told our boy that he always surprises him. He revealed to him that he has a few merchants that he knows. He asked our boy not to worry about the underworlders. He said that he will check in on them every now and then to see if they are learning their trades and not causing any problems. Hien thanked him for this. Jingi asked him not to thank him. He told him that he is doing it for the civilians. He said that he should be the one thanking him for giving him an opportunity to help out. He poured Hien a drink and asked him about how long he plans on staying in Pasang. Hien revealed to him that he still has 2 outer sects he has to visit. He said that he has to visit the sects within a fixed duration, so he has 3 days left in Pasang. Jingi revealed to him that there are some strongholds around Pasang. He asked him if he is planning to deal with them. Hien said that he might deal with them. In the next scene, we see Hien place a bottle of liquor in front of his juniors. Mu Jin asked him about what is happening. Hien explained to him that he prepared this bamboo leaf liquor to congratulate all of them for finishing their first real mission well. Mu Jin told him that they don't really drink. Our boy explained to him that he is aware that they don't drink at random times in their sect. They only drink at periodic events like the end of the year or when there is something to celebrate. Hien asked them if they know that new prospects who are just entering the Jianghu usually die during their first real incident. He told them that they must have noticed that the martial arts of the underworlders were flimsy. However, they had a clear intention. They fought the disciples with the intention to kill, but the disciples were not prepared to harm them. Our boy told his juniors that this is what the real world looks like. He explained to them that their martial arts is better than the underworlders. However, the difference between life and death in the Jianghu is not simply decided by a person's level. Most who are new to the Jianghu overlook this fact and meet a terrible end. However, this three came out unscathed. Hiem told them that their safety is a reason to celebrate. He told them that they drink since it is a celebration. Mu Jin found it odd that his senior was speaking with experience. He reminded him that this is also his first real incident. Our boy told him that he is right. They all raised their cups and congratulated themselves for safely completing their first mission in the Jianghu. After taking a sip of the drink, Manhwa said that the bamboo leaf liquor is delicious. Mu Jin agreed with her. He said that it is not bitter even though it is alcohol. Manhwa told our boy that she now understands his love for alcohol. She said that she will drink every day if liquors are this good. Mu Jin asked her not to do this. While they were talking, Mu Chiol was thinking about something. He remembered the technique Hien used to destroy the Red Wolf sword's attack. He was certain that the sword technique doesn't belong to the Manhwa. He wondered about what the sword technique was. He couldn't stop thinking about it. He wanted to know what it was. He told Hien that he has a question for him after watching his battle with the Red Wolf sword. He said that the first technique he used belongs to the Manhwa. However, the moment he deflected the Red Wolf sword strike, his swordsmanship changed into something else. Mu Chiol said that the power was concentrated and the curves were not smooth. He told Hien that he wants to know more about this technique. Our boy believed that they were all busy dealing with the underworlders. He did not expect Mu Chiol to be watching him. He knew that the technique he used had the principle of weight in it. Weight and power were the principles of the Dako sword technique, which Hien used and invented in his past life. Our boy simply put the principle of weight into the basic moves of the six-fold combo sword technique. He could not believe that Mu Chiol actually noticed this. He remembered that the boy said that it didn't look like a Manhwa sword technique. He told Mu Chiol that he will tell him later. He said that there is something they need to do first. Hien had been waiting for a chance to mention this to his juniors. He believed that now was perfect. He asked his juniors if they have finished their drinks. He asked them to finish it if they haven't done so. He told them that they won't have time to drink for the next 3 days once they hear what he is about to say. In the next scene, we see a coachman driving a carriage in a forest. Someone came out of the bush and asked the coachman to stop. The man asked him if something is wrong. The man who came out of the forest said that nothing is wrong. He asked the coachman to give him everything he has if he doesn't want to die. The coachman begged the man to spare him. While he was begging, Hien and his juniors watched him from the bushes. Manhwa could tell that this man was a bandit. Hien explained to her that the bandits stay hidden in the woods until someone passes by in order to rob them. Although they look like they are part of the underworlders, they are actually different. The biggest difference would be the fact that they learn martial arts, and they are more systematic. The people they dealt with earlier also learned martial arts, but the Red Wolf sword taught them with a purpose in mind. So those men aren't like the average underworlders. These men are more structured. Hien told his juniors that they have to assume that a stronghold is nearby if they come across this bandits. He said that there are about 5 strongholds around Pasung. He told the disciples that he does not know the exact locations of the strongholds. He said that the only thing he is sure of is that these men are stronger than the underworlders under the Red Wolf sword. With a worried look on her face, Manhwa asked her senior disciple about why he is telling them this. Our boy revealed to them that they will be the ones to eradicate these strongholds in the next 3 days. He said that one person will take on each stronghold and the rest will watch. The juniors were shocked to hear this. Manhwa asked him about why he made such a decision. She asked him if they did something wrong. Our boy found her question to be odd. He reminded her that they almost died because they couldn't take down the underworlders. He told them that they almost died because they were not ready to harm others. Hien explained to them that this mission was made to deal with their fear. Mu Chiol told him that he is right. He said that they might have died if it wasn't for him. He said that it is a good idea. Mu Jin and Manhwa did not like the fact that he was right. Mu Jin asked Hien about how he prepared himself to harm others. Hien did not know how to answer the question. This wasn't his first real fight. His first real fight happened a long time ago. However, it wasn't something that he could easily forget. Hien told Mu Jin that he remembers being afraid. the fear that he will be the one to die if he doesn't kill the person got to him. Heian told his juniors that he is afraid of dying, and he is also afraid of them getting hurt. He said that he slayed the enemy in front of him in order to prevent his fears from becoming real. He explained to his juniors that this perspective belongs to him. He said that a person should have their own way of fighting. He told Mu Chiol that he will teach him the sword technique that he saw, depending on how he performs at his stronghold. Our boy told them that he will show them how it is done since it is the first night. He asked them to watch and learn. Our boy stepped out of the bushes. He beat up the bandit and knocked him out. He later woke him up and made him direct him to his stronghold. His leader was shocked to see Heian. Our boy easily took care of the bandits and destroyed their stronghold. After this night, the special training began for the juniors. They watched over the brutal blood faction during the day, and they took care of the strongholds at night. The training was quite effective. At first, the disciples hesitated. However, they quickly learned their lessons. They stopped hesitating sooner than Heian expected. They all did well. However, Mu Jin seemed like he needed more time. It was not that he was falling behind in terms of skills. He was actually even better than Mu Chiol and Mu Hua when it came to skills. But he was still hesitating when it came to killing, even though he was at death's door. Having watched over the boy until now, Heian understood why he was hesitating, but he couldn't do anything about it. Mu Jin needed to overcome it by himself. In the next scene, we see Heian tell his juniors that they have taken care of the strongholds. They were able to take care of the strongholds in 2 days instead of 3 days. Our boy commended them on their efforts. He revealed to them that they will be leaving for Wainan as planned. He asked them to rest until tomorrow. Mu Hua asked him about what they will do today. Heian reminded her that he told Mu Chiol that he is going to teach him a new technique. Mu Hua asked him if they are also involved. Our boy told her that they have to help too. Mu Hua was not excited to hear this. She planned on resting today. She could tell that Heian was going to work them to the bone again. The scene shifts, and we see Heian demonstrate the move to the juniors. He left a hole in the ground when he swung his sword. The juniors were shocked to see the technique. Heian told Mu Chiol that the technique he saw before was actually the six-fold combo sword technique. He said that he simply tweaked it a bit by adding weight to it. Mu Chiol was surprised to hear this. Heian explained to him that the sword techniques of their sect allow a person to proceed to the next move even if the sword path is blocked or destroyed. This is partly because there are so many changes in movement. It is also because there is no differentiation between defense and an offense in the six-fold combo. In other words, a person can link the six-fold combo sword technique to any other skill. Heian said that he will be displaying his own personal interpretation of the technique. He asked them about how things will be if he mixes the element of illusion and change to the six-fold combo sword technique. Mu Chiol asked him if he is serious. Heian revealed to them that Hyunjo wasn't the first to create this method, but he was the best at it. This means that he has a very profound understanding of martial arts. Our boy told them that Hyunjo thought a lot about the six-fold combo sword technique and came to a conclusion. Hyunjo said that flamboyant change and the plum blossom are both still the six-fold combo sword technique, but it is a different branch of the technique. Heian announced that Hyunjo was discreetly creating a new technique. He said that one of them uses the weight of the sword which he just performed. He said that he also has a conclusion about the technique. He said that it is incomplete. On top of this, the Manhwa doesn't have a technique that deeply studies the weight of the sword. Heian explained to Mu Chiol that it can be foolish to learn a technique that isn't even complete, especially when he already has a good basic technique. Our boy said that Hyunjo has a reason for creating the method in secret. He knew that an incomplete technique could just end up causing chaos and confusion. Heian asked Mu Chiol if this is really the technique he wants to learn. The boy became quiet. He quickly put himself together and asked Heian to teach him the technique. For the sake of the story, I will now call Heian Mu Wai. After telling Mu Wai that he wants to learn the technique, they began to train. They practiced their stance overnight. Mu Hua and Mu Jin were forced to watch them do the same thing. Mu Hua was tired of watching them. She gently called out to Mu Jin. She suggested that they should run. Mu Jin was surprised to hear this. Mu Wai corrects Mu Chiol by telling him that he has been wielding his sword with the principle of illusion. He asked him to forget the principle of illusion that he knows and focus on the principle of weight. He advised him to think about the difference between how they use their swords. While sweating heavily, Mu Chiol said that he understands. As the boy practiced his sword technique, Mu Jin and Mu Hua walked down the hill. They said that they wanted to go watch the underworlders. In the town, we see a man asking his subordinate to move faster. He told him that he won't be able to get things done at his current pace. The subordinate was an underworlder. He told his master that his back and the area around his stomach has been aching him since yesterday. Manhwa saw that there were no issues in the town. She recalled that her senior disciple told her that those who became underworlders had no other choice but to walk that path. If they are given the opportunity, they would actually work hard. Manhwa did not expect it to be true. She believed that all underworlders were trash. She assumed that the underworlders were acting nice because they knew that she was watching them. Manhwa wasn't really bothered about this because the underworlders could no longer use martial arts anymore. The girl believed that Mu-jin must be watching the underworlders too. She decided to end things and go back to the inn to rest. She told herself that she has done what she needs to do. She believed that she deserved to rest because she has worked hard for a few days. The moment she turned around, someone called out to her. Manhwa quickly drew her sword when she turned around. She saw a woman and a child. She recognized the woman. She remembered that she was the one that she saved at the brutal blood faction. The woman apologized to her for surprising her. She introduced the little girl she was holding as her younger sister. Her name is Young. She asked Manhwa to say hi to her. The girl quickly put her sword away. She asked the woman about how her wound is. She apologized to her for scaring her younger sister. She explained to her that she is a bit sensitive because she has been working for a while. While she was talking, Young thanked her for saving her sister. Manhwa was surprised to hear this. She became emotional. She could not believe that the little girl was thanking her. She asked herself if this is why chivalrous fighters exist. Manhwa felt like crying. The woman explained to her that her big wound healed quickly. She told her that they were able to carry out their father's funeral thanks to her. Manhwa did not expect to hear about her father. She quickly realized that it was the man who was lying next to the woman. Manhwa put her hands together and bowed her head. She apologized to her for not being able to help earlier. She hoped that their father rests in peace. The woman asked the girl not to apologize. She told her that she did not bring up the topic to get an apology. She said that she is actually thankful. She thanked Manhwa for saving her and not letting her little sister live alone. Young stared at Manhwa as her eyes shined brightly. She told Manhwa that she wants to be a chivalrous fighter when she gets older. Manhwa became emotional when she heard this. She began to cry. The woman did not understand why she was crying. Manhwa told Young that she can also do it when she gets older. The little girl asked her if she is serious. While crying, Manhwa told the little girl that she will become an even greater fighter than her. The woman asked the girl if something is wrong. She asked her if she is hurt somewhere. Manhwa told her that it is nothing like that. At night, we see the lights in the town shine brightly. Inside the inn, we see Mu-jin sitting on the ground. He seemed to be thinking about something. The next day, we see Manhwa breathing heavily. She asked Manhwa to slow down. She did not understand why he was walking so fast. Manhwa told her that he is not walking fast. He told her that she is the one who is slow. He asked her if she has become relaxed after resting for a day. Our boy said that she has been slacking in her usual training. He told her that he will take a look at things. Manhwa whispered that they should have left early. She asked him to tell her why he let them rest for a day. Manhwa turned around and glared at her. Manhwa quickly covered her mouth. Mu-jin decided to change the topic since our boy's expression was not good. He said that he is curious if the underworlders in Pasung are rehabilitating well. He told Manhwa that they didn't seem to have any issues when they were watching them. Our boy asked him not to worry about it. He said that the beggar sect will keep watching them. With a scary tone in his voice, he told Mu-jin that what they need to worry about is their weak mentalities. He said that he needs to increase the difficulty of their training. Mu-jin could not believe that he failed at changing the subject. He and Manhwa knew that their lives were over. Manhwa said that she misses Young. Our boy turned around when he heard this. Manhwa explained to him that Young is the younger sister of the girl she saved during the fight with the brutal blood faction. She told him that she met Young while she was watching the underworlders. She revealed to Manhwa that Young said that she wants to be a chivalrous fighter like her when she grows up. Manhwa told her that this is the first time he is worried about a child's future. Manhwa was shocked to hear this. She called out to her senior disciple. Manhwa asked her to shut up. He told her that they have reached Waynon. The girl was happy to hear this. She moved up to see the town. Manhwa was relieved to see that they reached the town before sunset. Mu-jin informed him that the Mount Hua outer sect that is here is known as the Fresh Flower sect. Mu decided that they will have dinner at the Fresh Flower sect. Mu was happy to hear this. Our boy reminded her that she said something about him going too fast earlier. Mu couldn't say anything. The scene shifts, and we see a boy beating another boy in the bushes. His friends assisted him in holding the boy down. The boy clenched his fist and punched the white-haired boy in his stomach. He raised his fist and said that he needs to give him one more punch. Before the boy could land his punch, someone blocked his hand. The person was surprised to see a young boy hitting another child with a little bit of internal energy. When the boy raised his head, he saw Mu holding his hand. He saw the other disciples behind Mu. The white-haired boy immediately realized that he was looking at disciples from the original Manhwa sect. Mu told the boy that his punch is enough to kill a child who hasn't learned martial arts. With a scary look on his face, he told the boy that he needs to be aware of this when punching with his fist. The boy glared at Mu when he heard this. Our boy could tell that his eyes were full of arrogance. He immediately realized that the problem lies with the parents. He knew that the boy has been influenced by his parents. It wasn't his fault that he was like this. Mu noticed that the boy was still glaring at him. With a look of anger on his face, our boy told the arrogant idiot that he can get slapped if he glares at someone while knowing that he is in the wrong. Mu knew that the boy was from an orthodox sect. He asked him if he wasn't taught manners in his sect. Before our boy could do anything, the other boy gently grabbed his clothes. Mu did not expect this. He understood what the boy was trying to say. He let go of the arrogant idiot and asked him and his friends to get lost before they get beaten. After the idiot and his friends left, the other boy put his hands together and bowed his head to Mu. He introduced himself as Lim Sanha of the Fresh Flower sect. He thanked our boy for his help. Mu also introduced himself to him. Mu moved close to the boy and asked him if he is all right. Sanha said that he is. Mu asked him about who the other boy was. Sanha said that the boy is the young master of the Great Truth sect. His name is Ga Sayin. The other kids are students learning martial arts at the Great Truth sect. Mu asked Sanha to tell her why they were bullying him. The boy told her that their sect has never been on good terms with the Great Truth sect. Recently, the boys found out that their sect was weaker than the Great Truth sect. Thanks to this, they started bullying him. Mu could tell that the boy swinging his fist was the young leader. Mu Jin asked Sanha if his sect leader knows about this. Sanha told him that he does. He said that he used to fight back and beat the boys before. The Fresh Flower sect leader went to the Great Truth sect to talk about the fights. However, when he got there, the Great Truth sect leader told him that his students wouldn't do something like that without a reason. He told the Fresh Flower sect leader that his son is the one at fault, and he tried to turn the issue into a sect-level conflict. Because the Fresh Flower sect leader didn't want a war between the two sects, he backed off. Mu realized that the Fresh Flower sect will likely face its downfall if it fights against the Great Truth sect. He asked Sanha if the best his sect could do was to make sure that the Fresh Flower sect doesn't have a reason to invade them. He realized that this was why Sanha stopped him earlier. The boy was worried that it might lead to a fight between the two sects. This was why he let them beat him up. Sanha told Mu that he is right. Mu could not believe that an outer sect of their sect is being treated like this. Mu told her that there is a reason they were sent to take care of the outer sects. He told her that they will hear the details from the Fresh Flower sect leader. Inside the sect, we see the disciples of the sect staring at the disciples of the Manhwa sect. Mu recalled that the main sect's disciples are supposed to have red plum blossoms and the outer sects were supposed to have white plum blossoms. He noticed that the disciples of the sect all have white plum blossoms embroidered onto their clothes. A man walked up to them and told them that he has been waiting to hear from them. Mu bowed his head and introduced himself to the man. He thanked him for the warm welcome. The man bowed his head and introduced himself as Lim Muguk. He is the sect leader of the Fresh Flower sect. Muguk told our boy that he heard about how they took the brutal blood faction down in one night. Mu said that rumors in the Jianghu are actually exaggerated. He told him that it did not happen overnight. Muguk told him that the important thing is that they took care of the brutal blood faction. He asked Sanha if he was the one who brought them there. Sanha said that he was. Muguk commended his son for what he did. He asked the group to follow him inside. Mu noticed that he had a weird look on his face. Muguk served them some tea. Mu Chiol told him that the scent of the tea is deeper than that of the plum blossom tea from the Manhwa. Muguk said that it is not as good as the Manhwa's tea. He said that he still hasn't forgotten the taste of the plum blossom tea. He said that he would like to visit again sometime. He told them that he wanted to let them rest first. Manhwa told him that it is alright. He revealed to him that the sect leader asked them to take care of the outer sects. He said that they don't need to waste time. He asked Muguk to tell him how the Fresh Flower sect is doing. Muguk told him that they are in a difficult position. Our boy asked him if it is because of the Great Truth sect. Muguk explained to him that they were never on good terms with the Great Truth sect, but they weren't any large problems in the past. This was because they were equal in power. Manhwa asked him if things has been different since the Shangxi massacre. Muguk told him that he is right. Ever since the Great Truth sect learned about the damage they suffered, they began to act bolder. They have been getting in their way whenever they can, and now they are intervening in their interest and provoking them. Muguk knew that the young leader of the Great Truth sect was bullying his son. He said that his son has suffered today again. Mu Jin was surprised to hear this. He asked him if he already knew. Muguk said that his son was trying to hide it, but he could tell. He told them that he wants to confront them with his sword, but this would be exactly what the Great Truth sect wants. They want to take over their sect through any means possible. Muguk said that there is nothing he can do even though his son came home after getting bullied. The man felt like he failed as a father and as a sect leader. Mu Jin asked him about why he didn't ask the Manhwa for help. Muguk told him that he is aware of the situation the main sect is in. He said that he wanted to ask for help once the main sect has recovered a bit. He told the group that he is relieved that they are here now. He said that he could feel their determination and spirit. He told them that the fact that disciples of the Manhwa visited them will deter the Great Truth sect. Manhwa told him that he doesn't believe in them. With a smile on his face, Mu Jin told the sect leader that he agrees with his senior disciple. The moment he said this, he turned to Manhwa. Our boy told the sect leader that he wouldn't have made that face to his son earlier if he believed in them. Manhwa and Mu Chiol wondered about which face the sect leader made. Muguk told Manhwa that he is seeing things. He said that if he doesn't trust the disciples of the Manhwa, it means that he doesn't trust the Manhwa itself. He told our boy that it does not make sense that a mere outer sect leader wouldn't trust him. He said that he wants to talk more, but he has to treat them to dinner now that the sun has gone down. He asked the group to follow him. Manhwa was annoyed to see that the sect leader was turning them down even though they offered to help. Although he was annoyed, Manhwa completely understood how Muguk felt. He knew that the Fresh Flower sect endured different hardships because they believed that the Manhwa would help them. They probably had high expectations after hearing about the disciples that took care of the brutal blood faction. Yet all Muguk saw were kids who were on their first outing into the Jianghu. When Muguk saw them, he thought that they were too young. He did not know what 4 people could possibly do to an entire sect. He believed that they might end up getting hurt while trying to help them. He decided to treat them while they were there and send them on their way. Muguk felt sorry for his son and the other sect members who had to endure harassment from the Great Truth sect. While remembering what he thought, Muguk wondered if he was actually hoping that these young disciples would help them. He could not believe that he wasn't able to hide his expression. He told himself that he was the one acting like a child. He was quite surprised that Manhwa was able to read his face in that split moment. He did not expect our boy to be so observant. He realized that Manhwa was still a disciple of the Manhwa. Our boy stood up and thanked the man for his offer. He told him that they will take care of their dinner by themselves. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Manhwa did not expect him to say something so rude. Manhwa did not feel like he was rude. He knew that the sect leader was the one who was rude to them first. Muguk asked our boy to tell him why he is turning down their goodwill. Manhwa didn't think that he will be able to change Muguk's mind. He believed that he will be wasting his time trying to convince the man. He told the man that he cannot take from him since they have not helped him with anything. He said that it is not right. Everyone was surprised to hear this, but no one was as surprised as Manhwa. She couldn't believe that her senior disciple was saying that something isn't right. She remembered how he beat up one of their disciples, how he advised them to break down the front gates of another sect when ambushing them. Manhwa wondered if this was the same senior disciple that she knew. She believed that something was wrong with Manhwa. As they walked out of the sect, Manhwa told her senior disciple that he is acting strange. She knew that he never cared about his duties. She asked him about why he is suddenly doing otherwise. She knew that something was going on. She asked Manhwa to tell them anything. Our boy turned around when he heard this. Manhwa quickly closed her mouth when he turned around. Our boy was not actually looking at her. He was looking at the Fresh Flower sect. He wanted to see how far they were from the sect. He believed that they were far enough. The only way the Fresh Flower sect could hear them is if they had an extremely advanced martial master. Mu Wai told his juniors that he will tell them what happened. He revealed to them that the Fresh Flower sect leader doesn't trust them. The group was surprised to hear this. Mu Wai reminded him that Muguk said that the Great Truth sect would not interfere in their business because they are there. Mu Wai asked her if she doesn't think that this is strange. He asked her if she remembers the attitude the children of the Great Truth sect had towards them earlier. He asked her not to think that children don't know anything. He said that a successor is still a successor. A successor needs to be careful with their actions and words. Mu Wai told them that there must be a reason why that boy acted the way he did. He said that it does not make sense that the Great Truth sect would back away because they are there. The Fresh Flower sect leader knows that the Mount Hua is struggling right now. Although the Mount Hua sent disciples of the sect to check in on outer sects, they are still just 4 disciples on their first trip to the Jianghu. Mu Wai asked the others to tell him what would happen if they were to fight with the Great Truth sect and lose. This would allow the Great Truth sect to absorb the Fresh Flower sect, and people will say that the Mount Hua failed to resolve matters involving their outer sects. It will be the worst-case scenario for everyone. Mu Wai became worried. She asked her senior about what they should do. Mu Wai reminded her that this would only happen if they fail to solve the problem. He said that they will resolve the issue. Mu Wai asked him about how they are going to do it. She knew that he already had a plan in mind. The scene shifts, and we see 2 men eating dumplings in a restaurant. Mu Wai watched the 2 men as they ate. He saw that the disciples of the Great Truth sect were eating freely even though it is the Fresh Flower sect's territory. He could tell from their eyes that the men were full of complaints, and they were looking for victims. Mu Wai told the others that something will happen even if they don't do anything. The moment he said this, a man accidentally brushed arms with one of them. The men quickly looked up. They saw that the man was drunk. Although he was drunk, the man was still able to apologize for what he did. As he walked forward, the man dusted his clothes. He did not like the fact that the men were glaring at him even though their sect raised the protection fees. The men looked like they were about to murder civilians. The man said that the Great Truth sect is truly an orthodox sect. Mu Wai did not expect to hear about protection fees. He believed that this was the Fresh Flower sect's territory. The man looked like he was the one who was provoking the men to Mu Wai. Some men sitting on another table referred to the members of the Great Truth sect as a bunch of leeches. They said that they were taking their money, and now they were getting free food. One of them said that they should be ashamed. The man next to him asked him to watch his mouth. He told him that they might hear him. The man said that they pay them to keep the unorthodox bastards away, but they ended up turning into those unorthodox bastards themselves. Upon hearing this, Mu Wai realized that the Great Truth sect has already taken over this place. They raised the protection fees when they took over. This got on the nerves of the people there. Our boy noticed that the man from before was still talking loudly. He knew that something was bound to happen. He told the others that things will be going their way. He asked them not to intervene no matter what happens. Mu Wai asked him about what he means. Immediately, she asked this question. The men from the Great Truth sect stood up. They said that they couldn't take it anymore. One of them touched the shoulder of the man who was talking and asked him if he has always wanted to say those things about them. Everyone there became nervous. The man told them that he has always wanted to say those things. The man from the Great Truth sect was surprised to hear this. The drunk man asked the disciple if he is going to kill him. The man's friend asked him to stop talking. The man asked him if he said something wrong. He told his friend that everything he said was right. He reminded the disciples that they were hiding behind closed doors when the demonic cult attacked, and now they are going around showing their power. The man told them that they kicked out the Fresh Flower sect who actually protected them and raised the protection fees. The man laughed and told them that even the unorthodox sect wouldn't act like them. He called them a bunch of demonic bastards. He said that he wouldn't even be able to go around in public if he was a member of their sect. The disciple pushed the man to the ground and asked him if he thinks they are idiots. He raised his sword and asked everyone to look closely. He said that this is what happens when someone insults the Great Truth sect. Before he could stab the man, Mu Wai threw his chopsticks at him and made his body freeze. The man screamed out in pain. The other disciple took out his sword and asked Mu Wai to tell him who he is. Our boy kicked the man in his stomach and sent him flying. The first disciple asked our boy to tell him what he is doing. He asked him to tell him what he did that made him stop moving. Mu Wai picked up the other man's sword and told him that he has the same question for him. He agreed that the man spoke rashly. He He asked the disciple to tell him why he wielded his sword against someone who hasn't learned any martial arts. The man looked at Mu Wai's hand. He saw the symbol on his clothes. He immediately knew that our boy was from the Manhwa. Mu Wai asked the man to tell him what he was going to do with the sword. The man said that he was simply going to scare the man. Our boy took the man's sword and told him that he will be taking it away. The man was surprised to hear this. Mu Wai told him that if he was going to use a sword to scare a weak person, it will be better for him not to have a sword at all. He revealed to the man that he will be able to move once he takes out the chopsticks. He asked him to ask the unconscious man to take them out when he wakes up. He asked the man to come to the Fresh Flower sect if he wants to get his sword back. The man asked Mu Wai if he dares to interfere in the Great Truth sect's business. He told our boy that he is trying to start a fight. Mu Wai glared at the idiot when he heard this. He told him that even his sect leader wouldn't dare say something like that. He asked him if he is taking the Manhwa lightly. The man became nervous. He said that he didn't mean it. Mu Wai told him that he meant it because this is how he has always been speaking. He explained to the man that he wasn't going to do anything more than this, but he has pushed him. He told the man that there is only one way for him to be forgiven. He said that the Great Truth sect leader must come to the Fresh Flower sect and beg for forgiveness. With a scary tone in his voice, Mu Wai told the man that the Great Truth sect will be history if the sect leader is not there by sunrise tomorrow. He advised the man to answer wisely. The disciple told him that he will bring his sect leader. Mu Wai and the other disciples were not even surprised by Mu Wai's actions. Mu Wai said that their senior is getting bolder by the day. She said that it would have been better if they just ambushed the Great Truth sect. Mu Jin agreed with her. He asked her if this will be alright. The next day, we see the sect leader of the Great Truth sect and his disciples marching towards the Fresh Flower sect. In Muguk's life, there are 3 times when he felt like a giant boulder was placed on his chest. It was a time when he found it hard to breathe. The first was the time when the Mount Hua sect members were dying during the Black Knight Palace's bloody battle. The second time was when his oldest son passed away, and the last time was when he found out that his youngest son was being bullied. As he watched the Great Truth sect leader and his sect members walk towards his sect, Muguk felt like a giant boulder was placed on his chest again. Mu Wai stood in front of the sect. He could tell that the Great Truth sect leader did not come there to apologize. The sect leader asked our boy if he is the junior who called for him. He asked him if he did not learn etiquette at Mount Hua. Mu Wai smiled when he heard this. He asked the senior if his actions bothered him a lot. He said that his etiquette is poor, but it cannot be compared to that of the Great Truth sect. He told the sect leader that everyone in his sect is showing their killing intent as if they cannot wait for a bloody battle. He told them that they are kind of like a demonic sect. The sect leader placed his hand on his sword and called Mu Wai a bastard. Our boy cuts him off and tells him that they shouldn't fight here. He asked him to speak with him inside. He told the man that someone might misunderstand the situation if they see this. He explained to him that he is standing as if he is going to unsheath his sword and start fighting any second from now. Mu Wai reminded the man that they are orthodox sects. He told him that it won't be good for them to cause any misunderstandings. The sect leader took a look at his sword. He told Mu Wai that he is quite the talker. He believed that Mu Wai was just buying time. He decided to just humor him. He agreed to follow Mu Wai inside and discuss with him. Our boy was relieved to see that he agreed to follow him. He planned on breaking his wrist and dragging him inside if he didn't comply. Muguk turned around and asked them to come in. He was relieved to see that everything was going the way our boy said that it would. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Muguk talking to Mu Wai. He asked our boy to tell him what he has done. He believed that Mu Wai understood his intentions of not having unnecessary conflict with the Great Truth sect. Mu Wai told him that he does. The sect leader asked him to tell him why he caused trouble if he understood his intentions. Our boy asked him to calm down. He told him that he will speak frankly. He told Muguk that he is aware of the fact that he can't trust them. He revealed to him that the sect leader did not give them a specific task or duration when he asked them to check on the outer sects. This means that the sect leader trusts their judgments and actions while they are checking on the outer sects. Mu Wai revealed to Muguk that the sect leader asked them to check on Weinan, Pasung, and Lushan. These regions are quite broad for 4 second-generation disciples to check out. Our boy told Muguk that he didn't tell him about it, because he didn't need to know. He told him that Posung's brutal blood faction is related to a martial artist of the Nine Hells sword. He said that he had to engage in conflict to deal with the brutal blood faction. He explained to Muguk that they dealt with it secretly, so that there wouldn't be unnecessary friction with the Nine Hells Sword sect. Muguk was surprised to hear that they apprehended a martial artist from the Nine Hells Sword sect without any injuries. He believed that this would be impossible for the four of them. Manhwa told him that it wasn't the four of them that fought him. He said that he dealt with the martial artist himself. Muguk was shocked to hear this. Our boy explained to him that he only has one reason for bringing this up himself. He told Muguk that he wants him to trust them the same way their sect leader trusts them. He told him that he can speak if he wants to confirm anything. He told him that he can also take out his sword and request for a duel if he wants to test his skills. Muguk asked our boy if he will be able to handle fighting the entire Great Truth sect. Our boy assured him that the situation won't get to this level. He told him that he will take care of everything if a battle breaks out. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see the Great Truth sect leader and his members sitting inside a room with Muguk and Manhwa. Although he remembered what our boy said, Muguk was still well aware that human nature is fickle. He believed that things were different now that the Great Truth sect was in front of them. Manhwa acknowledged the fact that they are there because of an incident between him and the Great Truth sect. He said that he has heard that the conflict between them and the Fresh Flower sect is also deep. He explained to the sect leader that he is a disciple from Mount Hua and the Fresh Flower sect is their outer sect. He said that he wants to resolve things between the two sects, since both sects had no plans of reconciling and maintaining a great relationship in Weinan. Our boy decided to get to the point. He suggested that they choose a representative from both sects and host a duel. Muguk was surprised to hear this. The Great Truth sect leader laughed when he heard this. He told Muguk that he is now certain that he hasn't planned things with Manhwa. He said that he was wondering about the tricks he planned on using since he brought them there. He said that he is surprised to hear that it is just a duel. He told Muguk that the word duel wouldn't come out of his mouth unless he is insane. He asked Muguk if he has forgotten about his son's death. Muguk did not say anything. Manhwa stared at him. He did not know what the Great Truth sect leader was talking about. The sect leader asked Muguk if he didn't mention it to Manhwa because he thought that he could resolve things for him. He told Muguk that the person he trusted touched a topic that hurt him the most. Manhwa used a technique known as sound transmission to share his thoughts with Muguk in his mind. He asked the sect leader if his son died dueling someone from the Great Truth sect. Muguk was surprised to hear our boy's voice in his head. Manhwa apologized to him for touching a painful memory. The sect leader asked him not to worry about it. He said that it is his fault for not telling him in advance. He asked our boy to keep going. He told him that he trusts him. Manhwa thanked the sect leader for his trust in him. He told the Great Truth sect leader that it was a situation he was not aware of. He said that the issue is already gone. He told him that he will continue with what he is saying. He explained to the men in the room that the duel will include 3 people from both sides: the sect leader, the vice sect leader, and a strong person from the sect. Manhwa told the Great Truth sect leader that he will participate as the strong person for the Fresh Flower sect. He asked him if 5 days from now is good for him. The sect leader told him that they can even fight right now. He asked our boy if he can be considerate to them. Manhwa asked him to explain what he means. With an arrogant look on his face, the man said that the last duel was quite difficult for them. He said that people framed them by saying that they killed on purpose. He told Manhwa that he personally believes that it is correct to blame the weak one. He said that he is simply worried that he will be called a murderer again. Manhwa asked him if he doesn't know how the dispute between him and his sect members began. He asked the man not to worry because the farmers are already calling the Great Truth sect a demonic sect. With a look of anger on his face, the sect leader told Manhwa that he has been running his mouth for a while. He asked him to watch it. He told him that he and his sect members could attack the Fresh Flower sect right now. He said that they are holding back because he made an interesting offer. Our boy asked him if he is pissed off. He told him that he was simply informing him because he did not seem like he was aware. The man next to the sect leader asked Manhwa if he thinks that they are easy just because they are holding back. Before he could say anything else, Manhwa glared at him with a scary look on his face. The man became scared. The Great Truth sect leader stood up and said that they will come back in 5 days. He said that he wants a fair duel where no one dies. After saying this, he left. Muguk let out a sigh. He revealed to Manhwa that the Great Truth sect young leader was much weaker than his son in martial arts. He said that the Great Truth sect leader was once his equal, but now he is much stronger. He told Manhwa that the person he will face will be a hired assassin who they will pose as a guest of the Great Truth sect. Our boy was not surprised to hear this. He told Muguk that he is correct. Muguk assured Mu Wai that his faith in him hasn't changed. He said that he simply wants to know if this is okay. Our boy told him that the duels will be easy. Muguk told him that he will place his full faith in him. Mu Wai stood up and told the sect leader that they need to go to the training hall. The man was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to him that he should consider himself dead for the next 4 days. Muguk did not understand what he meant. The scene shifts and we see Mu Jin and the others staring at something with a look of shock. Mu Wai asked Mu Jin if this is really okay. The boy asked her not to ask him. He said that he doesn't know. The disciples were looking at the fresh flower sect leader hanging upside down on a tree. His leg was tied to the branch. Mu Wai stood below Muguk. He pointed his sword at his back, as if he was waiting for him to fall down. Our boy told Muguk that it is too early for him to get tired. He said that they still have a lot of time. He asked him to imagine that his sect is finished when he can no longer endure. He advised him to use this to push through. He warned him not to get too close to the ground. Mu Wai told herself that her senior disciple is not a human. She was certain that he was a demon. At sunset, we see the sect leader still hanging on to the tree. Mu Chiol was the one holding the sword now. He told Muguk that he is going to get stabbed if he lowers himself any further. He reminded him that today's training is nearly over. He begged him to endure the pain a little longer. Mu Chiol felt bad for the sect leader. He wondered about where our boy went to after asking him to take over Muguk's training. The scene shifts, and we see Sanha sitting alone. The boy thought about the duel that was to take place in 5 days. He kicked a rock when he remembered that Mu Wai said that he will help him with his training until the day of the duel. The boy knew that he couldn't suddenly get stronger with 4 days of training. While he was thinking, someone walked up to him. Sanha was surprised to see Mu Wai. With a smile on his face, our boy told him that he is right. Sanha did not expect to hear this. He asked him about what he means. Our boy explained to him that he cannot become strong with just a few days of training. Such a thing is not possible without the help of a miracle medicine or strange encounter. Our boy picked up the rock he kicked. He told Sanha that this only applies when it comes to improving his martial arts. It is a different story when it comes to building experiences. Mu Wai explained to the boy that what is important is how he uses his martial arts. Sanha did not understand what Mu Wai was talking about. Our boy decided to change his approach. He raised the stone and asked Sanha if he is utilizing his martial arts properly. The boy was surprised to hear this question. He said that he is utilizing it properly. Mu Wai asked him to copy what he is about to do. The moment he said this, he fired the stone at a crazy speed. It touched a tree and destroyed it. Sanha was shocked to see this. Mu Wai explained to him that he used less internal energy than kids his age would typically have. He told the boy that he has far more energy than the average kid. He reminded him that he said that he knows how to properly utilize his martial arts. He told him that he should be able to utilize internal energy on this level. He told Sanha that his training is complete for the day if he succeeds. However, if he fails, he will have to keep trying until he gets it. Mu Wai asked the boy to give it a try. Later in the night, we see several trees which Sanha had partially destroyed. Unfortunately, it wasn't on Mu Wai's level. Our boy told him that he shouldn't be satisfied with this. He told him that he has gotten better. He said that they need to end things today. He told the boy that they will continue tomorrow. He asked him to rest well. Sanha fell to his knees. His hand was shaking. He had to use it to practice for a long time. While shaking in pain, the boy said that Mu Wai is a demon. Unfortunately for the boy, the sun was already rising. He wondered about how he was going to even rest. The scene shifts, and we see Mu Wai telling Muguk and his son that this is the 2nd day of training. He told them that they have to train together since they don't have enough time. He asked the 2 of them if they learned how to use their body yesterday. They both said that they did. Mu Wai told the sect leader that anyone can tell that his body is in great condition. Our boy knew that Muguk's body was able to quickly recover to its previous state because he was consistent with his training. Mu Wai drew his sword and told the 2 of them that they needed yesterday's training for today's training. The father and son were surprised to see him draw his sword. Mu Wai explained to them that today's training involves finding composure. He told them that a demonstration will be better than a verbal explanation. He turned to the side and asked his assistants to take their positions. His assistants were his juniors. The father and son were surprised to see that Mu Wai was going to face 3 of them alone. Mu Wai told the others that she will go first. Mu Jin told her that he is right behind her. Immediately she heard this. She charged at our boy. Mu Wai blocked her attack with his sword sheath. Manhwa used her hand to attack his head. Manhwa easily dodged it. He gave her a kick that sent her flying. Mujin appeared behind her and swung his sword at our boy. Manhwa blocked his attack with his sword. He raised it and made a huge swing to push Mujin back. His attacks became more aggressive. He pushed Mujin back with each strike. Sanha asked his father if this is fine. He said it seems quite dangerous. Muguk agreed with his son. He told him that they should still watch for now. He wondered about what Manhwa was trying to show them. Manhwa used his sword sheath to hit Mujin in the stomach. The boy coughed out when this happened. Muchiol asked him to go low. The moment he heard this, Mujin bent his head. Muchiol swung his sword at Manhwa. Our boy was able to block his attack with his sword. He told Muchiol that his sword has more weight to it than before. He told the boy that it is not yet enough. Immediately he said this. Manhwa moved his sword close to his neck. Muchiol admitted defeat when he saw this. Manhwa allowed his juniors gather around him. He told Manhwa that her attacks are too obvious. This makes them easy to react to. He told Mujin that he is still not bold enough. He told Muchiol that he still hasn't gotten used to his new sword. He explained to his juniors that these are the biggest reasons why they failed. He advised them to focus on what he has pointed out. After saying this, he walked up to Muguk and his son. He told them that this is how they will train until the duel. Muguk was shocked to hear this. He asked Manhwa about the kind of training this is. He reminded him that he wanted them to find composure. Our boy told him that he is right. He asked him if he didn't feel like something was off during the fight. Muguk said that it seemed over the top for it to be simply training. The moment he said this, Muguk understood Manhwa's intentions. Our boy explained to him that the best way to improve in a short while is to build experience. He explained to them that they will be able to dodge attacks from weaker people once they have enough life and death experiences. Manhwa asked them to wield their swords. He told them that their goal is to kill him. He asked them to treat this as if it is a real fight. Muguk asked our boy to wait. He reminded him that his son is there. Muguk did not know how his son hated Manhwa. Sanha grabbed some sand from the ground and threw it at our boy. He did this to block his vision. Muguk was shocked to see this. Sanha plans to take out Manhwa. He quickly drew his sword. Unfortunately for him, our boy blocked the sand with his hand. He kicked Sanha before he could attack him. Muguk was shocked to see his son flying. He quickly turned around. The moment he did this, he sensed something coming at him. He quickly bent his head to dodge Manhwa's attack. Our boy tried to stab him with his sword. Muguk was able to jump and move back. He turned to his son and asked him if he is okay. Sanha said that it hurts, but it is bearable. Muguk was relieved to hear this. Immediately he said this. Manhwa appeared behind him. He asks him if he is going to talk to his son even during the duel. He threw a sword at the sect leader and reminded him that he asked him to fight as if it is real. He raised his sword and advised Muguk to move with everything he has if he doesn't want him and his son to die. The two of them were shocked to hear this. Later in the evening, we see Muguk attacking Manhwa. Our boy gave him a painful punch on his face and made him lose balance. He moved his sword close to his neck. The sect leader was surprised to see this. Manhwa told him that it has been 314 times. He said that this is the amount of times he has died. He reminded the sect leader that he has told him multiple times that he won't be able to respond if he closes his eyes. Muguk said that he can feel his opponent's movement with internal energy even if his eyes are closed. Manhwa agreed with him. He told him that if he can utilize his internal energy well, it will be as good as seeing with his own eyes. Our boy knew that this level of internal energy utilization was basic. He knew that it won't be hard for the sect leader to do it. He asked Muguk to tell him why he can't dodge his attack if he can do it. Muguk told him that his attacks are too quick. Our boy told him that he is talking as if he used internal energy to attack. He explained to him that it was an attack he could have dodged if his eyes were open. He could have also dodged it by using his internal energy. Manhwa advised him not to shrug off responsibility. He told him that bringing back the dead is impossible. The moment he said this, he kicked him and asked him to start again. Muguk grit his teeth out of anger. He saw his beaten-up son lying on the ground. He charged at Manhwa. When his sword clashed with our boy's sword, it caused a huge spark. Later in the night, we see that Muguk has lost consciousness. Manhwa was beating some sense in his Sanha. Muguk later stood up to join his son. He tried to land an attack on our boy, but he got pushed back. Manhwa asked him and his son to continue attacking. The father and son did not relent. They attacked from different angles. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Great Truth sect. we see the Great Truth Sect leader having a drink with someone. The man told the sect leader that the Rising Lotus Sword should be enough for a second-generation disciple of the Manhwa. The sect leader asked the man known as the Misty Tiger Blade if he wants to know why he asked him to do this. He said that he simply wants to properly humiliate them. He told the Misty Tiger Blade that it will be more effective if someone like him overpowers Mu Y and crushes his ego. The Misty Tiger Blade told the man that he is wicked. He asked him if he does not know his blade. He said that it will be a miracle if Mu Y does not become a cripple. He asked the sect leader if he is sure about this. He said that people will talk if someone dies or an incident occurs during the duel. The sect leader said that this does not matter. He told the man that rumors are nothing but rumors. The Misty Tiger Blade told him that this is not true. He explained to him that it won't just be the Mount Hua that will try to do something to them if things go wrong. The sect leader smiled when he heard this. He said that there is already something in the Jianghu that everyone views with hostility. He asked the Misty Tiger Blade not to worry. He told him that he can take care of things like that on his own. The moment he heard this, the Misty Tiger Blade became certain that this man is arrogant. It didn't make sense to him that the sect leader didn't care if he makes an enemy out of other sects and clans. Although his martial arts was not bad, he was still weaker than him. The Misty Tiger Blade knew that one needs to have power in order to not care about making an enemy out of several sects and clans. He wondered if the sect leader is blinded by his greed or if he was always this stupid. He decided to look into other organizations once the job is over. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Fresh Flower sect. We see Mu Chiol swinging his sword. Our boy watched him from the roof. He said that Mu Chiol is not bad. The boy's sword was moving like it had weight, even though it was not a heavy sword. He realized that he could get Mu Chiol a heavier sword. While thinking, he looked around. He was surprised to see that the Great Truth Sect didn't send any assassins. He was expecting them to do this because they were quite petty and shameless. Our boy realized that they were underestimating the outer sects of the Mount Hua. He actually wanted the Great Truth Sect to send assassins so that he could use it as justification to eradicate the sect. While he was thinking, he heard a footstep. When he looked down, he saw the sect leader. The man stepped out and looked at the moon. He stared at the moon for a while and went back in. Mu Y recalled that he said that his first son died in a duel against the Great Truth Sect. He realized that this duel could serve as revenge for the sect leader. He wondered about what it will feel like to get revenge. On the day of the duel, we see the members of the Great Truth Sect staring at something. They wondered about what someone did to end up looking a certain way. They were looking at Sanha. They were all shocked to see how injured he was before the duel even began. Sanha took a look at the wooden sword in his hand. Saiyan asked him about what happened to his face. He told him that he looks so pathetic that he actually feels bad about fighting him. Sanha did not care about what the boy said. He was quite disappointed that they were not going to be using real swords. Saiyan told the boy that he should be glad that they are not using real swords. He told him that he might accidentally kill him. Sanha didn't respond to the idiot's provocations. Saiyan felt like something was wrong. He knew that Sanha always gets angry at the smallest insults. He did not know why the boy was calm. He believed that Sanha was just ignoring him. He told the boy that he is pissing him off. Since the two boys were ready, the judge of the duel introduced himself as Hyung Hongkwon and told them that the duel will begin soon. Hongkwon announced that a duel is meant to compare the martial arts of the two opponents. He said that it will be difficult to avoid injuries in a duel. He told everyone that he will intervene if he decides that the injuries are too much. Hongkwon announced that all 3 rounds will be carried out, regardless of who wins. While he was talking, our boy noticed something odd when he looked across the stage. He saw the Misty Tiger Blade. He recognized the swordsman. Hongkwon announced that the first duel will be conducted with wooden swords and the last 2 will be done with real swords. The man was aware that he had been talking for a while. He explained to everyone that he needed to say these things for their sake. He screamed and asked the boys to begin the first duel. The moment he heard this, Saiyan charged at Sanha. He raised his hand to swing his sword when he got close to him. Sanha seemed to be disappointed in the boy. His movements were so big that it almost seemed unnecessary. Sanha remembered our boy telling him that weaker opponents make exaggerated movements. Their movements are often quite excessive. Sanha asked Mu Y for the reason why they do this. Our boy explained to him that the weaker opponents want to seem threatening. Their goal is to scare and intimidate the opponent. This kind of intimidation tactic might work on those who haven't learned martial arts or those who are beginners. Mu Wai told Sanha that once he has gone deep in martial arts, he will know that this kind of intimidation tactic is unnecessary. Upon remembering this, Sanha raised his sword and thrust it at Sayin. He used the tip of his sword to hit Sayin in the chest. The boy coughed out when this happened. Sanha gave him a punch that sent him flying. The boy slammed his back on the ground. The disciples of the Fresh Flower sect cheered for Sanha when this happened. While he was on the ground, Sayin tried to catch his breath. His chest was in so much pain. The boy turned to Sanha. He was certain that this was not the Sanha that he knew. He wondered about what changed about Sanha. He still looked the same as before. He wondered if the boy also got a special medicine like him. Although his training with Mu Wai was hellish, Sanha finally understood why he had to undergo the training. He could see how weak Sayin really was. He walked up to the boy. While using his sword to push himself up, Sayin asked Sanha about what he did. He asked him about how he improved so much in such a short period of time. Sanha kicked him in the leg and made him lose his balance. The boy fell to the ground. Sanha told him that he is slow to get up even though the duel is not over. He could not believe that Sayin was actually talking. With a scary tone in his voice, Sanha told Sayin that he would have died if this was a real fight. He raised his sword when he said this. Sayin quickly called out to him. He begged him to wait. Sanha swung his sword with a large amount of force. His attack covered everywhere with dust. When the dust cleared up, we see that Sanha hit his sword on the ground. Sanha laughed when he remembered that this idiot is called Wainon's Rising Star. He noticed that Sayin had peed himself. He told the boy that he should be called Wainon's Pisser. Upon seeing that Sayin had no intention of fighting again, Hongquan announced that the Fresh Flower sect won the first duel. The Great Truth sect leader slammed his hand on his chair when he heard this. He was annoyed to see how skilled Sanha was. He could tell that the boy really wanted to win the duel. He didn't expect his son to lose because he even fed him medicine to increase his internal energy. The sect leader believed that the first round didn't matter because the last two duels were guaranteed wins. He told himself that he will let the Fresh Flower sect enjoy their victory. Hongquan asked the participants of the second duel to come forward. The Fresh Flower sect leader and the Great Truth sect leader stepped out. Muguk was a bit nervous to see the sect leader. He remembered hearing that the man took a miracle medicine a few months ago. Now that he was seeing him up close, he realized that it was not a false rumor. Muguk took a stance. He reminded himself that he also did his best to prepare for this duel. He decided to remove any unnecessary thoughts and emotions from his head. He said that he will fight as if he is facing Mu Wai. The Great Truth sect leader was certain that Muguk knew that he took a miracle medicine. He wondered why the man was calmer than before. He smiled and said that he wants to see how long he can maintain his composure. The moment he thought of this, they were asked to start the second duel. The sect leader disappeared in front of Muguk. Muguk remained calm and bent his head down to dodge the attack. He grabbed the man's hand and swung his sword at him from the side. The man was able to dodge the attack, but Muguk managed to land a cut on his face. The sect leader quickly kicked Muguk. Muguk was able to block his attack with his sword, but he still got pushed back. The sect leader told Muguk that he was holding back in order to avoid what happened last time. He said that he no longer needs to hold back. He charged at Muguk and said that he will give it his all. He swung his sword at him when he got close to him. Muguk was able to block the attack with his sword. He pushed him back. The two men parried each other's attacks. Muguk noticed that the man's side is open when he is using his moves, and his right thigh is also open when he swings upwards. Muguk knew that Mu Wai would have pointed out all these habits. He thought that it would be hard to win against the Great Truth sect leader without some miracle medicine or a literal miracle, but now he understood what our boy saw. He realized that Mu Wai has taught him something much more valuable than those things. He moved past the man and attacked his side at a crazy speed. Some blood gushed out of his body. The Great Truth sect leader was not ready to stop. He quickly turned around and swung his sword at Muguk. Muguk was able to block it in time. The man quickly kicked him in the ribs. Muguk did not falter. He swung his sword at the sect leader's head. The sect leader was able to dodge it by bending his head back. He quickly went down and used a stunt to push himself back. He grit his teeth out of anger. People have danshins in the cores of their bodies. Qi flows in these danshins. The qi that flows through the body is called internal energy. When this internal energy is refined and condensed within the body, it becomes stronger. This is the internal arts that forms the foundation of all martial arts. However, many people confuse internal arts with internal force. When we are considering the amount and force of the internal energy, we are referring to internal force. Internal arts, on the other hand, refers to the refinement of the internal force, as well as meditation and mental training to reach enlightenment. In other words, having good internal force does not equate to possessing good internal arts. The Great Truth Sect leader made his attacks faster, but Muguk was able to keep up with him. He pushed the man's sword away with a large amount of force. He grabbed his hand and landed a cut on him. The Great Truth Sect leader spat out some blood. Muguk wasn't ready to stop. He turned around and swung his sword at the man. The Great Truth Sect leader knew that he couldn't dodge the attack in time. A small amount of blood got splashed on the ground. The Great Truth Sect members were shocked to see what happened. Even Hongquan was shocked to see what happened. Oddly enough, the Great Truth Sect leader was still alive. It turns out that someone stopped Muguk's sword with his hand before it could reach the sect leader. Mu Wai was the one who stopped it with his hand. Blood dripped from his hand. He told the sect leader that he has done enough. Muguk cried when he heard this. He wanted to kill the man who took his son's life. He realized that he needed to put himself together. Our boy let go of his sword. The Great Truth Sect leader fell to his knees. Hongquan announced that the Fresh Flower Sect won the second duel. Disciples of the Fresh Flower Sect began to cheer when they heard this. They were very happy to hear that they won't have to leave Weinan. The Great Truth Sect leader could not comprehend what was happening. This was not how he wanted things to go. The Misty Tiger Sword was not surprised to see that the man lost. He knew that the sect leader could have won if he just stayed calm. He realized that the man's personality got him there. He wondered if it was necessary for him to even fight Mu Wai. He decided to surrender the moment the match begins. Hongquan announced that the Fresh Flower Sect is the winner since they won 2 duels. He said that they will still stick to the rules and continue the last duel. He asked the participants to step forward. Muguk apologized to our boy for his behavior. He told him that he got carried away with his emotions and ended up hurting him. He could not believe that our boy had to fight with his injured hand. He asked Mu Wai to surrender since they already won. Our boy asked him if he is worried about his hand. He revealed to the sect leader that the blood does not belong to him. He tried to clean it off his hand. Mu Wai explained to Muguk that there was a lot of blood on the sword when he grabbed it. He said that it probably belongs to the Great Truth Sect leader. Muguk could not believe what he was hearing. He could not believe that Mu Wai grabbed the sword he put his full power into and didn't sustain a single injury. Muguk knew that our boy was talented, but he didn't expect it to be on this level. The Great Truth Sect leader asked them to wait. He acknowledged the fact that his sect lost. He asked the Fresh Flower Sect leader if he can do him a favor. He begged Muguk to be more understanding. Muguk scoffed when he heard this. The Great Truth Sect leader agreed to hand over all rights to him since they lost the duel. Muguk reminded him that he was quite desperate to chase them out of Weinan. He asked him to stop acting pathetic. He told him that there is no world where the Fresh Flower Sect will accept his plea. The moment he said this, Mu Wai used his sound transmission to call Muguk. He asked him if he can allow him to take care of this. Muguk did not expect this. He nodded at our boy. Mu Wai told the Great Truth Sect leader that he has a pitiful thick skin. He said that he feels embarrassed for him. Mu Wai told the man that he has an offer for him. He revealed to him that they will allow the Great Truth Sect remain in Weinan if they can win the last duel. However, if the Fresh Flower Sect wins, the Great Truth Sect will need to leave Weinan and also give up something important. This would make the last duel have meaning. The Great Truth Sect leader accepted Mu Wai's offer. Our boy asked him about what he will offer if the Great Truth Sect loses. The Great Truth Sect leader told him that he will give them the sect's rights. Mu Wai asked him to stop playing around. He explained to him that the moment they leave Weinan, all their rights will automatically go to the Fresh Flower Sect. He advised the man to offer something that the Fresh Flower Sect cannot earn from the duels. He told him that he will rescind his offer if he is going to be greedy. The sect leader grit his teeth when he heard this. He knew that he had no other choice. He told Mu Wai that he will give them 5 great merit orbs. Mu Wai smiled when he heard this. He told the man that he should have offered this from the start. Muguk announced that his sect accepts the Great Truth Sect's offer. He said that the Great Truth Sect will be permitted to stay in Weinan if they win. However, if the Fresh Flower Sect wins, the Great Truth Sect will have to give up 5 great merit orbs and leave Weinan. The Misty Tiger Sword said that he must do his best not to lose. He drew his sword and told Mu Wai that he wants to give him a warning. He told our boy that a young martial artist like him will find it difficult to deal with his blade techniques. He advised Mu Wai to give up now. Our boy smiled and asked the man to tell him which martial arts is easy to deal with in this world. He drew his sword after saying this. The Misty Tiger Blade was a title given to the man to imply that he chases off even tigers. Mu Wai knew about him because he challenged him in his past life. He remembered the man as a pretty skilled swordsman from Shaanxi. In order for our boy to recall the time he met the man, it means that he held up longer in the fight against him than he expected. Mu Wai remembered that the Misty Tiger Blade managed to endure about 3 turns. He knew that the man would have survived 10 more turns if his sword didn't break. Mu Wai wondered about how much better the Misty Tiger Blade has become. Hong Quan asked the two of them if they are both ready. The Misty Tiger Blade smiled when he heard this. Hong Quan asked them to begin. The Misty Tiger Blade disappeared in front of our boy. Muguk was shocked to see how fast he was. The man was much faster than the Great Truth Sect leader. He knew that the Misty Tiger Blade was strong, but he didn't think that it will be to the point where he could barely follow his movements with his eyes. He believed that this might be dangerous for Mu Wai. Our boy raised his sword and used it to block the man's attack. The Misty Tiger smiled when he saw this. Mu Wai didn't give him the chance to think. He used a technique known as falling flower palm to hit his chest. The attack pushed the Misty Tiger Blade back. Before he could regain his balance, Mu Wai disappeared in front of him. He attacked them from the front and side. The Misty Flower Blade was able to block his attacks. The two of them made their attacks faster and swung their swords at a crazy speed. The others could barely see them. They couldn't believe that this was a duel. All they could see were rays of light. Muguk knew that they weren't seeing rays of light. They were actually sparks of flame created from their swords clashing against each other. Muguk became certain that our boy was facing a really powerful opponent. Mu Wai did not understand what was going on. She wondered why her senior was weaker than normal. She did not understand why Mu Wai was going easy on the man. The Misty Tiger Blade did his best to block our boy's attacks, but he couldn't block all of them. Mu Wai was able to land a cut on his thigh and on his arm. The man could tell that our boy was not a normal kid. He realized that he made a mistake by underestimating Mu Wai because of his age. Although Mu Wai surprised him with his power, the Misty Tiger Blade was still certain that he could win. He covered his sword with his energy and told Mu Wai that he will crush him. The moment he said this, he fired a technique known as the fourfold deadly fangs at our boy. He fired 4 powerful strikes at him. Mu Wai stepped back and used his sword to block the attack. He remembered that the man used this technique when he fought him in his past life. He was able to break through with his sword. Mu Wai decided to do something different. His sword released a pink energy and twisted like a snake. He spun his sword at a crazy speed and used it to block the strikes. Mu Wai was shocked to see this. She said that this is the Falling Plum Blossom Return Ring. Mu Jin told her that this is different from the one they know. It was more offensive. Our boy used the flowers to cut the Misty Tiger Blade's attacks. He created a huge plum blossom with his energy. The technique is known as the Falling Plum Blossom Return Ring. The members of the Great Truth Sect were shocked to see the technique. The Misty Tiger Blade was more shocked than everyone. He could not believe his eyes. Mu Wai fired the attack at him. He released tiny petals that tore through the Misty Tiger Blade. The man could not defend himself against this overwhelming attack. He fell to his knees and slammed his head on the ground. Mu Wai turned around to see the man on the ground. He realized that he was too weak to test the technique on. Upon seeing that the Misty Tiger Blade has lost consciousness, Hong Quan announced that the Fresh Flower Sect has won the duel. The Great Truth Sect leader froze in shock. He could not comprehend what was happening. Things were not going as he planned. He did not know what to do. Hong Quan presented Mu Wai with a box containing 5 Great Merit Orbs. The Great Truth Sect and the Fresh Flower Sect both realized that the Manhwa is a powerful sect. They could not believe that a young man like Mu Wai easily defeated the Misty Tiger Blade. Our boy turned to the side to see the Great Truth Sect leader. He used his sound transmission to ask him if it doesn't feel good to lose the Great Merit Orbs that he got sponsored with. The man was shocked to hear what our boy said. Mu Wai asked him if he is curious about how he found out. He told the man that it is quite obvious. He explained to him that it does not make sense for a small sect to have such valuable items. It is not possible even if they are very wealthy. Mu Wai knew that the people behind him are very powerful since they were able to get this for him. With a smile on his face, he thanked the man and told him that this belongs to him now. He wished him good luck. The sect leader didn't know what to say. All he could do was stare at Mu Wai. While he was staring at him, we see a man wearing a hood watching everyone from the woods. At night, we see the disciples of the Fresh Flower sect lying drunk on their tables. Even the sect leader had passed out from drinking too much. Inside the forest, we see Mu Wai and the others leaving the town. Mu Jin asked our boy to tell him why he went easy on the Misty Tiger Blade. Mu Wai turned and told him that he simply wanted to see the techniques the man had. He said that he had to act weak in order to see them. Mu Chiol told him that the falling plum blossom return ring that he used was different from the one they know. Mu Wai didn't respond to him. Mu Jin asked him if there is a reason why they are leaving late at night. Our boy told him that he doesn't want to deal with people. He said that it was quite hard for him to listen to the Fresh Flower sect leader's drunkard rants. He told Mu Jin that if they leave tomorrow, more people will want to talk to them. He reminded him that they have taken their great merit orbs. He said that he does not want to deal with any nonsense tomorrow. Mu Wai asked him if their next destination is Lushan. Our boy told her that it is. He actually had another reason for leaving at night. He hoped that he would come across the people that are behind the Great Truth sect. Mu Wai believes that these people are either long gone or are taking care of things from afar. He wondered about what their goal was. He did not understand why they were helping the Great Truth sect. Our boy didn't have a good feeling about the situation. On the other side of the forest, we see the Misty Tiger Blade's dead body on the ground. Two men stood next to his body. The man who appears to be the leader held a sword and stood in front of the Great Truth sect leader. The man told the scared sect leader that they didn't do much to stop him in all the trouble he has been in up until now. He reminded the man that his actions grew arrogant as days passed by. However, this didn't matter to them as long as he accomplished his missions. The man told the sect leader that he has now crossed the line. He reminded him that they gave him a miracle medicine to take over Waynon, but he ruined things and is now trying to run away. The sect leader told the man that he is sorry. The man asked him not to apologize. He revealed to him that his son will be the one to take responsibility. The sect leader was shocked to hear this. He asked him about what he means. Before he could say anything else, the man beheaded him. He put his sword away and turned to the man next to him. He referred to the man as the Dark Flame Pavilion Master. He asked the man to throw Sayin into the slaughter cave. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master accepted his order. He asked his leader about what they should do about the Fresh Flower sect and the Manhwa disciples. He said that they interfered with their activities. The leader told him that they won't do anything. He explained to him that there would be no point in killing them if they don't have pawns in Waynon. He said that they will take their hands off this place. He asked the Dark Flame Pavilion Master to keep an eye on Mu Wai. He said that their young leader might be interested in him. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master bowed his head and accepted the order. The leader told him that he has to leave. He said that he will be scolded if he is late again. He told his subordinate that he only stopped by on his way back. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master bowed his head and told him that he will see him later. The moment he said this, the leader disappeared in front of him. The man asked someone to throw Sayin in the slaughter cave and keep track of what the Mount Hua disciples are doing. Some men appeared out of nowhere and told the Dark Pavilion Master that they understand. One of them carried Sayin away. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Lushan. Mu Hua told her senior that Lushan is known for hot springs. She said that she was excited when she heard that they had to stop by somewhere first. She believed that they were going to a hot spring because they have been walking without rest. The girl could not believe that Mu Wai took them to the smithy. She asked our boy about why he bought a huge sword. Mu Wai explained to his juniors that he is holding a great sword. It is a sword that is much bigger and heavier than the one they use. Our boy told them that the sword will be perfect for Mu Chiol. The boy was surprised to hear this. Mu Wai gave him the sword and asked him to use it while training. He explained to him that it will give him more strength in his sword technique. Our boy gave the others different swords. He told them that it will be useful until they receive their own plum blossom swords. He said that the blades have been sharpened. The two of them thanked him. Mu Hua turned to Mu Wai and asked him if the sect leader will permit the great sword. Our boy told her that it depends on what Mu Chiol does with it. He said that the boy needs to prove that even a great sword can be the Mount Hua's sword. Mu Chiol stared at the blade. He told Mu Wai that he is correct. Our boy told his juniors that they need to head to the Shining Radiance sect. Mu Hua asked him about when they will go to the hot springs. Mu Wai told her that they will go once they are done there. In the next scene, we see a man with a scar on his face welcome the group to the sect. He introduced himself as the sect leader. His name is Kong Buim. The sect leader told them that he has been eagerly waiting for them after hearing about what they did in Pasung and Weinan. He said that people from the Manhwa are truly amazing. Muwai put his hand together and bowed his head to introduce himself to the man. Muwai and her fellow juniors did the same thing. Boilim couldn't put his hand together. He was only able to bow his head. He revealed to them that he lost his right arm in the Shanxi massacre. He asked them to understand why he cannot fully pay his respects. Boilim asked them to come in. He said that he wants to speak to them in a more comfortable setting. Inside his office, we see Boilim offer them tea. He revealed to them that he heard about how they chased away the brutal Blood faction and the Great Truth sect. He could not believe that this was done by 4 second-generation disciples. He told the group that they are amazing. Our boy told him that he is being too kind. The sect leader asked him not to say this. He said that he wouldn't have been able to achieve the same feat, even if he still had his right arm. Mu Jin told the man that he has already done something greater than this by fighting in the Shanxi massacre. Muwa told him that they are there thanks to him. She said that this is why they are able to do what they do. Boyuem touched his shoulder and asked them if they think that he was a lot of help because he is missing an arm. He said that he was actually in the way of the Mount Hua disciples. He revealed to them that the Phantom Swordsman saved him. Mu Wai was surprised to hear this. He asked him if he is serious. Boyuem explained to him that the Phantom Swordsman killed the demonic martial artist that was about to kill him. He said that he is certain that the Phantom Swordsman has saved more people in that manner. Mu Wai felt embarrassed. He told the man that it is probably just a coincidence. The sect leader disagreed with him and told him that the Phantom Swordsman might seem like he runs wild on the battlefield, but he can actually see everything that is going on. He said that the Phantom Swordsman only attacked the enemy's weak points. He assured Mu Wai that it wasn't a coincidence that the Phantom Swordsman killed the demonic martial artist that wanted to kill him. He told him that the Phantom Swordsman ran wild in order to save as many allies as he could. Our boy didn't know how to explain things to the man. The sect leader told them that he was too embarrassed to be thanked by them when he only made it out alive because of the Phantom Swordsman. With a bright smile on his face, Boyuem thanked them for what they have done. He told them that the Mount Hua Sword Saint and the Phantom Swordsman would be proud if they saw what they have done. He advised them to continue doing things as they have. Mu Jin and the others were happy to hear this. Our boy was actually embarrassed that the man praised him. Since the group has been to Pasung and Weinan, Boyuem asked them if they are here to look after outer sects. He apologized to them and told them that the Shining Radiance sect does not have any issues. He said that he doesn't like letting problems fester. Mu Wai told him that it is a good thing that they don't have any problems. He asked him not to apologize. Boyuem told our boy that he can be honest. He explained to him that he would also be bored and disappointed if he came all this way only to find out that there is no one for him to fight. Mu Wai was shocked to hear this. She didn't hope to fight anyone at all. The sect leader asked her not to be shocked. He told her that he is also a man of the Murim. He assured her that he understands her feelings. Our boy did not expect the sect leader to see through him. Muwa told the sect leader that this is actually better. She said that they want to experience the hot springs in Lushan to wash away their exhaustion. Boyuem revealed to her that this won't be possible. Muwai was shocked to hear this. The sect leader explained to them that he would love to show them, but a murderer is on the loose. He assured them that he does not doubt their skills. He told them that it won't be wise to expose themselves to danger unnecessarily. He revealed to them that the Zhongnan sect's first-generation disciples are already after the criminal. He said that it is only a matter of time before the criminal is caught. He told the group that he will take them to a great spring if the murderer is caught before they leave Lushan. Boyuem stood up and asked them to rest. He asked them to show his disciples the Mount Hua sword if they get bored. They all bowed their heads and thanked the sect leader. Muwai could tell that the murderer has been on the loose for some time. He did not know why Boem was acting carefree, as if it doesn't matter. Our boy found it weird that a man who said that he doesn't like letting problems fester hasn't done anything about the murderer in question. Muwai felt like the sect leader was trying to keep them there. He was certain that Boyuem was hiding something. He decided to keep an eye on him. In the next scene, we see Mu Wai standing on the stairs. He had not yet figured out what the Shining Radiance sect leader was hiding, but he believed that he would soon get a hint on it. He didn't feel the need to rush anything, especially since the Zhongnan sect was after the murderer. Mu Wai believed that it was more important for him to train his juniors with his time. He told his juniors that he feels that he hasn't been able to supervise their training lately. Manhwa felt like crying when she heard this. She asked him not to feel bad. She said that they were very happy. Manhwa told the girl that it is good that they were happy. He told her that he is going to train them like dogs. The girl felt like breaking down when she heard this. The scene shifts, and we see Mu Cheol swing his great sword at Manhwa. Our boy blocked his attack and got pushed back a bit. He noticed that Mu Cheol's movements have more weight and strength to them now that he is using a great sword. However, this wasn't enough to stop Manhwa. Our boy disappeared in front of Mu Cheol and reappeared next to him with his blade pointed at his neck. Mu Cheol was shocked to see this. He couldn't even react to Manhwa's speed. Our boy explained to him that he has become slower now that his sword has more force in it. He told him that a fast opponent wouldn't miss this detail. He explained to him that he needs to be aware that even the smallest mistake can cost him his life when he is wielding a great sword. Immediately he said this. Manhwa sensed something. He quickly moved to the side to dodge Manhwa's attack. He saw that she only attacked him with her sword sheath. He realized that she was trying to deceive her opponent with a sheath in order to attack with her sword. He quickly noticed that he was wrong. Manhwa pretended to use her sword. She gave Manhwa a kick in his leg instead. Our boy found her strategy to be clever, but it wasn't going to work on him. He used his sword to block her kick. Although her trick was a bit obvious, it was actually more difficult to fight Manhwa than the other disciples. This is because she has better senses than others. Manhwa pushed her leg away and swung his sword at her with a lot of force. Manhwa quickly moved away to dodge the attack. She felt like a demon was trying to kill her. Although her senses are amazing, the girl has never trained them. It was a talent she was born with. Manhwa was certain that the girl would greatly improve if he could help her utilize her advantage. After moving away from Manhwa, the girl turned around and told her senior that she almost died. Immediately she said this. Our boy appeared next to her with his blade at her neck. Manhwa was shocked to see this. Manhwa told the girl that she needs to calm down. He asked her to tell him how she is going to slay her enemies if she is always so chaotic. After saying this, he took his sword away and asked the next person to come. The girl was quite relieved that his blade wasn't next to her neck again. The next person was Mu Jin. The boy's senses were not as sharp as Manhwa's own, but they were still quite good, and the boy was as calm as Mu Cheol. Manhwa knew that someone as talented as Mu Jin is quite rare. When it comes to duels, the boy was better than Mu Cheol and Manhwa. However, there was one critical weakness that he had which made all his talent worthless. Manhwa charged at the boy. Mu Jin was able to block his attack. He quickly turned around and swung his sword at Manhwa. He saw something shocking. He saw that our boy wasn't turning around fast enough. Mu Jin became scared that Manhwa was going to get hurt. He quickly stopped moving his sword before it touched Manhwa. Our boy asked him about why he is worrying about him. He grabbed Mu Jin's sword and used his sword hilt to hit him in his stomach with a large amount of force. The boy coughed out heavily when he received the attack. Manhwa told Mu Cheol that she just felt his pain. The boy told her that Manhwa hit Mu Jin harder than he hit them. Mu Jin fell to his knees and placed his hand on his stomach. The boy's problem is that he is afraid of hurting others more than death itself. Although it might not seem like a big issue now, it will be a different thing when he comes across an opponent that he needs to face with all his might. If he was to meet an enemy that was this strong, he would fight them with his friends. However, his weakness would not only put him in danger, it would also put his friends in danger too. Manhwa knew that he will have to remove Mu Jin from his group if he is unable to overcome this critical issue. He was certain that Mu Jin was also aware of this. He told his juniors that they are done for the day. He told them that they should already be aware of what their issues are. He walked past Mu Jin and explained to them that there is no shortcut to improving their skills. Proper training is the fastest route. He asked them to train as if there is no tomorrow. Manhwa knew that it is impossible for a person to passively overcome a problem. He believed that Mu Jin needed to actively try to overcome his problem. Mu Jin looked defeated as he knelt on the ground. He looked like he was aware of his issue and what it could cost him. Later in the night, we see Manhwa training his body. He held his sword in one hand and used it to push his body up. He closed his eyes and stayed perfectly still in the air. While he was training, someone said that he did not think that he would be training at this hour. He said that he doesn't expect anything less from our boy. Manhwa opened his eyes and saw the sect leader. He quickly moved down. Boyum was amazed by how fit Manhwa was. He told him that many people don't focus on training their strength. Manhwa said that training his strength is as important as training his sword. The sect leader told him that he reminds him of the Iron Mountain Fist King. Muwai told the sect leader that he can leave if he wants to train. Boyuem laughed and told him that this isn't the only training ground in the sect. Muwai asked him about why he came there. Boyuem revealed to our boy that he wants to ask him for a favor. With a serious look on his face, he asked Muwai if he can kill him right now. Our boy did not expect to hear this. He raised his sword and told the man that it actually won't be difficult. The sect leader raised his hand and asked him to wait. Muwai asked him if he doesn't want him to kill him again. The man said that he doesn't want to die. He told him that most people would ask him about why he requested for such a thing. He didn't think that our boy wouldn't question him. He realized that it was good that Muwai didn't question him. He decided to go straight to the point. He revealed to our boy that he wants to have a duel with him. Muwai accepted his request. He believed that this was an opportunity for him to figure out what the man is hiding. The sect leader told Muwai that he has a condition. He asked our boy to fight him as if he intends to kill him. Muwai did not expect to hear this. He now understood what the man was hiding. Boyuem placed his hand on his sword and said that there is no point in training if it is not like a real situation. He drew his sword and told Muwai that he will fight him as if he means to kill him too. Immediately he said this. The man charged at Muwai. He swung his sword at him when he got close to him. Our boy used his sword to block the attack. The sect leader quickly swung his sword at him again. Muwai quickly bent his head down to dodge the attack. He thrust his blade at the man. He was able to push his hand away. He gave the man a punch on his ribs. The sect leader coughed out when he felt the punch. Muwai swung his sword at him with a large amount of force. Boyuem had to jump out of the way to dodge the attack. He swung his sword at Muwai from behind. Our boy easily blocked his attack. He and the man made their attacks faster. They blocked each other's attacks. They both jumped back to create some distance between themselves. They raised their swords and charged at each other again. Before the sect leader could swing his sword, Muwai placed his sword on his wrist and pointed his palm at his head. He was ready to blow away the man's head. Boyuem was amazed by how skilled Muwai was. He realized that our boy utilized the fact that he could only use his left hand, and he also saw through his habit. He asked Muwai about how he noticed his habit. Our boy explained to him that he didn't use any stabbing techniques, even though he puts a lot of force into his sword. He told the man that he could feel that he was hiding the fact that he is not used to fighting with his left hand, so he decided to take advantage of this. Muwai put away his sword after saying this. The sect leader laughed when he heard what he said. He told our boy that he is correct. He revealed to him that he is only half as good as before. He swung his sword and said that he is still training his left hand. He said that it is not easy for him. Muwai told him that this is normal. He told the man that everything will change for him. His directions, perspectives, and techniques will be completely different. He found it amazing that the sect leader was already able to fight on this level. He told Boyuem that he has one thing to say. He explained to him that he is putting too much force into his sword. He told him that his strength is not balanced. He said that it is because he is in a rush. He told the man that he doesn't think that he is lacking in strength. He advised him to practice precision and stabbing instead of putting so much force into his sword. The sect leader was shocked to hear this. He found the advice to be amazing. Muwai revealed to him that he is aware that he didn't show him everything he was capable of because he was trying to be considerate. Boyuem did not expect to hear this. He explained to our boy that he was actually taking it serious even though he didn't show him everything he was capable of. He told Muwai that he felt that he was the one who didn't even use half of his strength. Our boy told him that he is correct. He explained to the man that he would have gotten hurt if he became serious. The sect leader smiled when he heard this. He knew that our boy was right because he could feel it too. He thanked him for the feedback he gave him. He told him that he has taken too much of his time. After saying this, the man moved forward. Muwai watched him as he walked forward. He knew that the man made it seem like he asked for a duel because of his left hand, but this was not the only reason. Our boy became certain that the man was hiding something when he noticed the amount of force the man had in his sword. He knew that Boyuem was trying to assess something. He believed that the sect leader wanted to see if he was skilled enough to fight alongside him if the murderer came to the sect. He didn't understand why Boyuem would do this. He recalled that the man said that the Zhongnan sect is already after the murderer. He wondered why the man was doing all this. Muwai realized that the sect leader does not think that the murderer is an ordinary murderer. Our boy completely understood why the man was acting like this. He believed that his actions make sense. especially if the man was thinking about a certain murderer. Mu Wai once met a murderer in his past life. This monster is known as the Old Monster of 100 Faces. This crazy old man is the one who made people create the term known as the Killing Demon. There is a very small number of people who have seen the old monster's true face because of how good he was with disguise. The old monster gained fame in the Jianghu because he used his disguise skills for evil. He would kill leaders of smaller sects and pretend to be the leader. He would also go back and forth between two sects in order to cause conflict between them. The story of how he went around causing discord between two sides is already well known. The old monster also committed terrible acts to those near the person he was disguising himself as. This is why the Old Monster of 100 Faces was so well known, even though nobody had ever seen his face, and he had no organization supporting him. The old monster once disguised himself as Hyunjo and approached our boy in his past life. They fought for a while, and our boy managed to injure him badly, but he ended up getting away. The man went into hiding after their fight. There were rumors that he later returned, but the culprits of the incidents were nothing compared to the Old Monster of 100 Faces. In the end, the Old Monster of 100 Faces wasn't caught, and he did not appear again. Even though the current criminal is called a murderer, Mu Wai felt like he was a bit different. This made him concerned. He wondered why the sect leader would be this concerned because of some rumors. He believed that the man has additional information that he wasn't sharing with him. He knew that the old monster wasn't the murderer. Even a martial master as advanced as him can't live that long. It makes more sense for the murderer to be his disciple. The main issue lies in the murderer's strength. Mu Wai believed that he could guess how strong the murderer is. All he needed to know is the person from the Zhongnan sect who is after the murderer. As long as the person is not an elder, Mu Wai believed that he would also be strong enough to take on the murderer. He actually wished that the Zhongnan sect could catch the murderer without him having to intervene. The next day, we see some people walking past the place where Mu Wai and Bum fought. One of them told their senior disciple that there are deep sword traces in the ground. The senior said that the murderer was definitely there. She asked her juniors not to let their guards down. She told them that they can never know when or where an attack might come from. These people in the blue and white robes are the disciples of the Zhongnan sect. The senior disciple said that she can smell death there. Mu Wai watched them from the roof as they walked towards the shining radiant sect. He realized that these people are first-generation disciples. He recalled that 3 first-generation disciples are worth 1 elder. Mu Wai realized that the murderer might be on the level of an elder. He knew that he was screwed. First-generation disciples are people who stand a chance to become the head of a sect or a clan. They are an essential force of an organization. Hyunjo was among the first-generation disciples of the Manhwa sect. He was known as the Manhwa Sword Saint. The Zhongnan sect is one of the renowned sects that resides in Shaanxi like the Manhwa. Just like the Manhwa has Hyunjo, the Zhongnan sect also has someone they consider special. There is a person among the first-generation disciples who is known for being hardworking. This person is known as the greatest disciple. This person is the woman in front of our boy. The woman introduced herself as Il Mu of the Zhongnan sect. The man sitting next to Il Mu was happy to meet a disciple of a renowned sect. He introduced himself as Il's son. The last man introduced himself as Il Hun. Our boy put his hand together and introduced himself to the disciples. He referred to them as seniors and told them that he is still lacking when compared to them. He said that he is honored that they hold him in such high regard. Mu Wai believed that it made sense for Sun and Hun to partake in the mission, but he did not expect Il Mu to also be involved. Boeum knew that our boy would not expect to see the disciples of the Zhongnan sect in his sect. He explained to him that he couldn't tell him in advance because it was supposed to be kept a secret. He asked Mu Wai to understand him. He asked our boy to sit so that they can have a talk. Mu revealed to him that they were having a conversation about the murderer, but they were all waiting for him. She told our boy that the sect leader decided that it would be best for him to join them. Mu Wai asked them if it is all right for him to join. He said that the case is supposed to be top secret. Sun told him that they would be honored if he can listen and help them. Mu decided to continue the conversation. She said that there are 5 murderers. She and her comrades already killed 2, but the other 3 are on the run. According to the woman, the murderers split up in different directions, and they haven't been able to make a lot of progress in the chase. She said that the murderers are experts when it comes to disguises. She said that it will be quite difficult to know who they are based on their appearances. She revealed to Mu Wai and Bo Yum that their sect leader created a special miracle medicine that allows them to smell the murderers. She said that this is how they were able to track them down. She explained to them that the medicine actually allows them to smell blood. However, it has a small problem. Although they have an acute sense of smell, it is hard for them to track down the exact location within a certain radius. Bo Yum understood what she meant. The woman said that there is at least one murderer in the Shining Radiance sect at this moment. Bo Yum and Mu Wai were shocked to hear this. Mu said that she doesn't know who it is. She told the sect leader that she wanted to meet him because she was hoping that he would lend them a hand. Bo Yum told her that he might not be of help to her with just his one arm. He asked the woman to tell him what he can do. Mu said that they need to figure out who the murderer is. Sun said that there was no alcohol in every single murder scene they went to. He deduced that the murderer is someone who likes drinking and showing off a bit. Mu Wai understood why the man thought like this. Since the murderer didn't bother to erase their traces even though they knew that they could be tracked down, it means that they are arrogant. Sun told him that he is correct. He revealed to them that they plan to hold a party full of alcohol. Hoon said that the culprit will probably fall for this trap since he is an arrogant man. Mu said that it will be more advantageous for the murderer if a lot of people are in one place. She put her hand into her clothes and took out a small item. She revealed to them that it is sleeping gas. She said that the gas that comes out of this item will put the people to sleep. She explained to them that they will incapacitate the crowd and take care of the target when they find out who it is. Bo Yum accepted the woman's explanation. He believed that it would be better for him to help them since the murderer is already in his sect. He said that they will hold a party tonight. Later in the night, we see several drinks and food on the tables of the disciples of the sect. Bo Yum raised his cup and said that this is for the heroes of Manhwa and righteous martial artists of Zhongnan. After he said this, everyone in the room took their drinks. The people ate and spoke to one another. While everyone was talking to each other, we see Mu Wai looking at a huge fried chicken and some side dishes. While drooling, our boy wondered about who wouldn't come to such a good party. He decided not to drink so that no one would mistake him as a culprit. The moment he thought of this, he saw Mu Wai slam a bottle of alcohol on the table after drinking it. The girl said that it is so good. Mu Wai decided to ignore her. He turned to the side to see the first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. He saw the three of them discussing something. Mu noticed that he saw them. She gently smiled at him. Our boy wondered if the disciples will doubt them. He turned to Mu Jin. He noticed that the boy was touching his nose. He remembered asking him not to do this. Bo Yum stood up and said that he has to leave in order to prepare for tomorrow's training. He asked the others to enjoy themselves. Everyone quickly turned to him when they heard this. They found it odd that the sect leader was leaving. They decided to look for the murderer right now. The other disciples drank the liquor and served themselves food. They all enjoyed themselves until they passed out. Even Mu Wai's juniors got knocked out. Only Mu Wai and the first-generation disciples were awake. The disciples saw that no one was standing. Sun said that the murderer is either not there or he is caught up to their plan and is pretending to be asleep. Sun spoke to our boy without moving his lips. Mu Wai did not expect the man to talk to him using the frequency whispering technique. The man revealed to him that the Shining Radiance sect leader is the murderer. Mu Wai was shocked to hear this. Mu said that they can't be certain if the sect leader is the only person with a fake identity there. She said that she will stay behind to watch over everyone. She asked Mu Wai to take care of the murderer pretending to be the sect leader with Il Sun and Il Hun. Our boy asked her to take care of his juniors and the other disciples of the Shining Radiance sect. The woman told him that she will. She assured him that he will be fine because he is fighting with Il Sun and Il Hun. She advised him not to let his guard down. Immediately she said this, Mu Wai and her comrades disappeared in an instant. The scene shifts, and we see the group step into the sect leader's quarters. The man asked them if they have caught the murderers. He was shocked to see them pointing their swords at him. Mu Wai raised his sword and told Bohem that he almost fooled them. Sun asked him if it was fun playing someone else. Hun asked him to surrender. The sect leader seemed to be quite shocked. He didn't understand what was going on. Mu Wai asked him if he is still not going to show his true colors. He told him that he will show him something. Sun asked him to not do anything. He said that they will take care of things. Immediately he said this. Hun got stabbed in his chest from behind. Sun was shocked to see what happened to his comrade. Before he could do anything, Bo Yum charged at him and asked him to stop spacing out. Sun quickly turned to him. The sect leader sent the man flying with his strike. He got pushed out of the building. Mu Wai kicked Hun out of the room. He watched the two men fall to the ground. He couldn't believe that they said that they were tracking a murderer through his scent. He said that the old monster of 100 faces would have already been caught if this was possible. The two men laughed and turned around. Their eyes had turned red. Hun told Mu Wai that he catches on fast. Mu Wai and Boem moved outside. Sun asked his comrade if he is fine. Hun told him that the injury is nothing. Fortunately for him, Mu Wai did not stab his heart. Mu Wai actually didn't kill him on purpose. He was happy to see that he finally met someone that he can test his martial arts on. Bo Yum told him that he was correct to think that this disciples were the culprits. He asked Mu Wai about where Mu is. Our boy asked him not to worry about her. He said that he already told his juniors about her. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the dining hall. We see Mu get up and move close to the junior disciples. She focused her attention on Mu Wai. She smiled like a mad woman and raised her hand. Fortunately, Mu Wai was not asleep. Before Mu could do anything, Mu Chiol jumped out of his chair and swung his sword at her. The woman was sent flying out of the hall. She landed on the ground. She was surprised to see that the disciples didn't fall asleep from the sleeping gas. Mu Chiol and his fellow disciples stepped outside. Mu Jin explained to the woman that they were prepared for it, because their senior disciple warned them about it. Mu Wai pushed out a cloth from her nose and told Mu that it is cowardly and sickening to try to use sleeping gas to subdue them. Mu noticed that she pushed the cloth out of her nose. She realized that the disciples soaked pieces of cloth and put it in their nose to counter the gas. They pretended to fall asleep and waited for her to act. Mu told them that their tactic is smart. She said that she fell for it. With a scary look in her eyes, she asked the disciples if 3 of them are going to fight her. She said that she already knows that they can't entertain her after she took on Mu Chiol's sword. She told them that she hates boring things. She asked them if they want to throw their lives away. She told them that she will make them an offer. She asked Mu Jin and Mu Chiol to run away and leave Mu Wai behind. Her pupils became red when she said this. She assured the boys that she will let them live. On the other side of the sect, we see Bo Yum about to swing his sword at Sun. The man grabbed his hand before he could swing it. He told the sect leader that he is too obvious. Bo Yum gave him a kick in the chest that pushed him back. Sun grit his teeth out of anger. Bo Yum swung his sword at him with a lot of energy. Sun dodged the attack and moved to the side. He wanted to swing his hand at the sect leader. Unfortunately for him, Bo Yum sensed his presence. Sun was still able to land a heavy attack on him. While the sect leader was busy with Sun, we see Hun swing his hand at Mu Wai. Our boy blocked his hand with his sword and pushed it aside. He gave the man a heavy blow in his chest. Hun spat out some blood. He got pushed back. Before he could regain his balance, Mu Wai gave him a kick in his stomach. Hun got pushed back again. He fell to the ground and spat out some blood. Mu Wai told him that he is much more terrible than he imagined. He was certain that the man wasn't hiding his true skills. He didn't understand what was happening. He was aware that a person needs facial mimicry technique and bone contraction arts to change their appearance. In order to use this arts properly, the person needs to be directly looking at the targets. This means that these killers were able to change their appearance because they came across disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Mu Wai couldn't believe that the man managed to meet the disciples and survive with his lowly skills. He found it odd that the men and his fellow comrades were going around and acting like they were really disciples of the Zhongnan sect. He asked the man if they have an organization supporting them. The man laughed and told him that he knows them a little too well. He told Mu Wai that he is correct. He said that they actually ran into first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. He said that they lost 2 of their comrades in the fight, but they did not run away. He revealed to Mu Wai that they killed the disciples. Our boy asked him to stop lying. He reminded him that he just saw their skill level. The man laughed and told him that he is so arrogant. He asked Mu Wai to tell him how he got the sword on his waist if he is lying. Mu Wai wondered if this was the sword of the Zhongnan sect disciples. He carefully looked at the sword. He quickly realized that the sword was not some cheap copy. The man asked him if he knows that there are not many blacksmiths that can make the swords of the Zhongnan sect. Even making a copy would take a long time. In other words, the man was holding a real sword of the Zhongnan sect. He asked Mu Wai if he understands what this means. Our boy could tell that the sword was real. He wondered if this guy's really killed the disciples with their skills. The man could tell that Mu Wai didn't really believe him. He told him that he has a question for him. He asked our boy if he has the same martial level as his juniors. Mu Wai was shocked to hear this question. The man explained to him that their groups are similar, just like how Mu Wai is more skilled than his juniors. Their group also has different skills levels. The man said that his senior disciple is an example of this. He told Mu Wai that even their master admitted that their senior disciple has surpassed his younger self in skill. The senior disciple is a man that shape-shifted into a woman. The face changer said that it was his senior disciple that killed the disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Immediately he said this. Our boy cut off his head. The other face changer was shocked to see what Mu Wai did to his comrade. Before he could even do anything, our boy cut off his head too. The sect leader was shocked to see the killer's head on the ground. He turned to Mu Wai and asked him about the kind of technique he used. It was quite fast. To his surprise, our boy was no longer around him. He was running on the roof, on his way to his juniors. Mu Wai regretted taking the time to test his skills. He knew that his juniors were in danger. On the other side of the sect, we see the killer holding Mu Jin and Mu Hua in his hand. Mu Chiol was lying on the ground. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time when the killer asked the boys to leave Mu Hua behind. Mu Hua drew her sword and said that she will attack the killer first since he likes her so much. Mu Jin asked her to be careful. Mu Hua charged at the killer. The shapeshifter didn't seem fazed by the girl rushing towards him. He grabbed Mu Hua's sword with his hand and used his other hand to give the girl a cut in her stomach. He gave her a kick that pushed her back. Mu Chiol jumped and charged at the killer. He swung his sword at him with a large amount of force. The killer moved back to dodge the attack. Mu Chiol quickly raised his sword and thrust it at him. The killer bent his head to dodge the attack. He quickly used his hand to land a cut on his stomach. He gave him a punch that sent him flying. Mu Jin was surprised to see this. He called out to his comrade. He charged at the killer from the side. Before he could attack him, the killer glared at him with his scary eyes. Mu Jin froze in fear. The killer was looking at him with eyes filled with murderous intent. Mu Jin couldn't move. He was terrified of the energy he felt. While shaking in fear, he remembered a particular event. He remembered seeing a man killing another man. He saw how lifeless the dead man was, and he saw the killer smiling. A younger Mu Jin was hiding underneath a house. He watched the killer stab the man. The little boy had to cover his mouth to stop himself from screaming. The boy's eyes were filled with tears. Mu Jin's remembrance was cut short when the killer gave him a punch on his face. He sent him flying with the punch. Mu Jin slammed his back on the ground. The killer didn't understand why Mu Jin stopped moving. It didn't make sense to him. Mu Jin raised his head up, but he was still frozen in shock. Mu Hua ran past him and charged at the killer. The killer grabbed her sword and swung his palm at her. Mu Hua bent her head to dodge the attack. Before she could raise her head up, the killer grabbed it and gave her a kick in her stomach. Mu Hua spat out some blood. She lost the strength to move. Mu Chiol instantly appeared behind the killer and swung his sword at him. The killer bent his head to dodge the attack. He grabbed Mu Hua's sword and used it to attack Mu Chiol before he could even change his stance. A large amount of blood gushed out of the boy's body. He fell to the ground. Mu Jin was shocked to see this. He wanted to charge at the killer, but something stopped him. It was his younger self. His younger self held his hand and told him that he is going to die if he attacks him. Mu Jin didn't know how to react to this. While shaking in fear, the little boy asked his older self if he really thinks that he can defeat the monster in front of him. He reminded his older self that the killer hasn't shed a single drop of blood, even though Mu Chiol and Mu Hua attacked him. He asked his older self to run away. He said that a single ant cannot stop a human from walking. He told his older self that they won't change anything even if they wield their sword. He said that they will simply get stepped on. He asked his older self if this isn't the reason why he has turned a blind eye his entire life. He told him that the reason he keeps hesitating is because he hasn't trained enough. He advised his older self to survive for now and train to become stronger like he did when the Black Knight Palace attacked. He told Mu Jin that he has no courage because he hasn't trained enough. The older Mu Jin accepted this ideology. He told himself that it is his fault for not training hard enough. He wanted to run away. Before he could do anything, someone got thrown next to him. Mu Jin turned to the side to see Mu Chiol. His comrade grabbed his sword and stood up. He told Mu Jin that this killer is even stronger than their senior disciple. He asked Mu Jin to make it out of here. He said that they can't all die in this place. He asked the boy to return to their sect and report the situation. He told him that he will stall the killer for as long as he can. The killer told Mu Chiol that he is quite stubborn. Jin's younger self told him that the logical thing to do is to run. Jin completely understood this, but he found something strange. He didn't understand why his teammates continued to fight despite losing so much blood. He watched Cheol as he charged at the killer. He noticed that the boy's steps were covered with blood. He wondered if his teammates were fighting because they have trained enough. He wondered why he wasn't angry at what Cheol just said to him. Jin remembered asking why about why he keeps hesitating. Why told him that he can't know what he doesn't know about himself. He told the boy that he might actually be tricking himself because it is too scary for him to think about the reason. He buried the fear within him because it is so great, and now so much time has passed since then. He doesn't know why he buried it, and he doesn't know what he buried. Why advised him to think about the reason he picked up a sword. The moment he heard this, Jin remembered the traumatic event that took place when he was younger. He remembered how the killer was smiling while he stabbed the man on the ground. Jin saw himself in a pool of blood. There were several bodies on the ground. He remembered the one-sided massacre that took place in his home. All his family could do was hold on to the sleeves of their killer's pants. This pitiful resistance was pointless. Jin watched as his family was ripped to shreds by their killer's swords. However, even in this terrible situation, his rage was suppressed by his fear. Jin saw himself as a pathetic human being. He believed that he will gain the courage to fight his killers if he learns martial arts and becomes stronger. He wielded a sword and began to learn martial arts. His worries and anxiety disappeared when there was a sword in his hand. The only thing he lacked was a good training. Jin pushed his cowardice and fear into his blade. He became the new version of himself. He believed that he overcame his past self. He was certain that he had gotten better. He told himself that the only reason he keeps hesitating is because he hasn't trained enough. He believed that he lacks courage because he hasn't trained enough. He kept on reminding himself that he is not well trained. He remembered how Manhwa and Cheol charged at the killer. He wondered about how they are able to fight this monster without any hesitation. He still didn't understand why he felt relief instead of rage when Cheol asked him to run. He wondered why he was not any different from his past self. He couldn't believe that he thought that he overcame himself. He realized that his fear still trumps his rage even when those he holds dear are dying in front of him. He kept blaming his cowardice on not training enough, and he wanted to run away without shedding a single drop of blood. Jin wondered about what he actually managed to overcome. He wondered if he wielded a sword just to end up like this. He grit his teeth out of anger and asked himself if he wielded a sword to run away from his cowardly self. He saw that his teammates still stood up against injustice, even though it was a futile and pitiful resistance. They did not give up. Jin picked up his sword and stood up. He realized that his friends didn't give up even when they were ripped to shreds. He recalled that he picked up a sword so that he could be like them. As tears gushed down from his eyes, Jin told himself that he won't run away again. He charged at the killer. The killer raised his head up when he sensed his presence. He did not think that Jin would stay there. He told Jin that he is annoying. He let go of Cheol and dodged Jin's blade. Although he dodged it, Jin managed to leave a cut on his face. The killer gave Jin a powerful blow in his chest. Jin spat out some blood when he received the punch. He let go of his sword and lost consciousness. The killer had now finished taking care of the junior disciples. Immediately he was done. Wai arrived to the scene. He quickly checked Cheol's pulse. The killer quickly turned around when he sensed his presence. Wai apologized to his juniors for being late. The killer did not expect to see our boy. He wondered about what happened to his two junior disciples. Wai asked Cheol to wait a little longer. With a horrifying look on his face, he said that he will take care of things as quickly as he can. The shapeshifter laughed and told Wai that he is funny. He threw Jin to the ground and told our boy that he rarely gets to see brave guys like him. He told him that he is not into men, but he wouldn't mind facing someone as brave as him. He laid Wai next to a tree after saying this. He asked Wai not to disappoint him. Our boy took a stance and carefully gathered his strength. He knew that he couldn't underestimate the opponent in front of him. He only thought of killing him as fast as he could. He planned on minimizing his movements and making them short and swift. The moment he thought of this, Wai swung his sword at the killer with the Dako sword technique. He fired his sword chi at the killer. His sword chi hit the killer in his stomach and pushed him back. It left a cut on the killer's stomach. The killer was impressed. He did not think that our boy would use sword chi. He told him that he is actually pretty good. Immediately he said this, Mu Wai appeared in front of him. He swung his sword at the killer's head. The killer was barely able to dodge the attack. However, Mu Wai wasn't done. He grabbed his head and used a technique known as the falling flower palm to slam his head to the ground. He quickly thrust his blade at the shapeshifter. Even though his head was in the ground, the shapeshifter was still able to stop Mu Wai's blade with his hands. He quickly raised his leg up and gave Mu Wai a kick from the side. The kick sent our boy flying. He was able to instantly regain his balance. The shapeshifter took his head out of the ground. He threw Mu Wai's sword away and snapped his neck back in place. He glared at our boy with a scary look in his eyes. Mu Wai walked forward and grabbed Mu Chiol's sword. The killer was happy to see this. He and Mu Wai disappeared and reappeared in front of each other. Mu Wai swung his sword at him, but the killer caught it with his hand. The shapeshifter attacked Mu Wai with his hand and legs. Our boy blocked each one of the attacks. He used his sword to hit him in the head. He quickly made a huge swing with the sword. The killer was able to dodge it by moving to the side. He gave Mu Wai a punch on his head. He spat out some blood and lost his balance. He quickly regained it and changed his stance. He used the blade edge to hit the killer in his stomach. The attack sent him flying. Mu Wai quickly followed him. The killer caused a huge explosion when he landed in the forest. The sect leader noticed this explosion from a roof. He was wondering about where Mu Wai ran to in such a hurry. He now understood that our boy wanted to reach the killer. Bo Yum could have helped Mu Wai if he still had his right arm, but it is an entirely different thing now. He would simply get in our boy's way if he tries to help him. The sect leader decided to save Mu Wai's juniors. Inside the forest, we see the killer gather his chi and attack Mu Wai with the 100 Forms Palm technique. The attack was quite huge. Before it could touch him, Mu Wai swung his sword and blew it away. He created a wind shield around him that blocked the killer's attack. The killer was surprised to see that Mu Wai blocked his palm technique with the wind pressure he created from swinging his sword. The moment he thought of this, he saw something odd. He saw plum blossom petals in the forest. The petals covered him and the trees around him. The technique is known as the plum blossom in full bloom. The petals cut everything they touched. The killer had to cover his body with his arms. Of course, the petals still landed several cuts on his body. The shapeshifter smiled and said that this is good. He gathered his energy in his hand and fired it at Mu Wai with a technique known as form-shattering whip. Our boy easily dodged the attack by jumping over it. He raised his sword up and swung it at the killer. The shapeshifter was able to dodge the attack. He thrust his hand at Mu Wai from the side. Unfortunately for him, our boy blocked his hand. He swung his sword and used it to cut off his right arm. He gave him a kick to push him back. The killer raised his head up and told Mu Wai that he can't be nice to him if he does this. Immediately he said this. Our boy charged at him. He thrust his sword at him when he got close to him. The killer bent his body to dodge the attack. He raised his head up and used his body to push Mu Wai back. He jumped on a tree and tried to kick Mu Wai. Our boy quickly tightened his grip on his sword. The killer actually noticed this. He covered his hand with his energy and used it to block Mu Wai's attack. Mu Wai's hand was twisted when their energies clashed. He noticed that he couldn't control the sword in his hand. The killer explained to him that his internal energy won when their energies clashed. He told him that he won't be able to move because of the pain. He told him that he had fun. Unfortunately, this shapeshifter did not know that Mu Wai is crazy. He used his other hand to support the weight of the sword and forcefully moved the sword. He was able to stab the killer in his chest. The shapeshifter quickly jumped back. He fell to his knees and spat out a large amount of blood. He was unable to move again. While breathing heavily, he looked at the sword in his chest. He found the situation to be strange. He was just going to have some fun with Mu Wai and then kill him. He didn't understand why he was in this state. He was certain that he possessed a superior martial prowess and internal energy. He raised his head to see Mu Wai. He saw our boy snapping his arm back in place. The shapeshifter couldn't believe that he didn't even panic. He knew that the ability to stay calm and look for an opportunity to attack was also a skill. He accepted the fact that he lost. Mu Wai asked the killer if the old monster of 100 faces has other disciples. The killer said that the disciples are all dead. He told Mu Wai that he and the other two that came to the Shining Radiant sect are the only disciples left. Mu Wai said that they won't have any murders to deal with for now. The shapeshifter asked him if he believes that the murders will end just because of the disciples of the old monster of 100 faces are dead. He told him that he is misunderstanding things. He asked our boy if he thinks that his master is dead. Manhwa asked him if his master isn't dead. The killer said that his master hasn't appeared in the public eye ever since he ran away, but this doesn't mean that he is dead. He said that the old monster of 100 faces is actually training in isolation and becoming stronger. Manhwa moved close to him and twisted his blade inside his chest. The killer screamed out in pain. With a terrifying look on his face, Manhwa asked him to tell him where his master is. The killer told him that there is no point in telling him. He told our boy that his master is in a place that he can't reach. Manhwa asked him if he is being cryptic in order to stall for time. The killer assured him that he is not stalling. He raised his hand and told Manhwa that he isn't actually going to tell him where his master is. Manhwa quickly saw the man's hand going up. He watched the killer stab himself in the neck with his hand. The shapeshifter's blood splashed all over the place. He died with a smile on his face. The scene shifts, and we see Mu-jin wake up in a room. The boy quickly raised his head up and looked around. He felt a large amount of pain in his body. Manhwa was in the room too. He advised the boy not to move because his wounds have not yet healed. Mu-jin was surprised to see his senior. He asked him about what happened to the murderers. Manhwa asked him not to worry. He told him that he killed all of them. Mu-jin was shocked to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that he has sent a message to the Zhongnan sect. He said that they will be there in a day or two. He told the boy that Manhwa and Mu-cheol are already training because they were not seriously injured. He offered the boy a plum blossom tea. Mu-jin accepted it and thanked his senior. The moment he took a sip, Manhwa apologized to him. Mu-jin was surprised to hear this. Our boy told him that he didn't expect him to be so strong. He told him that he is relieved that he got away with just an injury. He explained to him that he never believed or expected them to be ready to give up their lives for the sake of fulfilling his order. He told Mu-jin that he is going to take full responsibility as the senior disciple. He said that he is going to step down from his position when they return to the sect. He told the boy that he has already told the others about it. Mu-jin was shocked to hear this. Manhwa revealed to him that Mu-cheol told him that he was the only one that was able to land a strike on the killer. Mu-jin was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to him that he doesn't know the full details because he arrived late. It was Mu-cheol that told him about how Mu-jin landed a cut on the killer's face. Of course, he got knocked out immediately he did this. Mu-cheol was the only one who saw it. Manhwa told his junior that the small hit counts. Mu-jin couldn't believe that our boy was making fun of him. He thought that he would be praising him. Manhwa explained to his junior that the size of the wound doesn't matter. The important thing is that he has grown. Mu-jin was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to him that a great enlightenment is not what a martial artist always needs to overcome a wall. Sometimes, it is simply the small difference of an action or attitude that breaks down the wall. It was only a scratch this time because the killer was strong. Manhwa assured the boy that he will see that he has overcome the past when he is in a similar situation again. Mu-jin was amazed by his senior's words. Our boy said that he has spoken for too long. He asked Mu-jin to follow him. Mu-jin was surprised to hear this. He asked him about where they are going. Manhwa told him that they are about to do something similar to training. Mu-jin reminded his senior that he is hurt right now. Our boy told him that it is necessary that they go. He asked him to get dressed. He said that everyone is waiting for him. Mu-jin felt like crying. He couldn't believe that he had to work even when he is hurt. In the next scene, we see Mu-jin and Manhwa in a hot spring with Mu-cheol. Mu-jin was shocked to see where he was. Our boy told his juniors that there is nothing more important than a good rest. He said that the hot spring is the best for this. Mu-cheol said that it is amazing that the water's warmth helps in healing. Mu-jin couldn't believe that this was what Manhwa called training. Our boy revealed to his juniors that he did not think that the sect leader would prepare the best hot spring for them. He decided to come there because Manhwa has been crying about wanting to visit a hot spring. He was certain that the girl was having fun right now. Manhwa let down her hair and sat in the hot spring with a smile on her face. While they were soaking their bodies in the hot spring, Mu-jin asked his senior about how he was able to take out the killer. Manhwa told him that he was really lucky. Mu-cheol found this odd. He told his senior that the killer seemed really strong. He said that he was stronger than him. Manhwa agreed with him. He said that the shapeshifter was the one who killed the first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. He told Mu-cheol that he wouldn't have won the killer in a fair fight. He said that the killer was better than him in every way. He remembered how the killer stopped his blade and twisted his body while his head was stuck in the ground. He was able to use his leg to give Mu Wai a kick that sent him flying. Mu Wai couldn't believe that the killer actually dislocated his bone to counterattack. He was very impressed. The killer didn't just possess superior martial prowess. He also had the instincts of a fighter. This is something that a person needs to be born with. If Mu Wai hadn't killed him at this point, the killer would have gone on to become more dangerous than the old monster of 100 faces. Our boy took a look at his arm and said that the reason he was able to kill the shapeshifter was because he let his guard down. He told them that he was unable to handle the killer's internal energy when they clashed. His arm got twisted in the process, and the killer decided that the fight was over. Mu Wai told them that he held onto his twisted arm and stabbed the shapeshifter in his chest. He explained to them that the killer would have stabbed his head immediately his arm got twisted if his goal was to kill him. He told them that he would have also decided that the fight was over when he cut off her right arm if his goal was to win. He understood that his juniors would see the killer's actions as foolish, especially since he was someone who was skilled enough to kill the first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Mu Wai told them that he was simply lucky. He said that he wouldn't be there right now if the killer wasn't arrogant. Mu Jin now understood why his senior's arm was injured. Mu Wai told the boys that they need to reflect on their attitudes. He explained to them that power means nothing if they are dead. He advised them not to forget that humans can die at any time. He asked them to be humble. The boys told him that they understand. Mu Wai knew that he also needed to learn this lesson. He realized that his current self was far too weak. Although he didn't use his usual sword, and it was his first time using this techniques in a real fight, Mu Wai still believed that he was weak even after taking these things into consideration. On top of this, he tried to test his martial arts on someone as powerful as the killer. He realized that both he and the shapeshifter were arrogant. He knew that he still had a long way to go. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to train because of the injury. The moment he thought of this, Mu Wai turned to the side. He saw something shocking. An older man and a young boy stood next to the hot spring. The older man told the boy that some people already arrived there before them. The older man had a chiseled body that was full of scars. He asked Mu Wai if they can join them. Mu Wai nervously told the man that he doesn't mind. He wondered about what this man was doing there. The man carefully relaxed his huge body in the hot spring. Mu Wai stared at him in silence. He and his juniors moved to the same side to create space for the man and the boy. The old man told them that he can tell that they are Manhwa disciples due to how their muscles look. The boys were surprised to hear this. Mu Wai told the man that he is correct. He found it odd that the man can actually make such deductions by looking at someone's muscles. He and his fellow disciples introduced themselves to the man. The old man said that young people these days usually neglect training. He told the boys that they are quite different. The moment he said this, he realized that he had heard our boy's name before. He asked him if he is Hyunjo's disciple. He told Mu Wai that his eyes oddly remind him of the Phantom Swordsman. Mu Jin found it odd that this man was speaking as if he knew Hyunjo and the Phantom Swordsman. He wondered about who the man was. Mu Wai told the man that he has gotten advice from the Phantom Swordsman on how to train. He said that he took this advice to heart. He told the man that this might be the reason. The old man was surprised to hear that our boy got an advice from his past self. He began to laugh. He recalled that the Phantom Swordsman acted like he didn't care when he taught him something. He did not think that the Phantom Swordsman cared enough to even advise others on it. He said that the Phantom Swordsman is quite egotistical. Mu Jin still didn't understand what was going on. The old man apologized to the boys. He knew that they wouldn't understand why he was laughing. He revealed to them that he was the one who taught the Phantom Swordsman his training methods. Mu Jin and Mu Chiol were surprised to hear this. They couldn't believe that this man taught the best swordsman of the unorthodox Mirim his training methods. Mu Jin realized that this man must be a famous martial master if he taught someone that skilled. Mu Wai stood up and put his hands together. He apologized to the man for not immediately recognizing him. He bowed his head and offered his greetings to the Iron Mountain Fist King. Mu Chiol and Mu Jin were shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe that they were looking at the Iron Mountain Fist King. This is the man with the heaviest fist in all of the Mirim. He is the most powerful martial master when it comes to fist arts. While other martial masters meditated or swing their swords to reach enlightenment, the Iron Mountain Fist King simply focused on growing his muscles. Mu Jin and Mu Chiol quickly got up and offered their greetings to him. The man was honored to see that they knew his title. He introduced himself as Ma Yonho. He said that he finds it embarrassing that people call him the Iron Mountain Fist King. He told them that he didn't want to make them uncomfortable. He asked them to just enjoy themselves. He pointed at the boy next to him and introduced him as his disciple. The boy quickly got up and introduced himself as Wu Taekong. Muwai did not expect Yonho to have a disciple. He could tell that Taekong was strong enough to defeat most martial masters. The Iron Mountain Fist King explained to the boys that they are traveling around for his disciples' training. He said that Taekong doesn't have a lot of experience because he trained in the mountains. Mu Jin asked Taekong about how his journey is going. The boy said that he has fought 43 people and he has won them all. Mu Jin was surprised to hear this. He told Taekong that this is amazing. Muwai wasn't really surprised. He believed that this was natural since the boy had a master like Yonho. Taekong revealed to the boys that his most recent duel was a very close one. He said that he would have lost if his opponent's sword didn't break. Muwai told him that he is wrong. He said that the sword is a reflection of the owner's hand. He said that a broken sword only proves the owner's lack of skill. He told Taekong that no martial artist in the Murim would pity a broken sword. Mu Jin told the boy that his senior is right. He said that it is the owner who didn't take good care of his sword that is at fault. He told Taekong that he is really strong since he has won all his duels. He told him that his opponent must have been formidable if the fight was this close. He asked him about who his opponent was. The boy believed that they would recognize his opponent if he mentions his master's name. He revealed to them that his opponent was the Phantom Swordsman's disciple. Mu Wai was shocked to hear this. The Iron Mountain Fist King remembered the disciple's name. He said that the man's name was Dako Yul. It sounded really similar to Mu Wai's former name. The old man told his disciple that he would have lost if Yul's sword didn't break. He said that Mu Wai and his fellow disciples are actually correct. He told him that a martial artist needs to take care of his sword. He said that it is the responsibility of the swordsman. He asked Taekong not to think of it as an unfair win. Mu Wai forcefully smiled and told the boy that he looks like he wanted a perfect victory. He asked him if he can tell him how the duel went. Taekong accepted his request. Yul and Taekong had a simple duel. After 100 turns, Yul's sword could no longer handle Taekong's fist. It eventually broke. The fight ended when his sword broke. Mu Wai was annoyed to hear this. He couldn't believe that his disciple admitted defeat immediately his sword broke. He was more angry to see that Yul admitted defeat to the disciple of the Iron Mountain Fist King. Although he didn't know when he would meet his disciple again, Mu Wai told himself that he will work the man like a dog when they meet. The Iron Mountain Fist King said that he actually once told the other two that they should raise their disciples and have them fight each other. He said that the Phantom Swordsman told him that his disciple would beat their own disciples. He laughed and wondered about the kind of face the Phantom Swordsman would have made if he heard about what happened. Mu Jin realized that the two people Yonho was referring to was the Phantom Swordsman and Hyunjo. He and Mu Chiol couldn't believe that the Phantom Swordsman's disciple actually got defeated. They turned to their senior when they thought of this. They saw Mu Wai glaring at the old man with a face filled with anger. The Iron Mountain Fist King felt bad that he couldn't even make fun of them now. He said that the Phantom Swordsman and Hyunjo shouldn't have died like that. He turned to Mu Wai and told him that fate allowed them to meet. He asked him if he is interested in fighting his disciple. Our boy quickly accepted his offer. With a scary look on his face, he asked Yonho to tell him the time and the place. He said that he can even fight right here, right now. The Iron Mountain Fist King smiled when he heard this. He didn't expect Mu Wai to be so confident. He asked his disciple about what he thinks. Taekong said that he is interested. He told his master that his body has been itching to do something. The Iron Mountain Fist King asked the boys to get ready. Some minutes later, we see the group in a different place. They were all fully dressed. Yonho apologized to Mu Wai. He told him that this is not a perfect place to fight. Our boy assured him that the place is perfect. The Iron Mountain Fist King thanked him for his understanding. He told Mu Wai that he wants to ask him for one more favor. Our boy asked him to go ahead. The old man told him that he wants to analyze his skills. He said that he is simply interested in him. He told him that he can decline his request if he bothers him. Our boy told him that it is fine. He asked the man to tell him what he means by analyze. The Iron Mountain Fist King raised his hand and told Mu Wai that he simply needs to hit him in his palm as hard as possible. He asked him to do it when he is ready. Mu Jin and Mu Chiol became nervous when they heard this. They were well aware that their senior disciple's arm injury hasn't recovered. Mu Jin wondered about why he was pushing himself like this. With a look of anger on his face, Mu Wai glared at Yonho. He didn't care if Taekong was strong or not. He just hated seeing the Iron Mountain Fist King acting arrogant. Although his body hasn't healed yet, Muwai was certain that he was still good enough to remove the arrogant smile on Yonho's face. He charged at the Iron Mountain Fist King and gave him a powerful punch on his palm. His punch created a gust of wind that blew away the things around them and allowed some dust to spread in the area. The old man told Muwai that he is definitely the Sword Saint's disciple. He told him that his punch was good enough. He asked him to rest for now. He said that they will proceed with the duel once his breath is even again. He asked his disciple to get ready. Muwai couldn't believe that this was all Yonho had to say. He thought that he would look shocked. He knew that the Iron Mountain Fist King was not the type of person who would give such a lame reaction. He called him a bastard in his head. As he walked forward, the Iron Mountain Fist King wondered about what just happened. He couldn't believe that Hyunjo was hiding a disciple as great as Muwai. He called him an evil bastard. He realized that this duel will be good. Although Muwai was strong, Yonho was certain that his disciple was as good as him. A while later, we see Taekong standing in front of Muwai. The boy seemed determined. Muwai noticed that the boy had a good spirit and a great pair of eyes. He was very happy to crush Taekang's determined eyes. He drew his sword and took a stance. He said that he is ready. Taekong went low and placed his hand on the ground. He looked like he was about to run. Mujin found his stance to be interesting. Taekong said that he will start the duel. Immediately he said this, he disappeared. Mujin and Muchiol were shocked to see how fast he moved. The boy clenched his fist with a skill known as the Heavenly Iron Fist. Muwai felt like a great boulder was flying at him when he saw the boy coming. Our boy felt like he was looking at the Iron Mountain Fist King. Of course, Taekong still had a long way to go. Muwai swung his sword and released the Plum Blossom energy with it. Taekong used his fist to break through the energy. He released a powerful attack on Muwai. His attack covered the place with dust. When the dust cleared up, Muwai was no longer in front of him. Our boy appeared behind him. Taekong quickly sensed his presence. Muwai swung his sword at the boy from behind. Taekong managed to blow it away with his fist. Mujin was shocked to see that the boy deflected his senior's sword. Taekong turned around and gave our boy a punch. Muwai used his sword to block the attack, but he got pushed back. Although the attack was good, it wasn't enough to defeat him. The moment he thought of this, Muwai felt something odd. He took a look at his hand. The moment he did this, Taekong charged at him and swung his fist at him. Muwai dodged his attack instead of blocking it. He was going to deflect all Taekang's attacks to humble Yonho, but the injury in his left hand was much more worse than he imagined. Muwai knew that it was better if he didn't take any of these attacks head-on. Taekong noticed that Muwai suddenly hit his left hand and dodged his attack. He wondered if our boy's left hand was not good. He decided to aim for this hand. He swung his fist at our boy from behind. Muwai dodged the attack by bending his head. Taekong put his hands together and raised it when he saw our boy's back. He wanted to slam our boy to the ground. Before he could move his hand, Muwai landed a cut on his chest. Taekong wasn't moved by the attack. He swung his fist at our boy. Fortunately, Muwai was able to dodge the attack. Taekang's attack destroyed the ground and the things around him. It spread some dust in the area. Immediately the boy got up. Muwai appeared behind him. Taekong was able to sense his presence. He quickly bent his head to dodge our boy's attack. He gave Muwai a punch on his left arm. Our boy was surprised to see this. He did not expect the boy to go for his left arm. He couldn't believe that Taekong was able to tell that he was hiding his left arm with just those few attacks. He had to admit that the boy was skilled. He gave him a kick to push him away. He originally planned to play along with Taekong for a bit, but he has now realized that this is impossible. The boy's skill and the state of his arm won't allow him to do this. Muwai decided to show Taekong something nice. He carefully raised his sword and changed his stance. Before he could even swing his sword, Taekong saw that he was going to die. He saw an attack that was going to take him out. Although the attack looked simple, it was still different. Taekong knew that there was no way to block or deflect Muwai's next attack. It was like a giant wall was coming down on him. He fell to his knees and said that he has lost. The Iron Mountain Fist King was not shocked to see that his disciple lost. He noticed that Muwai did not swing his sword, but he threatened to do it with his actions. His disciple got intimidated by this and lost his morale. As he watched Muwai help his disciple up, Yonho realized that our boy was skilled enough to make his opponent lose morale. He felt like this fight wasn't bad as his disciple's first loss. He knew that a person needs to fall in order to learn how to get back up. He was certain that Taekong is going to have a lot to think about after this. The Iron Mountain Fist King wondered if Hyunjo was watching. He wanted to tell him that his disciple got a perfect victory. Since Mu Wai taught his disciple what loss looks like, Yonho decided to do something for him as his martial senior. Taekong bowed his head and told our boy that he has learned from him. Mu Wai bowed his head and told him that it was a good duel. He asked him if he is not injured. The boy told him that he is fine. Yonho told Mu Wai that he is the one who is hurt. He asked him if he can take a look at his left arm. Later in the evening, we are taken to the Shining Radiance sect. We see Mu Jin and Mu Cheol informing Mu Hua about what happened. They told the girl that they watched a duel after leaving the hot spring and are now just returning to the sect. Mu Hua told them that this was 4 hours ago. She asked them about why they left her behind. Mu Cheol nervously told her that he forgot. Mu Jin told her that the duel was so fierce that he could only focus on it. The girl told them that they shouldn't have left without saying anything. She asked them if they know how worried she was. Mu Cheol apologized to her and told her that the duel was truly fierce. The girl asked him about how fierce it was. Mu Cheol revealed to her that the opponent was the Iron Mountain Fist King. He told her the story that led to the duel. While he was talking, we see Taekong doing a handstand with his thumb. He was doing it on a roof in the sect. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a room. We see the Iron Mountain Fist King talking to Mu Wai. He told our boy that his injury is worse than he thought. He couldn't believe that Mu Wai defeated his disciple in this state. He asked him about how he got his wound. Mu Wai screamed when the man said this. Yonho told him that it will hurt a lot. He was squeezing Mu Wai's left arm. He told him that he needs to endure it. He told him that his arm might have been paralyzed forever if he checked on it later. He told Mu Wai that he should be grateful that he can feel pain. He asked him about what happened to him. He knew that it would be difficult for our boy to find someone who can do something like this to him. Mu Wai told him that he met a serial killer. The Iron Mountain Fist King was surprised to hear this. He asked Mu Wai if he is referring to the old monster of 100 faces. Our boy told him that it was the old monster's disciples. Yonho didn't expect to hear this. He thought that the old monster was dead. He couldn't believe that the old monster managed to hide from those chasing him, and he even raised some disciples. He asked Mu Wai if the disciples were strong. Our boy revealed to him that one of them was strong enough to kill first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. The Iron Mountain Fist King was shocked to hear this. He asked Mu Wai if he is strong enough to kill someone who killed first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Mu Wai grit his teeth and said that he was just lucky. He said that he was only able to get the killer because he let his guard down. Yonho told him that he was able to do this because he was skilled. He told him that he is lucky to have gotten away with an injury like this. Since Mu Wai agreed to duel his disciple even though he was injured, the Iron Mountain Fist King told him that he wants to return the favor. He asked our boy if he would like to learn something from him. Mu Wai was shocked to hear this. A person cannot get far in martial arts with just knowledge alone. One needs to keep training until the knowledge is engraved in both their body and mind, and they need to amass experience. When it comes to experience, the most efficient type of experience is a near-death experience. The scene shifts, and we are taken outside. We see Mu Wai looking at his sword. Our boy was aware that he was only able to improve quickly in this life thanks to the experience he gained in his past life. He remembered the man that killed him in his past life and told himself that there is no limit to power. Mu Wai knew that he needed to avoid being arrogant. He reminded himself that he is not yet used to the Manhwa sword. He understood that what he needed was not a new martial art. It was learning experience. The quickest way to gain experience is to fight someone and overcome the threat of death. This is why the Iron Mountain Fist King is the perfect person for Mu Wai to fight right now. Yonho asked our boy if he is certain. He revealed to him that the Phantom Swordsman also asked for this type of training, but he passed out after one round. He told Mu Wai that he is throwing away a good opportunity. Mu Wai assured him that it is fine. Yonho knew that our boy believed that he is going to learn a lot from a duel than an actual lesson. He told him that he won't question him any further if this is what he wants. The Iron Mountain Fist King took a stance and told Mu Wai that he will only use the martial arts of his level. He asked our boy to come at him. Mu Wai charged at Yonho when he heard this. He swung his sword at the man's arm. His sword was unable to cut Yonho's skin. The Iron Mountain Fist King grabbed our boy's hand. He raised Mu Wai and slammed his body to the ground. He clenched his fist and swung it at our boy. Mu Wai was able to push himself up and dodge the attack. He jumped back to create some distance between himself and Yonho. Before he could attack, the Iron Mountain Fist King appeared in front of him with his fist close to his face. Before Yonho could destroy his face, Mu Wai gathered his energy in his palm and used it to block Yonho's attack. He wasn't able to completely stop the Iron Mountain Fist King's attack, but he was able to change the trajectory of his fist. Yonho was shocked to see this. He couldn't believe that Mu Wai actually twisted the trajectory of his fist. Our boy thrust his sword at the man's head. Yonho was able to dodge the attack. He moved to the side and gave Mu Wai a kick. Our boy was able to block the kick with his sword, but the attack pushed him back. His hand was shaking from taking the man's kick. Mu Wai put himself together and created 3 afterimages of himself. The Iron Mountain Fist King charged at him and used his huge body to destroy the afterimages. He sent Mu Wai flying. Mu Wai grit his teeth to endure the pain. He remembered that Yonho said that he will control his strength. He didn't understand why the man charged at him like a bull. The scene shifts, and we see Mu Wai wake up in a room. He was wearing some white clothes. Our boy was shocked to see himself in the room. He quickly raised his head up and looked outside. He saw that it was already morning. He looked around and found a letter next to his leg. The letter was written by the Iron Mountain Fist King. The old man apologized to Mu Wai. He explained to him that he used more internal energy than he expected because he hadn't felt so excited to fight in a while. He asked Mu Wai to forgive him for his mistake. He told him that he treated his internal wounds to make up for his mistake. He explained to our boy that he wanted to stay until he woke up, but he had to leave to find another duel opponent for his disciple. He asked Mu Wai to understand him. He revealed to him that he looked back on their duel while waiting for him to wake up. He told Mu Wai that the method he used to twist the trajectory of his fist was a technique that made one think of a formless flower, and it made any attack scatter like petals. The Iron Mountain Fist King said that he doesn't know the name of the technique, but it should belong to the Manhwa. He said that he didn't get to hear the name of the technique. He asked Mu Wai to tell him the name the next time they meet. He told him that the technique had its flaws even though it was excellent. The Iron Mountain Fist King assured our boy that he will tell him about the flaws of the technique and what he thinks about it. He said that he will also give him a new training method that he just came up with. Mu Wai saw that Yonho only used 1 page to discuss the flaws and used 9 pages to write about the training method. He found the old man's thoughts on the flaws to be quite interesting. He gently smiled. He realized that Yonho must have really liked him. The Iron Mountain Fist King isn't the type of person who would shy away from teaching those younger than him, but he was also not the type of person who would give out this much advice. Mu Wai realized that Yonho is doing all of this because he saw his talents. He knew that the old man was a difficult person to see because no one ever knows where he might be. He believed that he was fated to meet Yonho by coincidence and receive this much help from him. He kept the letter in his clothes. He decided to throw out the man's training method. The moment he thought of this, Mu Wai entered his room. The girl was surprised to see him awake. She asked him about when he woke up. Mu Wai told her that he just woke up. Mu Wai revealed to him that she wanted to wake him up. Mu Wai was surprised to hear this. He asked her if something is wrong. Mu Wai revealed to him that some people from the Zhongnan sect are currently in the sect. Our boy realized that it must be about the killers. He told her that he will join them soon. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a forest. We see Yonho looking at the sky. His disciple told him that he looks like he has been having a lot of thoughts ever since they left the hot spring. Yonho asked him if it looks this way. Taekong told him that he has not been his usual self. The Iron Mountain Fist King told his disciple that he is the one who has been thinking about Mu Wai. He asked him if he is thinking about how he lost. The boy asked his master about how he knew. The Iron Mountain Fist King told him that he would be stupid to not know this after living for so long. He advised Taekong to not be so hung up over his loss. He told him that he simply needs to focus on his training now that he knows what he lacks. Taekong accepted his master's advice. He asked him about what he is thinking about. Yonho looked at the sky and said that it is nothing much. He said that he is thinking about his old friends. Taekong asked him if he has friends. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the Shining Radiance sect. We see the Zhongnan disciples looking at the belongings of their fellow disciples. The 2 men easily recognized the Big Dipper embroidered inside their clothes and the swords that they carried. They knew that these items belonged to Sun, Mu, and Hoon. The men turned to Mu Wai and his fellow disciples. The man standing in the front and his comrade bowed their heads. The man apologized to Mu Wai. He told him that they suffered such misfortunes because of their shortcomings. The man, whose name is Il Hyun, thanked Mu Wai and the Shining Radiance sect for apprehending the killers. He told Mu Wai that he is thanking him in place of their sect leader. He assured him that the Zhongnan sect will never forget what they have done for them. Mu Wai and his junior disciples put their hands together and bowed their heads to the men. After getting their comrades' things, the first-generation disciples decided to return to their sect. The men wished Mu Wai and his junior disciples safe travels. Our boy thanked them for this and asked them to take care. Since they didn't have a problem to deal with anymore, the group decided to enjoy the hot spring one last time before they returned to the Manhwa sect. Unfortunately, one of them told Mu Wai something that stopped them from going to the hot spring. Before he left, the man told Mu Wai that the six-fold combo sword competition will be held soon. He told him that he hopes that their second-generation disciples can learn from him. He told Mu Wai that he will be looking forward to the event. After saying this, the men left. Mu Wai was surprised to hear about the six-fold combo sword competition. Mu Wai called out to her senior. She said that everything has now been taken care of. She suggested that they should head to the hot spring. Mu Wai asked his juniors to get ready to leave. Mu Wai was shocked to hear this. She asked her senior about why they are leaving. She reminded him that he agreed to go to the hot spring earlier. She told him that she is worried that he might still be unwell. Mu Wai told the girl that she is correct. He reminded her that the man said that the six-fold combo sword competition will hold soon. He turned to her and told her that they need to prepare for the event. The six-fold combo sword competition is an event held to reinforce the friendship between the Zhongnan sect and the Manhwa sect. The reason it is called the six-fold combo sword competition is because the basic martial arts of both sects is the six-fold combo sword technique. Martial arts is more than just techniques. It embodies philosophy, values, and mindset. Due to this, the basic martial arts of each sect or clan is considered the essence of their values. People have always wondered about how the Zhongnan sect and the Manhwa sect share the six-fold combo sword technique. There was a lot of discourse over this matter. Some people said that the two sects were actually one in the beginning. Others say that two people who were taught by the same master founded two different sects. Unfortunately, it is not possible to know the truth because it is not recorded anywhere. However, there is no reason to search for the truth since the two sects are on good terms. It might have been because the world was so cruel, or because the two founders were kind-hearted people. Instead of competing with each other for sharing the basic martial arts, they chose to cooperate with each other. This led to the creation of the six-fold combo sword competition. Because the goal was cooperation and improvement, the six-fold combo sword competition was able to continue for a very long time. As a result, the two sects ended up expanding their influence. Naturally, the two sects do not care about who wins or loses. As they walked through the forest, Mu Wai asked her senior to tell her why he is doing this. She asked him to tell her why he is trying to prepare for the competition. She told him that they have a hot spring waiting for them. Mu Chiol and Mu Jin couldn't believe that the girl was still complaining. Mu Wai turned to her and told her that he is doing this because he likes to win. Mu Wai was surprised to hear this. She said that she no longer has anything to say. She walked forward with the group. Later in the evening, Mu Wai revealed to the boys that she heard the disciples of the Shining Radiance sect talking. She said that there is a nickname for them. Mu Jin asked her about what it is. The girl said that they called them the Mount Hua Four Flowers. This means that there are 4 Mount Hua disciples in the Jianghu. Mu Wai said that it is quite nice to already have a nickname when it is just their first outing. Mu Jin advised her not to get too excited. He explained to her that the nickname means that they have attracted more attention. The moment he said this, he and his fellow juniors saw something odd. They saw that Mu Wai stopped walking. Mu Chiol called out to his senior as if he wanted to know why he stopped. Mu Wai carefully looked around. He found it odd that there was a path in front of them. He already knew that they would have a lot of eyes on them because of everything that has happened. This was why Mu Wai chose a secluded route. However, this route has been far too convenient for a while. It was almost as if they were being lured somewhere. Mu Wai wondered about how long they had been on the path. He carefully looked around again. He noticed that he couldn't feel any presence. There are countless ways to manipulate others. However, at the core of all this is the logic of limited options. This means that when a human has no choice, they are bound to follow a given route. There are 2 possibilities in this situation. The first is that Mu Wai is just being oversensitive, and the second is that the person after them has poor skills. Our boy recalled that everyone almost died to the killer because they were not cautious. He decided to be careful. Since he felt that something was off, he decided to be cautious. He walked past his juniors and told them that they are turning around. The juniors were shocked to hear this. Manhwa told him that he just said that they need to get back as soon as possible. She asked him about what is wrong. She asked him if he is feeling unwell. Manhwa told her that he is fine. Mucheol walked forward and told his senior that there isn't a lot of time left till sunset. He said that they need to hurry if they are turning back. Manhwa agreed with him. Manhwa asked Manhwa to follow them. He told her that there is nothing she can do about it. Manhwa knew that he was correct. Our boy told her that it will be better for him if she gives in easily. The girl quickly ran after them. Later in the night, we see the group sleeping around a fire. Manhwa suddenly opened his eyes. He turned to the side and placed his hand on his sword. He saw a boar in front of him. The boar glared at him. Manhwa didn't expect to see a boar in this forest. While he was looking at the boar, we see an assassin wearing a hood above him. The person seemed ready to take Manhwa out. He charged at our boy from above. Manhwa actually already sensed his presence. He quickly bent his head before the assassin's dagger could touch him. He grabbed one of the burning wood used for the fire and used it to hit the assassin in his head. The attack sent the man flying. Manhwa and her fellow disciples opened their eyes and raised their heads up when they heard the ruckus. The girl asked her senior about what caused the noise. Manhwa ordered his juniors to get up. He informed them that there are assassins around who have business with them. Manhwa was shocked to hear about assassins. She and her fellow disciples quickly turned to the side to see the assassin Manhwa hit with the hot stick. Manhwa drew his sword. He used sound transmission to inform his comrades that assassins do not kill without purpose. He explained to them that the assassins didn't just randomly come across them and decided to kill them. This means that the assassins approached them with the intent to kill them from the start. Manhwa realized that her senior was talking to them through sound transmission. Manhwa revealed to them that there are already a few assassins surrounding them, and there is another group nearby. He explained to his juniors that there are too many assassins around them, and he will not be able to protect them while fighting. Manhwa advised his juniors to try to kill the assassins in 3 moves. He told them that assassins possess all kinds of hidden weapons, and they won't hesitate to use them to take them down. He told his juniors that he is going after the main squad. Immediately he said this, he disappeared. Mujin and his fellow disciples quickly took a stance. The moment they did this, the assassins fired some tiny needles at them. Mujin quickly called out to Mucheol. The boy drew his sword and dragged it on the ground. He used the dirt to create a large amount of dust and blow away the needles. Some assassins watched this from the top of a tree. One of them couldn't believe that Mucheol blocked the poison needles by striking his sword into the dirt. The moment he thought of this, the man noticed that Manhwa was missing. He wondered about where our boy went to. Unfortunately for him, Manhwa appeared behind him. Our boy beheaded the man with a single strike. Another assassin heard the sound of a branch moving. He quickly turned to the side. He saw Manhwa behead his comrade. Before he could say anything, our boy charged at him at a crazy speed and cut off his head with a single slash. While Manhwa was taking out the trash above, his juniors were handling the assassins that charged at them. Manhwa thrust her sword forward and stabbed an assassin in his chest. Immediately she did this, she saw a needle coming towards them from above. Mujin easily dodged the needle. He managed to catch it. He threw it at an assassin who was hiding. The needle stabbed the man in his head. Mucheol swung his huge sword and tore the assassin in front of him apart. Manhwa looked at the bodies on the ground. She said that she knew something was off. She told her friends that the assassins are just kids. Mujin told her that he knows. He told her that it doesn't matter if the kids are their age or if they are children. An assassin is still an assassin even if they are young. He said that this people would have killed them if they didn't retaliate. He explained to Manhwa that she needs to be aware that she is always at risk of being killed as long as she wields a sword. He advised her not to think of anything else. He looked at the other assassins in the area and said that the fight is not yet over. In another part of the forest, we see a man talking to the Dark Flame Pavilion Master. The man informed the Pavilion Master that there are less than 20 assassins facing their target. He asked him if he should do something. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master didn't expect the Manhwa disciples to have taken out so many assassins. He said that the assassins are worse than he thought. He told the man that the assassins received some training even though they failed midway through the training. He said that it is fine if the kids die there since they were all going to be guards. He told the man that they might not be able to kill the Manhwa disciples. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master realized that there was no point in watching the trainees anymore. He turned around and ordered the real assassins to kill the disciples. The assassins accepted the order and disappeared. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master couldn't believe that he had to use first-rate assassins to kill some Manhwa disciples. Although he didn't like it, the Pavilion Master had to admit that the disciples were skilled. He now understood how they got a nickname. Unfortunately, the disciples ruined the plans he had with the Great Truth Sect. Now, rumors tainting his image are spreading in his organization. The Pavilion Master believed that the disciples' skills will bring them an early death. He has protected his position for a long time, and he didn't plan to give it up. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master believed that he still had a chance to protect his image. He simply needed to eliminate the disciples to save his image. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master told himself that he is simply eliminating those who interfered with the Great Truth Sect and people who could become future threats. He smiled and said that these two reasons are not bad. He said that it is quite good. Immediately he said this, someone grabbed his head from behind. The person asked him if he likes getting grabbed from behind. He called the Pavilion Master a pervert. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master was shocked to hear this. He quickly turned to the person. The person turned out to be Manhwa. Our boy told the man that he likes perverts because he enjoys beating them up. The moment he said this, he slammed the man's head to the ground with a technique known as the falling flower palm. The assassins stopped running and turned back when they heard a loud sound come from their master's location. One of them asked if he was the only one who heard the sound. His comrades told him that they also heard the sound. One of them said that it came from the Dark Flame Pavilion Master's location. He said that he is certain nothing is wrong with the Pavilion Master, but it won't be bad if they check on him. Another assassin suggested that some of them check on their Pavilion Master and the others take out the disciples. He told his comrades that they will join them after checking on the Pavilion Master. One of them asked him not to bother coming to them. He said that they are just taking out a bunch of kids. After creating the plan, the assassins decided to split up and go their separate ways. The ones going after the Pavilion Master assured their comrades that they won't take long. Pressure points art is a technique where one puts pressure on certain points in the human body to inflict different kinds of effects. Manhwa hit the Dark Flame Pavilion Master in his paralysis point at the back of his neck. He raised the man and hit his mute point in his throat. This was to render the Pavilion Master speechless. He let go of him after he was done. He noticed something in the Pavilion Master's sleeve when he let go of him. He quickly took out the plaque in the man's sleeve. The plaque belonged to the Overlord Fortress. Manhwa saw that the man was the Dark Flame Pavilion Master. He told the Dark Flame Pavilion Master that he was always wondering about who the Great Truth Sect leader depended on for him to act so arrogantly. He didn't think that he would be working for the Overlord Fortress. Our boy told the Pavilion Master that he now understands everything. He stood up and looked in front of him. He counted the number of assassins that ran back after hearing the ruckus. He noticed that half of them were coming towards him. Manhwa said that this is a shame because they are not enough to take him. He told the Dark Flame Pavilion Master that he should have at least brought the Dark Emperor. The man was shocked to hear this. Manhwa assured him that he will kill him after he takes care of his minions. He asked the Dark Flame Pavilion Master to just wait there. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master wondered if Manhwa had lost his mind. He couldn't believe that our boy wanted him to bring the Dark Emperor, the only assassin in the Jianghu to be equal to the martial masters who possessed the Emperor title. He assumed that Manhwa was arrogant. Manhwa disappeared in front of him immediately he had this thought. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master couldn't believe that our boy managed to get his pressure points. He told himself that this disgrace is temporary. He said that it is better than giving up his position. He told himself that he will return to his fortress once Manhwa is dead. Immediately he thought of this. The man saw one of his assassins get thrown to a tree with a sword in his chest. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master was shocked to see this. He couldn't believe his eyes. He recalled that Manhwa just left him. He wondered about how a first-rate assassin got skewered onto a tree. The moment he thought of this, the Pavilion Master realized that he could only hear the screams of his assassins. He wondered if they were really getting killed by Manhwa. Some minutes later, everywhere became quiet. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master could only hear the sound of Manhwa's footsteps. Our boy walked up to him and raised his sword. He stabbed the man in the head. On the other side of the forest, we see Mu Jin putting his sword away. He and his friends were done taking care of the assassins. While they were looking around, Manhwa arrived to their side of the forest. He asked them if any of them got hurt. Manhwa told him that they are fine. She said that they were simply surprised. She asked her senior about who the assassins are. She found it odd that they faced young assassins first, and later, the experienced assassins joined the fight out of nowhere. Manhwa revealed to his juniors that he saw the plaque of their leader. He said that the assassins came from the Overlord Fortress. Manhwa and her friends were shocked to hear this. A prestigious sect usually refers to sects or clans with great influence. These organizations are sitting on a long history of traditions and excellent martial arts. They value justice and unity. The renowned sects of Sichuan are the Sichuan Tang clan, the Amei sect, and the Qingqing sect. These three were the most powerful in Sichuan until the Overlord Fortress came into the picture. Those who refused to take the side of either the orthodox or unorthodox factions and dreamed of unifying the Murim belonged to this organization. The organization surpassed the renowned sects of Sichuan and became the Overlord Fortress. The prestigious sects of Sichuan allied together to stop the fortress. This led to the creation of the Sichuan Alliance. Currently, the Sichuan Alliance and the Overlord Fortress are competing with one another for power. Mu Jin told his senior that he believed the Sichuan Alliance was stopping the Overlord Fortress. Our boy explained to him that the Alliance is simply keeping the fortress in check. He said that there must be a change in the situation between the two forces. This is why the Overlord Fortress turned their attention to Shangxi. Manhwa explained to his juniors that the Overlord Fortress is quite thorough. This means that the attack was planned and well prepared for. He told his juniors that this conflict was unavoidable from the beginning since the Overlord Fortress targeted them. He said that it might have been worse if they found out later. He told them that it is a good thing that they learned about it now. Manhwa nervously asked her senior about what they should do. Manhwa told her that they will do nothing. He asked her about what they can actually do in this situation. He said that the only thing they can do is to let the sect know about everything. He told his juniors that there is nothing they can do. He told them that they will be returning to the sect right now. Manhwa informed him that they are in the middle of the night. Manhwa told her that she can stay there and join them when the sun comes up. Manhwa reluctantly followed the boys. The scene shifts and we see the group arrive at the sect. Mu-san and Mu-ho were shocked to see their senior disciple. Manhwa greeted the boys. He forgot their names, so he referred to them as Mu-1 and Mu-2. The boys quickly corrected him. Manhwa informed them that he is going to see the sect leader. He ordered them to get the others ready for training. The boys accepted his order. In the next scene, we see the sect leader welcome them. He told Manhwa that he got the messages he has been sending from the outer sects. He told the disciples that he is proud of them. The man carefully looked at the group. He could tell that they had changed. He noticed that their clothes were worn out. He also noticed that Mu Chiol was carrying a great sword. He raised his cup and told the disciples that they look like they have gone through a lot. He asked them if they are all right. Manhwa told him that they are fine. The sect leader drank his tea and asked him if they didn't face any problems. Manhwa told him that nothing happened aside from the fact that they crossed paths with the Overlord Fortress on their way back. The sect leader spat out his tea when he heard this. The sect leader used a napkin to clean his mouth. He realized that he is about to hear a very heavy topic. He asked Manhwa to start from the beginning. After hearing what Manhwa had to say, the sect leader told him that he understands. He told the group that he is glad they returned safe and sound despite all that has happened. He said that he will think about the issue with the Overlord Fortress. He asked them not to worry about it. He revealed to them that he got a letter from the sect's blacksmiths. He said that the blacksmiths are going to start making the Plum Blossom Sword. This means that the ending flower ceremony will take place soon. The sect leader asked them if they are all aware of the selection process. The Plum Blossom Sword is a sword bestowed only to recognized swordsmen of the Manhwa sect. It is the symbol of a Manhwa swordsman. The selection process is simple. One needs to be simply acknowledged by the best swordsman of the sect during the ceremony. The ending flower ceremony is an event during which disciples show off their achievements over the last year to the adults of the sect. Those who excel are praised, and those who do not are advised. There is no second-generation disciple who doesn't know about receiving the Plum Blossom Sword at the ending flower ceremony. Even Manhwa knew about it when he was still the Phantom Swordsman. If there is a difference between the ceremony of now and then, it is that the strongest swordsman of the sect has changed. Since Hyunjo isn't around anymore, Elder Beck soon will conduct the ceremony. Wai knew that the reason the sect leader was telling them all this was because he is worried about Mu Chiol. The sect leader told the group that he understands that they have their reasons for making their decisions. He told them that he trusts their decisions, but this doesn't mean that he does not worry for them. He said that he has to say something even if he is being nosy. The man told Mu Chiol that a great sword is not used in their sect. He said that creating a new path is too rash. He explained to Mu Chiol that it is going to be quite difficult for him to learn on this path, and it might be too late for him to start again once he starts going down this path. He advised the boy to keep asking himself if he wasn't impulsive when he made this decision. He asked him if he thought it through. Mu Chiol put himself together and told his sect leader that he did. The man smiled when he heard this. He noticed that the boy had no hesitation in his voice. He told him that he will let the blacksmiths know about him. The sect leader understood that the disciples were tired from their journey. He told them that he still has something he must say. He revealed to them that the popular topic within Shangxi is the Mount Hua's 4 flowers and the Mount Hua itself. The disciples smiled when they heard this. The sect leader revealed to them that there are several kids who have visited their sect in hopes of joining. He told them that they already met some of the kids. He said that they have also been receiving gifts from different people. He explained to them that there were other clans who wanted to send their children to be disciples of the outer sects to create a new connection with the main sect. The sect leader thanked the group for this change. He told them that he is really proud of them. The man knew that he had spoken for too long. He asked the group to go take a rest. As they stepped outside, Manhwa ran forward. She said that Young must also be there. Manhwa asked her about who she is referring to. Manhwa said that she is talking about the little girl that told her that she wanted to become a swordsman. Manhwa remembered who she was talking about. He told her that he doesn't care. He asked her to go on her own. Manhwa told him that he is so cold. Manhwa didn't know what this meant. He had never even met the girl before. He said that he is going to think about training. Mu Jin called out to him and told him that he is going to rest for today. Our boy asked him to go ahead. Since they were unable to go to the hot spring, Manhwa believed that his juniors needed to get some rest. Mu Jin thanked his senior. Mu Chiol noticed that Mu Jin turned around. He knew that their dorms were not in the direction that Mu Jin was walking towards. He wondered about where Mu Jin was going. The scene shifts, and we see someone asking some kids to fix their breathing and straighten their posture. He ordered them to stab. The kids thrust their swords forward. The second-generation disciples were the ones guiding the kids. The disciples told the kids that Sanha and Young have perfect postures. They asked them to look at the two of them to see the mistakes they are making. While the kids were training, Manhwa, and Mu Chiol watched them from a roof. Mu Chiol said that Mu San and the other second-generation disciples are in charge of training the new children. Manhwa told them that he doesn't see any second-generation disciples training when kids are trying so hard. He said that he can already guess how the disciples were training while he was gone. He said that these guys must have done some half-assed training while they were fighting for their lives. With a scary look on his face, Manhwa told his juniors that they need to prepare for the 6-fold combo sword competition and the Overlord Fortress. He said that they have no time. He asked Mu Chiol to tell the disciples that tomorrow's training is going to begin earlier than usual. Mu Chiol became nervous when he saw the look on Manhwa's face. He hoped that no one gets hurt in tomorrow's training. The next day, we see the second-generation disciples put their hands together and offer their greetings to their senior. Our boy told them that it has been a long time. He asked them if they have been well. The disciples said that they have. Our boy revealed to them that he saw how some of them were teaching the third-generation disciples yesterday. He told them that no second-generation disciple was training while the others were teaching. He revealed to them that the sect leader said that he is planning trips to the Jianghu for the rest of them. He asked them if they know what this means. While Manhwa was talking, Mu Jin stared at him. He remembered how he lied to Manhwa when he said that he is going to rest. He actually went to meet the sect leader. Mu Jin was thinking about the time his senior said that he was going to step down from his position to take responsibility for what happened with the killer. When he first heard Manhwa say this, Mu Jin became greedy. He also wanted to be the head disciple. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Mu Jin knew that only Manhwa could guide them. He wasn't confident that he would be able to convince our boy himself, so he decided to meet with the sect leader to discuss the matter separately. The boy believed that Manhwa must remain the senior disciple for the sake of the second-generation disciples and the Mount Hua. He hoped that our boy will be able to lead the Mount Hua sect. While he was thinking, Our boy drew his sword and announced that they are going to be training with real swords from now on. He asked the disciples to swallow their words if they have any complaints. He told them that he is not interested in hearing them. He raised his sword and announced that they will be training in groups. He asked them to get into groups of 5. He advised them to do their best when fighting. He told them that he will fight like he wants to kill them. He said that those who fall behind will not be taking a trip to the Jianghu. Mu Jin smiled when he heard this. He assumed that his senior must have also gone to see the sect leader. Fortunately, he was faster than him. Even if Mu Wai tells him that he did something unnecessary, Mu Jin wouldn't mind. He believed that they can only grow with Mu Wai here. With a smile on his face, he asked the first line to step up and asked the rest to back up and make space. One of the disciples was surprised to hear this. He wondered about what Mu Jin has been through in the Jianghu that he could smile like this despite knowing that they are training with real swords. Mu Wai noticed that Mu Jin was helping him even though he didn't ask him to. He felt a bit frustrated. He knew that he was forgetting something. He couldn't remember it no matter how much he tried. He wondered about what it was. He quickly decided to stop thinking about it. He believed that it must not have been very important. He was certain that he wouldn't have forgotten it if it was so crucial. He decided to focus on training. The scene shifts, and we see Mu San swing his sword at Mu Wai. Our boy easily blocked his attack. He pushed him back with a single strike. Before Mu San could regain his balance, Mu Wai gave him a punch that sent him flying. The boy slammed his back on the ground and spat out some blood. Just because a person is holding a real sword does not mean that they should only focus on the sword. Mu San realized that his senior's left hand is not used to support his sword. He reminded himself that Mu Wai is fighting with the intent to kill. He understood that Mu Wai will spit, throw dirt, or even hurl rocks at him just to catch him off guard. The boy pushed himself up. He told himself that he cannot be shocked when Mu Wai does something like that. He knew that they were the ones who will suffer if they get hurt. Mu Wai does not care whether they are hurt or not. There is no room for complaints if the training gets hard, and there is no time to be scared. Immediately Mu San thought of this. He saw a sword coming towards his head. The boy realized that the sword will be at his throat the moment he lets his guard down. There is something called the lazy donkey rolling on the ground. It is a saying referring to how a donkey will roll on the ground in a rush. It was made to mock those who roll on the ground. This is because the Murim cares so much about their image. In the Orthodox Murim, especially among the renowned sects and clans, people say that they will rather die than roll on the ground. This is how shameful they consider the act. Mu San grit his teeth and quickly rolled on the ground to dodge Mu Wai's sword. The boy realized that the Orthodox martial artists were saying nonsense. He knew that no one thinks of their image when death is in their face. He promised to do everything he can to survive. Sometime later, we see a mountain covered in snow. Mu San wondered about how much he has struggled at this point. The Manhwa had finished its autumn season and entered the winter season. The disciples put on their neat winter clothes. The entrance ceremony of the third-generation disciples had already taken place too. The scene shifts, and we see Mu San looking at the white silk on the mountain peaks. It made him wonder if he was doing the right thing. He was no longer as afraid of his senior's sword as before. Training also wasn't as deathly difficult as before. Of course, this didn't mean that it wasn't difficult or scary. It had simply lessened in comparison. However, Mu San has been feeling less confident lately. The boys seem to be extremely tired. It has been a while since they started training with real swords, but he was still busy trying to run away and dodge attacks. There was only one thing Mu San was really afraid of. He was scared of a reality where he wouldn't improve no matter how hard he trained. He wondered if this was really his limit. He wondered if he cannot get better no matter how hard he tries. He asked himself if this is the best he can do. The scene shifts, and we see Mu San block a strike from Mu Wai. He got pushed back by the attack. When he raised his head, he saw a rock coming at him. Fortunately, he was able to dodge it. Mu Wai swung his sword at his head. Mu San bent his head to dodge the attack. He raised his head and reminded himself that he also wants to be a martial artist of the Manhwa sect. He charged at Mu Wai. Unfortunately, our boy gave him a bone-crushing punch in his face. The attack sent the boy flying. He slammed his back on the ground. Mu San looked at the cloud as he struggled to catch his breath. Mu Wai entered his sight and stretched his hand out to him. Before accepting, Mu San asked his senior if he is doing well. Our boy asked him if he remembers the first time they trained with real swords. He reminded him that he couldn't even stand 5 turns. This happened 2 months ago. Now Mu-san is able to fend off 20 turns. Mu-wai told him that he doesn't miss any opportunity to attack back. Before, he used to focus on running away. Mu-wai explained to him that he can't see his growth because it is subtle. He assured him that he has grown stronger. He asked Mu-san to explain what this is if it isn't a person doing well. The boy was surprised to hear this. Mu-wai told the others that they have also improved. They began to learn the basics of martial arts again and developed a habit of picking at the calluses on their hands. Our boy asked them if they think that they did this because he asked them to. The disciples were surprised to hear this. Mu-wai advised them not to doubt their efforts if they have been consistent with their training. He explained to them that they don't need to prove themselves because time and truth are scribed into their calluses. Upon hearing this, Mu-san grabbed his senior's hand and stood up. Mu-wai's words were not warm, but they were reassuring to the boy. It healed his tired and empty mind. He believed that his senior was right. He told himself that a man of the blade does not need to think of the end. There was no need to worry about this. There was no need to be tired. Mu-san asked himself if a blacksmith worries about how long he must work. Immediately he thought of this. The boy got punched by Mu-wai. He fell to the ground. He told himself that training is natural. He said that this is what a person needs to do to become a swordsman of the Manhwa. When he accepted this fact, the training no longer felt painful. It was still difficult, and there were still times where he had his doubts. However, now he knows that the end doesn't exist. The only thing to do is to move forward. This process is what is making the boy stronger. This was enough for him. Mu-san gathered his strength and pushed himself up. He took a deep breath and told himself that it is going to be different this time. He charged at Mu-wai after saying this. The scene shifts, and we see the sect leader saying that time passes fast. He told the second-generation disciples that he knows how hard they have been training. He asked them to show him what they have accomplished. He hoped that the disciples will become true swordsmen of the Manhwa. He announced that the ending flower ceremony will begin now. A man sitting next to the sect leader told him that his speech was short but impactful. The sect leader said that he found it boring and plain. He revealed to the man that he actually thought about what he should say for a long time. He didn't expect it to be so bad. The man laughed when he heard this. He said that the ending flower ceremony is going to be an energetic event. The sect leader agreed with him. He said that it has been a while since they had third-generation disciples, and the atmosphere of the sect has been rather gloomy. The man looked behind him and said that he is looking forward to the event. He said that it is nice to see disciples who are full of energy. He told the sect leader that he is quite curious to see who will take the plum blossom swords. The sect leader looked behind his chair and thanked the man for bringing it there. He assured him that this ceremony will be a grand one. He asked the man if he has met someone. The man said that he hasn't. He told the sect leader that he would only be a nuisance. He said that he is satisfied with watching the boy from a distance. The sect leader told him that he knows why he won't see his son, even if he doesn't say it. He reminded the man that it has been a while since he last saw his son. He told him that he is quite determined. The man laughed and said that a person cannot forge the plum blossom sword without such trait. Some minutes later, we see Young asking her fellow disciples to begin. The kids began to swing their wooden swords. Mu-wai watched from afar. She turned to Mu-jin and asked him if they are going on stage after the third-generation disciples performed the six-fold combo sword technique. Mu-jin told her that she is correct. He explained to her that they are not going to perform the technique. They will go straight to the duels. He asked her if she was the one who looked after the squad that Young is in. Mu-wai said that she was. She told Mu-jin that they are doing so well thanks to her. After Young's squad was done, the second squad was asked to come to the stage. Mu-wai informed Mu-wai that Sanha's squad is about to perform. She asked him if he is not going to watch. Mu-wai closed his eyes and said that he isn't watching. Mu-wai told him that Sanha is going to be so upset. She said that a person shouldn't be so cold. Mu-wai opened his eyes when he heard this. Mu-wai asked him not to mind her. She said that she was talking to Mu-jin. She said that she can't do anything about her senior's cold nature. Mu-wai found it odd that she said this. Even without her saying anything, he has been watching the boy's performance with his energy. He saw that Sanha was observing the movements of other disciples pretty well. He was also maintaining a good posture. The boy was more skilled than Mu-wai anticipated. Mu-wai recalled that he was eating rats or looking through the garbage when he was Sanha's age. He couldn't remember everything well, but he knew that he wasn't practicing formation techniques at that age. He wondered about which formation techniques he knew. There is the Shaolin Temple's formation of 108 Arhats, the Wudong sect's 7-star sword formation, the Namgung clan's limitless sky sword formation, and the Absolute Martial sect's ultimate vast illusory formation. There were many other ones aside from these ones. However, Mu Wai has never tried any of them. He lived as a lone wolf in his past life, so he was never interested in them. Even now, he still didn't care, but he wondered if he should consider it. A formation technique is one of the most basic tactics used when dealing with multiple opponents. Mu Wai believes that it will be good if he learns how to utilize it. He wondered if the Mount Hua has an advanced formation technique. While he was thinking, the third squad was asked to move to the stage. Mu Jin asked Mu Chiol if he looked after a kid in the third squad. Mu Chiol said that he did. Mu Hua asked him about who it is. Mu Jin looked at the kids and smiled. He said that he already knows who it is without asking. He could tell that it was the kid with dark green hair and a serious look on his face. The blacksmith sitting next to the sect leader stared at the boy. The boy was his son. The man remembered asking his son if he knows that blacksmiths call the plum blossom sword a different name. The blacksmiths sometimes call the plum blossom sword which a person can only receive after being recognized by the sect a dead sword. A wooden sword wouldn't get such a name. The reason why the plum blossom is called a dead sword is because it is only made for one person. The process of making it is really difficult. However, it is just as strong and sturdy as it is difficult to create. The man asked his son if he knows why the people who crafted such sturdy swords call them dead swords. It is because a plum blossom sword is buried with the owner if they die. The man told his son that he doesn't want him to wield a dead sword. He said that he would prefer if he walked the same path as him and forge a plum blossom sword. He told his son that he will see him at the ending flower ceremony if he still wants to wield the sword. Since there was still a lot of time before the ceremony, the man was certain that his son would have made up his mind by then. As he watched his son swing his sword, the blacksmith wondered about how many times he had seen the steel he molded take the blood of another and get buried in the ground. As a father who had watched the life of a swordsman and his end, he didn't want his son to be part of the cycle. He wished that his son wouldn't endure the cruel cycle alone. Unfortunately, his son kept on holding on to it. No father would be happy to see his son walk down a dangerous path in life. The blacksmith knew that a person will face a danger that they cannot evade if they wield the plum blossom sword. Every time he heard his son's sword instead of his hammering, his heart sank. However, the man knew that he couldn't stop the boy. He could see the passion in his son's eyes. He didn't know how to stop him. Although it upsets him, the blacksmith decided to swallow his emotions. He desperately wished that the plum blossom sword his son will hold in the future will be used to carry out his will and to protect him. Immediately he thought of this. The performance of the third squad came to an end. The man clapped for his son with a smile on his face. The boy smiled when he saw the look on his father's face. The elders also clapped for the third-generation disciples. Mu Wai realized that their duel was next. She asked her senior to say something to them. Mu Wai said that he doesn't have anything to say. Mu Jin asked him to just say something. Mu Wai asked them to do well. Elder Beck soon stepped out and asked the disciples who wished to qualify for the plum blossom sword to step forward. Mu Chiol stepped out and said that he will go first. Mu Wai was surprised to see this. He went to the stage and drew his sword. The elder told him that he heard about his change. He told him that he is proud of him for walking on his own individual path of martial arts. He explained to Mu Chiol that he will not receive a plum blossom sword if he feels that he is not a sword of the Mount Hua. Mu Chiol told him that he understands. He took a stance and raised his sword. The elder asked him to come. The boy quickly charged at him. He swung his sword at the elder when he got close to him. The elder easily dodged his attack by moving to the side. He charged at Mu Chiol from the side. The boy was able to block the elder's attack. Mu Chiol raised his sword and thrust it at the elder. The man easily dodged it. The heavier and longer a sword is, the more time a person needs when making a move. Beck soon was aware of this. He noticed that Mu Chiol was actually quite fast for someone using a great sword. However, now that he had dodged Mu Chiol's attack, the boy was now in a vulnerable position until he makes his next move. The elder swung his sword at Mu Chiol's neck. He wondered about what he will do. Mu Chiol bent a knee and blocked the elder's attack. Beck soon didn't expect him to lower his posture and incline his sword towards an inner angle. He realized that it was much more efficient for the boy to move his body rather than his sword. However, this was just a one-time thing. Baek knew that the boy won't be able to utilize the strengths of the great sword in this posture. He will also not be able to deflect his attacks continuously. The man believed that this was the limit of a weapon whose strengths are size and weight. It is difficult to create a flow with the Manhwa techniques. While he was on his knee, Mu Chiol remembered talking to Mu Wai. Our boy asked him if he feels the same way when he sees him swinging his sword. Mu Chiol said that he doesn't. He told our boy that this is why he is asking. Mu Wai explained to him that he doesn't swing his sword like him. He asked him about why he thinks he will be able to swing his sword like him. Mu Wai hoped that the boy would be able to figure out the problem on his own. He realized that he was being too greedy. Since the boy almost died to a killer, Mu Wai decided to explain things to him. He told Mu Chiol that he has to train himself. The boy agreed to his condition. Mu Wai revealed to him that he has too much tension in his arms. He told him that his movements will be more precise if he loosens up his arms. He explained to him that there are important moments when his arms should be tense. He told Mu Chiol that he needs to know when the direction of the sword changes, when he is giving it momentum, and when he has to stop it. Mu Chiol asked his senior if he is telling him to tense his arms and let go. Our boy told him that he is. The boy asked him if he won't lose balance when he does this. Mu Wai reminded him that he simply needs to loosen his arms, not his entire body. Mu Chiol didn't really understand him. Mu Wai explained to him that he needs to use his core as his axis and use his entire body to swing the sword. He told him that his strike will become much stronger if he does this. He reminded him that he already said this before. He asked him if he forgot already. He explained to Mu Chiol that the arms simply hold the sword, other than when the direction of the sword changes, when he is giving it momentum, and when he has to stop it. Mu Chiol is expected to have no tension in his arms in order to gain flexibility for his next move. Mu Wai told the boy that he will have strength, speed, and flexibility for many movements if he is able to use the power of his body organically and utilize the weight of his sword. The arm's strength cannot surpass that of the entire body, no matter what weapon a person wields. It is necessary that they use their entire body to control it. The moment he said this, Mu Wai realized something. He asked Mu Chiol if he has been using his arms to control his weapon this entire time. Immediately he remembered this. Mu Chiol pushed himself up and made a huge swing at the elder. His attack pushed the elder's sword aside. Baek soon wondered about how Mu Chiol suddenly got this strength. He assumed that he and the boy had the same level of strength. Mu Chiol changed his stance and raised his sword. The elder was surprised to see this. Mu Wai remembered the conversation he had with Mu Chiol. He remembered the boy telling him that he ended up concentrating on the strength of his arms because of his great sword. He didn't know that Mu Chiol was this strong. He wondered if the boy grew stronger or if he was hiding his strength. It made sense that Mu Chiol was so focused on the weight of the sword. Our boy couldn't believe that the boy was training the illusionary sword when he has a strength like this. He knew that Mu Chiol must have been really frustrated. Mu Chiol grit his teeth and raised his sword with a large amount of strength. The elder quickly took a defensive stance. He blocked Mu Chiol's attack, but he got pushed down. His knee almost touched the ground. Mu Jin and Mu Hua were shocked to see this. Mu Hua said that she has never seen Mu Chiol make such a wide swing. The elder realized that Mu Chiol was wielding the great sword with the strength of his body to gain speed and power. He told the boy that he really amplified the positives of a great sword. He smiled and told him that this isn't enough to make him pass the test. He asked Mu Chiol to show him the reason why he is walking down this new path. He swung his sword and pushed Mu Chiol back. He took a stance and gathered his energy. A large amount of plum blossoms gathered at the tip of his blade. This technique is called the falling plum blossom returning ring. He placed his fingers on his blade. He twisted it at an incredible speed and used a technique known as falling petals to fire 2 petals at Mu Chiol. Mu Wai noticed that the elder used the plum blossom in full bloom to restrict his range of movement, and then he used the falling petals, which is hard to deflect. Our boy realized that the man was trying to see how Mu Chiol will handle this situation. The plum blossom in full bloom is a beautiful sight to behold. However, they bloom amidst the cruelest of winters. A plum blossom bloomed through the sturdiness of steel has a deeper scent than plum blossoms of a warm spring day. Mu Chiol raised his sword and gathered his energy. His goal was not to bloom as many plum blossoms as possible. His goal is to bloom a single plum blossom that will not die when it falls, a blossom that will not break. Mu Chiol used the falling plum blossom returning ring. He swung his sword around him and covered himself with his energy. When the two petals touched his energy, they created a beautiful flower. The elder noticed that the boy swung his great sword, which was imbued with layers of internal energy, in all directions flexibly. It was as if he was trying to draw one big flower petal. There was no flexible change when he was using the sword itself, but the trajectory of the sword was the variable. Beck soon realized that Mu Chiol is also able to utilize the power and weight of the great sword well. He told Mu Chiol that he has determined that he is a sword of the Manhwa. The moment he said this, the energy around Mu Chiol dissipated. The elder told the boy that his technique was great, even though it wasn't complete. Mu Chiol thanked him for his praise. Beck soon asked Manhwa to come to the stage. The blacksmith's son called out to Manhwa and asked him if there is a martial arts technique in the Manhwa that uses a great sword like this. Manhwa told him that there isn't. He said that the sword saint left it behind and Mu Chiol is learning it on his own. The boy found this to be cool. He could tell that the great sword was hard to use. Manhwa told him that he will be good at using it since he is also pretty big himself. The boy wondered if this is true. After Manhwa, Mu Jin, Mu San, Mu Ryan, and Mu Ho all passed their test, it was finally Mu Wai's turn. This is the duel that everyone has been looking forward to, a fight against the largest contributor towards the Manhwa Four Flowers title and the most skilled second-generation disciple. The other second-generation disciples already knew how strong Mu Wai was through the training they had with him. However, none of them had actually ever seen him fight properly. This was the same for the elder. Beck soon wondered about how much of his strength he should hold back. He decided to use the same amount of strength that he used when facing Mu Jin. Our boy informed him that he is thinking of showing a new martial art through this duel. The elder did not expect to hear this. Mu Wai told him that the technique is known as the plum blossom scattering hands. He said that his master came up with it. Beck soon said that he didn't know that Hyunjo left another technique behind. He asked Mu Wai not to bother explaining the technique. He believed that seeing is better than hearing. He asked Mu Wai to start when he is ready. Immediately he heard this. Our boy charged at the elder. Beck soon quickly used his sword to block the attack. He used his other hand to attack our boy with the falling flower palm. Before the attack could reach him, Mu Wai used his other hand to attack Beck soon with the plum blossom scattering hands. He was able to change the trajectory of the man's hand. Beck soon took a look at his hand. He realized that our boy didn't change the trajectory of his hand through sheer power or because he saw his hand coming. He was able to change it with the martial art that he used. The elder gently smiled. He now understood why it is called the plum blossom scattering hands. He realized that it wasn't a technique created to support sword arts. He used his leg to give our boy a kick. The attack pushed Mu Wai back. Our boy disappeared in front of the elder and appeared next to him. Beck soon was able to sense his presence and block his attack. Mu Wai swung his hand at his head. The elder bent his head to dodge the attack. He noticed that our boy was skilled enough to use both hands. He could tell that Mu Wai put in a lot of thought into his martial arts. He could see that our boy trained his martial arts often. Mu Wai tried to kick him in his stomach. The elder used his sword to block the attack. He still got pushed back. From the moment our boy clashed swords with him, the elder could tell that he had passed the test. He knew that our boy was on a different level from the other kids. However, he didn't want to end the fight with just one turn without properly seeing Mu Wai use the plum blossom scattering hands. Immediately he thought of this. Beck soon covered his sword with his energy. He carefully placed his hand on his sword and took a stance. He fired the falling petals at our boy. Mu Wai and Mu Jin were shocked to see that the elder used this falling petals. Mu Jin told the girl that the elder's technique is different from the one he used on Mu Chiol. The technique was much faster. Mu Wai carefully blocked the attacks of the falling petals. The falling petals moved around him and hit him in different parts of his body. The falling petals is an attack that is continuous. It is peaceful looking but violent. It is as if petals are falling into a rushing river. The attack is constantly changing. This makes it difficult to block or destroy the attack. The attack is smooth and sharp. The moment the elder thought of this, he saw something shocking. He saw Mu Wai easily block his attack. He was certain that he used more internal energy in the attack than the one he used on Mu Chiol. He realized that he will have to use more of his power on Mu Wai than he did with the other disciples. Mu Wai released his energy and swung his sword. He charged at the elder. He swung his sword at the elder's head when he got close to him. Baek Soon quickly moved his head back to dodge the attack. Our boy swung his sword at him again. Baek Soon had to jump back to dodge the attack. Before he could even catch his breath, Muwai charged at him with an explosive amount of energy. The elder quickly raised his sword to block the attack. He got pushed down by the attack. His leg even destroyed the stage. The elder was scared for his life. He quickly told Muwai that he has witnessed that he is truly a sword of the Manhwa. He told him that he is like an entirely different person. Muwai took away his sword and thanked the elder. He asked him to think of his change as a form of growth. Baek soon got up when he heard this. He watched Muwai walk away. He wondered about the kind of growth a person has to go through for them to turn into a monster like this. Later in the day, we see the sect leader standing in front of the second-generation disciples. He told them that he is very proud of this ending flower ceremony. He told the disciples that their juniors seem to be listening to them well. He said that all the second-generation disciples have grown stronger despite the fact that they have not been able to pay much attention to them. He told the disciples that not all of them will receive a plum blossom sword, even though he enjoyed watching all of their fights. He assured them that they will receive it at the next ending flower ceremony. The second-generation disciples were shocked to hear this. They were certain that Elder Baek soon told them that they were all swords of the Manhwa. The sect leader announced that 4 people will receive the plum blossom sword. He asked Mu Wai, Mu Jin, Mu Hua, and Mu Chiol to step out. He picked up the swords and told them that they have all trained diligently and have shown great results. He explained to them that it is good to grow fast, but they need to be careful not to trip in their paths. He told the group that he is not worried because he knows that they will all do well. After giving them their swords, the sect leader asked them to unsheath them. The group did as they were told. The sect leader informed them that they are now official swordsmen of the Manhwa. He said that he looks forward to the day that their plum blossoms fill the mountains. Mu Wai and the other disciples thanked the sect leader for the swords. The other second-generation disciples nervously clapped for their colleagues. They said that they now have people in their generation with plum blossom swords. While they were clapping, the disciples recalled that Mu Wai asked them to prepare themselves if they don't receive a plum blossom sword. The disciples realized that they were screwed. In the next scene, we see Mu Wai telling the disciples that they have left him with no choice. He told them that aside the time they eat and sleep, all they will do is train. The disciples told him that they don't want to do this. Mu Wai asked them if they want to die or if they want to do the job. Fortunately, Mu Wai hasn't said any of these things. This was just the imagination of the disciples. They all nervously sat in the dining hall. They were all looking at Mu Wai. Even Mu Jin and Mu Chiol were scared for them. Only Mu Hua focused on eating. The disciples wondered why our boy was so quiet. They wondered if he was going to kill them after they were done eating. They knew that Mu Wai was not the type of person who would forgive them just because he is in a good mood. They hoped that he would just forget about the issue. While everyone was staring at our boy, Mu Hua told him that she has a question. She asked Mu Wai about why Elder Baek soon said that he saw everyone as the sword of the Manhwa and only gave 4 of them the plum blossom swords. The disciples were shocked to hear this question. They couldn't believe that Mu Hua would ask this kind of question. Mu Wai agreed that the elder told them that they were all the swords of the Manhwa. He said that Elder Baek soon said it with the intention of giving everyone a plum blossom sword. He told Mu Hua that he doesn't know why everyone didn't get a plum blossom sword. Mu Wai actually knew the reason why everyone didn't receive a sword. He accidentally overheard the elder tell the sect leader that he passed everyone. The blacksmith informed the sect leader that he only made 4 swords. The reason only the Manhwa 4 flowers received the plum blossom swords isn't because the other second-generation disciples were unskilled. It was because they didn't prepare enough swords. Mu Wai told the disciples that he knows that they are worried and scared about what he is going to do to all of them. He asked them not to worry. He told them that they all passed by his standards. The disciples were shocked to hear this. They wondered if this was really the senior disciple that they knew. Some of them actually felt more anxious than before. Mu Wai realized that it was time for him to change his training method. He knew that he couldn't be dueling the disciples all the time. He knew that it was also time for him to raise his own skill level. He realized that he didn't have a lot of time. He had this realization when he heard the conversation between the sect leader and the monk from the Shaolin. The conversation was bothering him. After the ceremony ended, a disciple walked up to Mu Wai and told him that he was amazing. Our boy asked him about why he is acting as if this is their first time meeting. The boy wanted to put Mu Wai in a good mood in order to secure his survival. Muwai asked him to stop wasting his time. He told him that he did great. He asked him to rest until the evening banquet. The moment he gave the order, our boy saw something shocking. He saw a Shaolin monk following a disciple. He wondered about what the monk was doing there. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the sect leader's office. We see the sect leader and the monk drinking tea at the same table. The sect leader told the man that it is hard to come to the Manhwa because the mountains in the area are rough. He told the monk that he must have had a long journey. He asked him about why he came all the way there. The monk thanked him for the welcome. He revealed to him that he came there because of the Orthodox Path Assembly. The sect leader did not expect to hear this. The Orthodox Path Assembly is a gathering held every 5 years. The gathering is held by the 10 great sects and the 3 great clans, as well as some Orthodox groups. These groups come together to discuss the events of the Jianghu. Because of the lack of a clear alliance group, each of the Orthodox sects take turns in hosting the event. The Mount Hua sect is the next host of the event. The sect leader told the monk that his sect still has more than 2 years before they host. The monk put his hand into his robe and informed the sect leader that the Bakley clan has raised an objection. He brought out a letter and placed it on the table. He told the sect leader that it is from the Bakley patriarch. The sect leader quickly opened it. The monk informed him that the clan is worried that the Mount Hua will not be able to host properly due to the losses they suffered at the Shanxi massacre. The Bakley clan is suggesting that the Mount Hua switch positions with them since they are set to host the event after them. The sect leader told the monk that the Bakley clan would have come there themselves if things were so simple. He told him that he must have come here on their behalf for another reason. The sect leader knew that the Orthodox Path Assembly was just an excuse. He said that the Sword King of the Bakley clan must still be in denial about the fact that he lost to the Mount Hua Sword Saint after his clan challenged the Mount Hua's position as one of the Murim's 3 greatest sword sects. The sect leader knew that the Bakley clan wanted to get them now that they are weakened by the Shanxi massacre. However, the clan will be insulted if they simply raise their swords against the Mount Hua for no reason. This is why they want to use the Orthodox Path Assembly to achieve their goal. The sect leader told the monk that they will be insulting the forefathers of the Mount Hua if they switched the order of the hosting. He said that the Mount Hua will not give in to such demands. He told him that they will not back down. The monk informed him that the abbot disagreed with the Bakley clan when he first heard their demand. He said that the abbot sent him there to mediate when the Bakley clan kept telling him that they would come to the sect by themselves. The sect leader told the monk that the Shaolin has done nothing wrong. He said that he appreciates the fact that the abbot was so considerate. He told the man that he will send a letter to the Bakley clan by himself. He asked him not to step in. The man told him that he can't do this. He explained to the sect leader that reading a letter and hearing a person are 2 different things. He told him that the abbot has made it his responsibility to mediate. He explained to him that the Shaolin doesn't want any conflict in the Orthodox Murim, especially since the Jianghu is in chaos. He begged him to remind himself of the reason the Orthodox Murim exists. The sect leader let out a sigh and told the monk that the Mount Hua is indebted to the Shaolin. The monk stood up and said that he will excuse himself. After the man left the room, the sect leader turned to the letter. While he was focused on the letter, someone was looking around his office with his energy. The person turned out to be Mu Wai. Our boy was standing at the gate of the sect leader's building. He recalled that the sect has to face the Overlord Fortress. He couldn't believe that they now have to deal with the Bakley clan. The good thing was that this issue wasn't an immediate problem. Mu Wai told himself that he will simply grow as fast as he can. When he stood up from his chair, Mu Wai asked him about where he is going. Our boy informed her that he is going to rest. The scene shifts, and we see Mu Wai in a library. He carried different books and placed them around himself. Now that he had a plum blossom sword, he was given access to more advanced martial texts. He went through a manual known as the Heavenly Casket Cultivation Technique. It is an advanced cultivation technique. Mu Wai had to fix some minor things in the technique. However, after decreasing the time he spent training the other disciples and increasing the time spent on meditation, our boy was able to create a balance between the cultivation technique that he already knew and the new one he learned. His internal energy increased in amount and purity. After settling the Heavenly Casket Cultivation Technique in his dantian, Mu Wai also inspected his sword techniques. After acquiring the energy of the Heavenly Casket Cultivation Technique, his sword carried a scent. The 6-fold combo sword technique is the root of the Mount Hua. the concentrated wind sword, the falling plum blossom sword, and the 1,000-cent sword are the trunk. The plum blossom sword secrets are the branches of the Mount Hua. The plum blossom chi is a sword chi of both red and white plum blossom. The plum blossom sword chi spreads through the branches, and it blossoms into flowers like the trees do. After seeing this, Mu Wai understood why the sword of the Mount Hua is the plum blossom. The first thing Mu Wai noticed about the sword of the Mount Hua was that there was a constant change. Just like how flower petals fly through the air, the sword has no restraint. It cuts through the 3 realms and penetrates the 6 different directions. The second thing our boy noticed was the sharpness of the sword. The petals of the plum flower are sharp at the ends. It possesses a blade within its beauty. There is nothing that it cannot slice through. The last thing Mu Wai noticed was the myriad of scents. The scent of the plum blossom spreads through the air. Wherever its scent touches, the energy of the Mount Hua is there. The sword of the Mount Hua is like that of the plum blossoms. It does not give in even during hardships, and it is a beautiful sword that can cut through all. Its energy spreads in every direction. Mu Wai grew stronger very quickly. His internal energy increased. His dantian grew in size, and his body became stronger. His senses also became incredibly sharp. Now that he had reached this realm, our boy could feel something clearly. It is a feeling that he has felt before. He turned to the trees and looked around. He knew that someone was watching him. He quickly jumped into the forest. To his surprise, the person already ran forward. Mu Wai was surprised to see how fast the person was. He knew that he was going to lose the person if he doesn't properly keep up with him. Although he didn't know who the person was, our boy was certain that he is quite skilled. He knew that he had to get him. While he was running, the person moved to the trees. He began to move even faster. He jumped on a cliff and began to climb it. Mu Wai jumped on the cliff and ran after the person. When he got close to him, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the person with a smile on his face. To his surprise, the person turned out to be a monkey. Mu Wai didn't understand what was happening. The monkey used its tail to hit his head and made him lose his balance. Mu Wai couldn't comprehend what just happened. He fell and slammed his back on the ground. He quickly got up. He didn't still know what was happening. He carefully looked at the monkey in front of him. He noticed that the monkey had a plum blossom sword. It was already weird enough that a monkey was using a footwork technique, but it didn't make sense that it had a plum blossom sword. Mu Wai didn't know how to react to this. Before he could do anything, the monkey disappeared in front of him and reappeared next to him. He swung his sword at Mu Wai. Our boy quickly blocked the attack. He noticed that the monkey was using the plum blossom secrets. He used his sword to push the monkey back. He said that he never expected to witness something like this. He asked the monkey if it is a mythical creature that learned martial arts. The monkey jumped up and screamed when it heard this. Mu Wai knew that mythical creatures existed, but he had never heard of a creature that learned martial arts. He couldn't believe that it was this monkey that was watching him all this time. He spat out some blood and told the monkey that he doesn't know if he is mad because he caught up to him. He told him that they need to fight. With a look of anger on his face, he asked the monkey to come at him. He told him that he wants to see how good he is. The monkey charged at Mu Wai when he heard this. He and our boy swung their swords at each other. They used several techniques on themselves. The two of them were not holding back on each other. A while later, we see Mu Wai pick up his sword from the ground. His clothes were tattered and his body was filled with injuries. He looked at the monkey with eyes filled with anger. He wondered about the kind of monkey this creature was. The monkey screeched at him. It turned around and walked away in anger. Mu Wai was annoyed to see this. He went to meet the sect leader. The man told him that he met Amhu. Mu Wai was annoyed to hear that the monkey had a name. The sect leader revealed to him that he saw the monkey when he was a second-generation disciple. He said that he saw it next to the former sword saint. The man's name is Guk Hyen. Mu Wai asked the sect leader about how old the monkey is. The man told him that he is not really sure. He said that he was told that the monkey has lived for 200 years when he was younger. He told our boy that the monkey might almost be 300 years old. He explained to him that the former Mount Hua sword saints always took care of him. Amhu learned martial arts from them. Mu Wai now understood why the monkey was so strong. The sect leader explained to him that he thought Amhu died because Hyunjo never saw him. He was relieved to hear that the monkey is still alive. He advised Mu Wai to be nice to Amhu when he sees him. He told him that there have been sword saints who have learned from him. Our boy told the man that he understands. Even though he said this, he still planned to teach the monkey a lesson. The sect leader poured himself a cup of tea and asked Mu Wai if he has heard about what happened with the Bakley clan. Our boy told him that he has. The sect leader explained to him that they will still eventually come into conflict with the Bakley clan even if the Shaolin tries to mediate between them. He said that the Sword King won't step in by himself, but he will try to have his successor act in his stead. Mu Wai told the sect leader that he is not scared. The man was shocked to hear this. He assured him that the Sword King's successor won't be able to defeat him. He asked him not to worry. Mu Wai didn't really care about the successor. He was more interested in beating Amhu. He told the sect leader that he heard that they have not decided on who will move first. He suggested that they ask the Bakley clan to come to the Manhwa. The sect leader was surprised to hear this. Mu Wai reminded him that the clan said that they wanted to host because they didn't trust the capabilities of the Manhwa. He said that if the Bakley clan wants to see the beautiful scenery in the mountains, they need to climb up there by themselves instead of trying to move the mountains. The sect leader smiled when he heard this. He told Mu Wai that he is right. He assured him that he will remember what he said. He asked him if he is focusing on the six-fold combo sword competition. He asked him to prepare for the competition well. After speaking with the sect leader, Mu Wai left his office. He wondered about why the sect leader worries so much. He believed that he was missing the most important thing. The Overlord Fortress, the Nine Hell Sword sect, and the Bakley clan won't do anything immediately. The important thing the sect needs to focus on is the six-fold combo sword competition that will take place in 2 months. Although the Manhwa might have gotten weaker, they are still not a small sect. Their enemies will need to prepare accordingly before they strike. Moving the main force of a group is not a light decision. The group will need to be cautious. From their perspective, it will be better for them to gauge the Manhwa strength. The best way for them to do this is through the six-fold combo sword competition. This means that they will be watching the sect during the competition. The timing for the conflict will depend on how the disciples perform in the competition. The scene shifts, and we see Mu Wai telling the second-generation disciples that they are the easiest targets. He announced that their goal from now on is to become stronger. He told them that they will start walking towards their goal from tomorrow morning. He asked them not to even think that they have a smidge of freedom until the six-fold combo sword competition begins. The disciples all knew that they were screwed. The scene shifts, and we see someone standing at the top of a cliff. The disciple had a huge rock tied to his back. He was standing on the cliff with one leg. He balanced the huge rock on his back. It wasn't just this disciple that stood at the top. The other second-generation disciples were there with him. They were also doing the same training as him. They all stood at the top of a cliff on one foot. They maintained balance and weight all on this foot. They were doing this to push their bodies and minds to the extreme. This will allow them to become stronger. Mu Wai believed that it was an excellent form of external art. Perhaps it was because the disciples' bodies haven't forgotten their experience of death. They were not struggling like last time. Instead, their eyes were filled with murderous intent and rage. Their wrinkled forehead was filled with determination. While this training method might seem aggressive to onlookers, it was actually quite dependable. It was certain that the second-generation disciples would become stronger. While everyone was focused on maintaining a perfect position, Mu Wai stood at the top of his own cliff with one hand. He did a handstand and used his leg to carry 2 huge boulders. He made things for himself more difficult even though he was training with the disciples. He would sweat alongside his juniors during the day, and at night, he would sit alone to study formation techniques and organize sword techniques. The formation techniques were difficult for him to understand. He decided to mark the ground with charcoal and imagine how the formation would play out. Even though he did this, he was still like a blind man trying to find his way in the dark. He wondered if the techniques were difficult for him to learn because he never had any interest in them before. He had such a long way to go in learning the techniques. He also had to look after Mu Chiol and guide him in his Iron Plum Blossom sword technique. Mu Wai's days were too short and his nights weren't long enough. Every time he returned to his room at night, he would see Amhu waiting for him. This reminded him of how he spent his youth in his past life. He remembered the days when he always had someone to fight. The only difference is that this being isn't human. It is a violent monkey. After fighting him once, Mu Wai saw how fast and how skilled he was. The monkey's footwork was so strange that our boy had to rely on his instincts to fight him. After this fight, Mu Wai felt Amhu's eyes watching him from afar. Although he wanted to cross swords with the monkey again, the monkey would always run away once he noticed that our boy has sensed his presence. Muwai promised himself that he would grab the monkey's tail and spin him around the next time they fight. Muwai recalled that a lot of things has happened in his time at the Manhwa. He almost died to the disciple of the old monster of 100 faces. He had a duel with the disciple of the Iron Mountain Fist King. He drank all night with members of the Beggar sect, and he played tag in the middle of the night with members of the Overlord Fortress. Our boy had experienced several ups and downs. He believed that the downs were more prominent than the ups. However, he also believed that he didn't need to worry too much. He told himself that all he has to concern himself with are the responsibilities of the true owner of this body. He looked at the bottle of liquor in front of him and said that he gets angry when he thinks about how a particular person would laugh about this situation. He said that he is working his ass off like a dog. He poured himself some liquor and asked the person to keep watching over him. He said that he will make it through. After saying this, he drank the liquor and placed the cup down. He told the person that he wrote everything he knew as his thoughts flowed because he doesn't have a knack for writing. He said that he won't do this next time since it isn't really his style. He told the person that he has something to say. He told him that he will not be able to come back there for a while because he is going to be busy. He said that he is going to put down his brush now. After saying this, Muwai stood up. He walked away from a headstone. The headstone was for Hyunjo. It was the place his body was buried in. Muwai went there to share his thoughts with his dear friend. 2 months later, we see someone hold the sect leader's hand and greet him. Baekyu asked the man whose name is Hong Seon if he has been well. He told him that he came there in a hurry when he heard the news about him joining the six-fold combo sword competition. He told Hong Seon that people like them garner attention with the smallest things. Hong Seon laughed and apologized to the sect leader. He said that he simply wanted to see the Mount Hua Four Flowers by himself. He told Baekyu that his disciples are indebted to them. He wanted to thank them himself. The sect leader looked down and asked him about what he thinks now that he is there. The man looked at Mu Jin, Mu Hua, and Mu Chiol. He said that he can recognize who the four flowers are without anyone pointing them out to him. He told Baekyu that their eyes are like blades and their breathing is well controlled. He said that the kids have broken out of their shells. He said that all the second-generation disciples seem to have an excellent grasp over external arts. He asked Baekyu if he guided them on external arts separately. The sect leader said that he didn't do anything. He explained to Hong Seon that Mu Wai is the one responsible for their training. He said that he was also the one who guided them on their external arts training. Hong Seon said that Mu Wai's techniques are that of an experienced martial artist. He told Baekyu that our boy has the spirit of a grandmaster. The sect leader asked him about who he is looking at. Hong Seon said that he is looking at Mu Wai. The sect leader informed him that Mu Wai is not there yet. Hong Seon was surprised to hear this. Baekyu told him that he is mistaking Mu Jin for Mu Wai. Hong Seon asked him about where our boy is. Immediately he did this. Mu Wai walked forward. Mu Wai was surprised to see her senior. She asked him about where he was. She said that the six-fold combo sword competition is about to begin. Mu Wai told her that he had to pee. Mu Jin informed his senior that he has to take 5 steps to the right. Mu Wai quickly followed his advice. He stood in front of Mu Chiol. The boy told him that the sect leader is talking to someone right now. He said that they will begin the event once the sect leader is done talking. The moment he said this, the sect leader informed Hong Seon that Mu Wai just arrived. Hong Seon was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered about how a second-generation disciple could have such eyes. He knew that our boy would be extraordinary, but this was far beyond his expectations. Mu Wai told himself that he should have finished something if he was going to show up to the event late. He said that he will go back there again when the chance arises. Baekyu told Hong Seon that they have stalled for too long. He said that they can talk another time. He suggested that they begin the event. Hong Seon agreed with him. He decided to talk first. He announced that he has a few things to say before the event starts. He told the disciples that the six-fold combo sword competition isn't about who wins or loses. He said that it is a chance to experience the different interpretations of the six-fold combo sword technique and learn from it. Baekyu told the disciples that loss is not something to be embarrassed about. He said that a true martial artist grows through defeat. He told them that they need to be embarrassed when they don't learn anything or when they are blinded by their desire to win. He explained to them that their flaws are things that they should reflect on. After saying this, he announced that the six-fold combo sword competition will begin now. Immediately he heard this. Mu Wai wondered if he should go somewhere now. He believed that it was best to take care of a certain issue while he still has the time. The moment he thought of this, a disciple of the Zhongnan sect called out to him and asked him if he is Mu Wai. Our boy turned to see the disciple. He didn't recognize her. The girl told him that she was hoping to see him. She said that she is aware that there is a more respectable way to introduce herself. She said that she prefers to introduce herself now. She told our boy that her name is Xianju. She said that she is the older sibling in the Zhongnan's flower duo. Her sister who was next to her introduced herself as Xianmi. She said that she is the younger sibling in the Zhongnan's flower duo. The two sisters were second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. With a smile on her face, Xianju apologized to Mu Wai for introducing herself to him out of the blue. She told him that she will be looking forward to his performance. After saying this, Xianju and her sister walked away. Mu Jin moved close to Mu Wai and told him that the girls are the representatives of the Zhongnan sect's second-generation disciples. Mu Wai asked him if they are famous. Mu Jin explained to him that the girls are known as the top beauties of Shangxi. He said that their title has the word flower in it because of their looks. Mu Wai found this odd. He told Mu Jin that the girls' energies are more captivating to him. He smiled and turned around. He said that he didn't have high expectations for this event, but it looks like it is going to be fun. He called out to Mu Jin and told him that he has some business to attend to. He asked him to tell anyone who asks for him that he was in a hurry to leave, that he didn't get the chance to stay. Mu Jin accepted his request. The six-fold combo sword competition is a competition where martial artists learn and see the differences of the six-fold combo sword. It is held for 2 days. On the first day, the third-generation disciples have duels. On the second day, the second-generation disciples have their own duels. For the second-day duels, the best disciples are picked out to be rewarded with miracle medicines. The miracle medicine that the Zhongnan sect prepared for the competition is the snake venom orb. It is a miracle medicine made from various serpent organs and venomous blood. Not only does it amplify a person's internal energy, it also raises their tolerance for poison. The Manhwa sect prepared the humanoid ginseng. The ginseng has the form of a human because of the spiritual energy imbued in it. It strengthens a person's skeleton and amplifies their internal energy. As Mu Wai walked through a hallway, he thought about how the humanoid ginseng was lacking when compared to the 1,000-year humanoid ginseng. It was still a good miracle medicine. He also thought about how the snake venom orb doesn't really raise a person's internal energy, but it grants the person a high resistance to poison. He recalled that the second-generation disciples have been keeping up with his training pretty well, and they have improved a lot. He believed that it would only be right for him to eat the miracle medicine. Immediately he thought of this. He went to sit down with the disciples. Mu Wai asked him about why he keeps disappearing. Mu Wai told her that he went to the toilet. He asked her about how the duels are going. Mu Wai told him that it isn't going well. Mu Wai asked her if something happened. Mu Wai nervously said that nothing special happened. She asked him to see for himself. Mu Wai watched Sanha swing his sword at a disciple of the Zhongnan sect. The boy blocked his attack and pushed his wooden sword back. He used his sword to hit Sanha in the chest. Sanha got pushed back. He lost his balance. His opponent charged at him and swung his sword at his head. Sanha was able to dodge his sword, but his opponent was still able to catch him off guard and point his sword at his neck. The boys were asked to stop the match when this happened. The referee announced that the winner is Jinho of the Zhongnan sect. Sanha put his hands together and told the boy that he lost. Jinho said that it was a good duel. Mu Wai told Mu Wai that things like this happened. The girl didn't expect him to have this reaction. She told him that he reacts differently when they lose. Mu Wai explained to her that the third-generation disciples only learned the six-fold combo sword, so they are fighting each other with the same technique. However, the Manhwa sect took in third-generation disciples 2 years later than the Zhongnan sect. Since they are fighting with the same technique, it only makes sense that the ones who have been learning it for a long time to win. Mu Wai nervously told her senior that she understands. Mu Wai asked her if something is wrong. The girl revealed to him that the third-generation disciples have lost all 10 duels. Mu Wai couldn't believe that something like this happened while he was in the toilet. He asked Mu Wai to come up with a better joke. Mu Wai assured him that she is serious. She asked him if he didn't just watch Sanha lose. Mu Wai couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stood up and asked her to tell him who taught the third-generation disciples. Mu Jin said that it was Mu Ho and Mu San. He told Mu Wai that the boys haven't had time to teach lately. With a scary look in his eyes, Mu Wai asked him about what the boys were doing that they didn't have the time to teach the third-generation disciples. Mu Jin reminded Mu Wai that he asked them to stop everything and focus on training. Our boy recalled that he actually said this. He quickly sat back down. He said that things like this happen when one is busy. Immediately he said this, he heard someone call out to him with sound transmission. Mu Wai quickly realized that it was the sect leader. The sect leader informed him that the schedule is progressing faster than expected. He said that they are planning on starting the second-generation disciples' duels. The sect leader asked Mu Wai if this is alright with him. Mu Wai told him that it is fine. He turned to his fellow disciples and told them that he has good news. He informed them that the sect leader is about to start their duels. He told them that they will be able to avenge the third-generation disciples. The disciples didn't know how this was good news. Mu Wai said that there is nothing more motivating than winning from the beginning. He asked Mu Wai to start the first duel. While the girl was standing on the stage, Mu Wai asked her to get the first win. He said that they will continue winning to the end. Mu Wai hated the fact that she had to go first, but she also wanted to see the results of her training. She decided to win since she was already on the stage. Unfortunately, her opponent turned out to be Cian. The girl bowed her head to her and introduced herself as a second-generation disciple and the younger sibling in the Zhongnan's flower duo. Mu Wai introduced herself as one of the Mount Hua's 4 flowers and a second-generation disciple. Mu Wai is the youngest among the second-generation disciples, but when it comes to technique, she is above the other disciples. Her instincts are very good and her specialty is speed. Plus, she has kept up with all Mu Wai's training and she has gained real-life experiences. She can be considered to be one of the top second-generation disciples. Mu Wai and Cian moved away from each other and walked to the ends of the stage. They both took a stance and pointed their swords at each other. They were asked to start fighting. Some minutes after the fight began, Mu Wai found herself on the ground. She couldn't believe that she was on the ground. Cian was standing behind her. The girl turned to Mu Wai and moved close to her. She asked her if she is all right. Mu Wai pushed herself up and said that she is fine. Cian stretched out her hand to her and told her that she was too fast. She told her that she accidentally ended up hurting her. She grabbed Mu Wai's hand and asked her to forgive her. Mu Wai was surprised to see how beautiful the girl was. She blushed and told Cian that it is fine. Mu Wai watched Cian help Mu Wai up. He watched Mu Wai smile like an idiot. He wondered if Mu Wai lost out of bad luck or if Cian played some kind of trick. Although he didn't like to accuse others, Mu Wai still wondered if Cian cheated. He remembered how Mu Wai charged at the girl when they were asked to start the match. Cian swung her sword and used a technique known as the Heavenly Star Sword technique. Her sword followed an unusual path and blocked Mu Wai's attack. The technique shocked Mu Wai. Cian changed her stance and said that the golden light carves out the path when the heavenly law is revealed. Mu Wai quickly took a stance when she heard this. Cian charged at Mu Wai with a technique known as Big Dipper style. A sword followed another odd path and cut through Mu Wai. The girl's sword fell out of her hand and her body got slammed to the ground. In the next scene, we see Mu Wai nervously looking at her senior. She didn't know what to do. With a look of fear in her eyes, she asked her senior if she is dead now that she lost. The other disciples nervously looked at Mu Wai. Our boy told her that she did well. Mu Jin was surprised to hear this. He wondered if something was wrong with his senior disciple. Mu Wai didn't completely believe what he said. Mu Wai was actually being serious. The duel was actually a fair one. It wasn't that Mu Wai didn't do well. It was just that her opponent was very strong. When Cian sat down, her sister told her that she did well. The girl let out a sigh. Mu Wai noticed that Cian was stronger than a younger sister. Aside from the girls, the others were average. In the next duel, Mu San sent his opponent flying. Mu San and his opponent were shocked to see what happened. Mu San was announced as the winner. As Mu San tried to help his opponent up, Hong Xian announced that the Mount Hua sect has won 3 out of 4 duels today. He said that today's duel has come to an end. He asked the disciples to take a break. He said that there will be a dinner banquet tonight. Later in the night, we see the disciples of the 2 sects sitting opposite each other. Hong Xian informed the disciples that they are seated based on their positions. He explained to them that they are trying to make sure that they can build friendships. He asked them to get to know each other. After Hong Xian left, the second-generation disciples nervously stared at each other. No one knew what to say. Mu Wai didn't expect everyone to be so shy. He believed that they should say anything that they want to say. He poured himself some liquor and drank it. He quickly noticed that the alcohol wasn't high quality. The moment he thought of this, he heard some people talking. When he turned to the side, he saw the third-generation disciples talking to each other. They were conversing freely. Mu Wai wondered if he should talk first. He knew that he wasn't good at it, but he decided to try it out. With a scary tone in his voice, he introduced himself as Mu Wai of the Mount Hua Four Flowers. Mu Ho was shocked to hear this. He wondered if anyone asked his senior disciple for his name. He didn't know why he suddenly introduced himself. Musen wondered why his senior disciple looked so scary. Immediately he thought of this. Someone apologized to everyone for being late. Mu Ho was shocked to see who it was. The person turned out to be Xian Ju, with a smile on her face. The girl said that she got so distracted with her training that she didn't notice time passing. Xian Ju and her sister introduced themselves to the Mount Hua disciples. The boys were very happy to see pretty girls. They quickly introduced themselves to the girls. Xian Ju told them that it is nice to meet them. She asked them if the banquet is just starting. Mu San said that it is. Xian Ju turned to Mu Wai and asked him if he is already drinking. She and her sister sat in front of him. Xian Ju asked our boy to pour them a drink too. Mu Wai accepted her request as he filled her cup. He told Xian Ju that he heard that she and her sister are twins. He told her that their personalities are not similar. Xian Ju smiled and told him that this is why no one ever confuses them. Xian Mi said that she is more shy than her sister. Mu Wai reminded Xian Ju that she said that she was excited to see him. He asked her for the reason why she said this. Xian Ju placed her cup down when she heard the question. She and her sister got up and put their hands together. Xian Ju bowed her head and told Mu Wai that she offers her gratitude to him as a disciple of Venerable Il Sun. Xian Mu also bowed her head and offered her gratitude to Mu Wai as a disciple of Il Hun. Mu Wai realized that the two girls were Il Sun and Il Hun's disciples. Unfortunately, he didn't remember who Il Sun and Il Hun were. Xian Mi told Mu Wai that they would have been out in the Jianghu, trying to avenge their masters if it weren't for him. Mu Wai was surprised to hear this. He quickly realized that the girls were referring to the two shapeshifters that took the bodies of the first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. He carefully looked at the two girls. He asked them to take a seat. He told them that words are not enough to relieve this kind of grief. He said that a drink would be better for this. The girls accepted his offer and sat down. The moment they sat down, Xian Ju asked Mu Wai if he knows about the 36 swords under heaven. Our boy said that he knows that the technique stops the six-fold combo sword from all directions. He said that the Zhongnan sword maintains neutrality no matter what happens in order to be able to respond to any situation. Xian Ju told him that he is correct. She asked him if the Mount Hua sword prioritizes variability. She said that the founder saw a lightning strike in 10,000 directions, as if it was splitting heaven and earth. He realized the truth that the true essence requires constant change. Xian Ju said that she wouldn't have been able to come to a conclusion like this after seeing a lightning strike. She said that this just shows how wise the founder was. Mu Wai explained to her that it is about perspective. He told her that people see different things while looking at the same scenery, depending on what they possess in their hearts. Xian Ju told him that his answer is so wise. She told him that he is quite mature even though he is their age. Mu Wai remembers something and told the girl that all the second-generation disciples have kept up with his training very well. He said that the training was harsh enough to guarantee that they would win all the duels. He told Xian Ju that his words might seem arrogant. He told her that the other disciples can face everyone except she and her sister. He told her that he is not mature, instead he is obsessed. Xian Ju told him that he might be right. She said that their personality is just like that. They dive deep into one thing. Mu Wai asked her if she is digging one well. Xian Ju told him that he is correct. She said that they are more obsessed about martial arts than their fellow disciples. The next day, we see Mu Wai staring at Xian Ju from his seat. He watched Mu Chiol and the other disciples take out the second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Xian Ju was also focused on our boy. When it was finally their turn, they went to the stage. Mu Wai remembered the girl telling him that she is very excited for their duel. She said that she will be able to witness the Plum Blossom Sword secrets. She told Mu Wai that she has come across many martial artists that go easy on them because they are women. She asked him if he won't do this. Mu Wai told her that she must have met some immature guys. He assured her that this won't happen. The moment he remembered this, Mu Wai released his killing intent and directed it at the girl. Immediately he did this. The referee asked them to start the fight. Xianju quickly swung her sword at Mu Wai's neck. Our boy was able to dodge the attack. He instantly swung his sword at her. Xianju managed to block his attack. Mu Wai released his energy and attacked her with his plum blossom scattering hands. Xianju was able to dodge his attack. She quickly jumped back. When she turned to the side, she saw the damage Mu Wai caused with his technique. She understood that the plum blossom scattering hands isn't just a technique to support the sword. She now knew how powerful Mu Wai was. She realized that she had warmed up enough. She now had to do her best against the monster in front of her. She and Mu Wai disappeared and reappeared with their swords clashing. The two of them covered their swords with their energies and swung it at each other at a crazy speed. They managed to match each other's speed. Xianju noticed that every time she became faster and stronger, Mu Wai matched her pace. She wondered about how much skill our boy was hiding. As Mu Wai blocked her attacks, he wondered if obsession was enough to explain Xianju's strength. He recalled that the title of Sword Empress has not been used for 2 centuries. He believed that this girl will get the title later in the future. Our boy smiled as he swung his sword. It had been a while since he had this much fun. He decided to reward the girl by showing her the plum blossom. The moment he thought of this, Xianju sensed something. She quickly jumped back. She watched Mu Wai swing his sword at a crazy speed and cover himself with plum blossom petals. The girl froze in shock when she saw the technique. She saw plum shadows filling the heavens. Even Hong Xian was shocked to see this. He asked Baekyu if Mu Wai is really a second-generation disciple. He said that it is already shocking to see someone create one plum blossom. He turned to the sect leader when he said this. He saw that even Baekyu was shocked to see what Mu Wai did. As she looked at the plum blossoms, Xianju thought about how strange the situation was. Although the man in front of her was a savior that avenged her master, she felt frustrated and upset instead of feeling thankful. When she saw his technique, she understood why she was angry at Mu Wai. She didn't like the fact that our boy killed a murderer that even her master couldn't face. The fact that her master was avenged by someone else shook her mind. She interpreted this feeling as anger. This is why she wanted to humble Mu Wai with the excuse of a duel. Xianju realized that she might have been denying her master's death. This denial was her last shield. She was shaking behind the shield. As she watched the plum blossoms fade away, the girl realized that her blade of rage wasn't pointed at her savior. Instead, it was pointed at her powerless self. When Xianju looked down, she noticed that Mu Wai managed to avoid hitting where she was standing. While she was looking at the ground, Hong Xian announced that Mu Wai won the duel. He said that the Manhwa has won 9 out of 10 duels, so the event is over. Mu Wai put away his sword when he heard this. He actually thought that Xianju was going to do something else. He was a bit disappointed that the girl didn't do anything. The elders of the Manhwa sect were shocked to see what Mu Wai did. Elder Beck soon remembered how strong Mu Wai was at the ending flower ceremony. He wondered about when our boy grew to this extent. Xianju put her hands together and thanked Mu Wai for his consideration. She told him that she learned a lot from him. Mu Wai put his hands together and told her that it was a good spar. Musin wondered about what was happening. He wondered why his senior disciple went easy on Xianju. He didn't understand why Mu Wai would do this. He wondered if it is because the girl is from the Zhongnan sect. He quickly realized that he was wrong. He and the other disciples began to wonder if their senior liked Xianju. They believed that Mu Wai didn't want to hurt her because he likes her. Some minutes later, we see Xianju and Mu Wai standing in front of their sect leaders. Hong Xian explained to the two of them that the reason they chose them out of the second-generation disciples isn't simply because their martial arts are at a very high level. He said that consideration for one's opponent, respect, and proper etiquette matters a lot. Baekyu told them that they had consideration and respect as their foundations even while displaying high-level skills. Thanks to this, no one got hurt. He told them that this is why they deserve the elixir. Mu Wai was happy to see the elixirs. He was happy to see that everything was going according to plan. Before he could do anything, Hong Son told him that he would like to express his gratitude to the Mount Hua for flowers. He asked them to step forward. Mu Wai wondered why the man asked for the Mount Hua for flowers. After his juniors joined him, Hong Xian informed them that he would like to convey his thanks. He told them that they didn't just defeat the demon that the Zhongnan sect missed. They resolved the resentment of the disciples and protected the sect's honor. Mu Wai didn't expect the man to give them a speech. He thought that Hong Xian was going to give them something. Hong Xian told them that the Shining Radiance sect must have thanked them, but this isn't a debt that can be repaid with a few words. He took out a box and said that he is only able to express his gratitude now because things were chaotic before. He asked them to accept his gift. He opened the box and revealed some elixirs. He said that they are the small purification pills of the Zhongnan sect. Mu Wei was shocked to see the elixirs. He wondered if Hong Xian had lost his mind. Although the snake venom orb doesn't raise inner energy a lot, it is still a precious elixir since it grants substantial immunity to poison. Our boy couldn't believe that Hong Xian was now giving them small purification pills. He said that Hong Xian has always understood the ways of the Jianghu and practiced them well. Baekyu noticed that Mu Wei was drooling. He told him that he can accept the pill. He asked the disciples to think of it as proof that they accomplished something truly significant. He told Mu Wei that it is better for him to consume the snake venom orb while they are there because the poison in it can put his energy circulation in danger. Mu Wei thanked his sect leader. He told him that he will take it right away. The sect leader asked everyone other than Mu Wei to return to their places. After everyone went to sit down, Mu Wei picked up the snake venom orb and ate it. He sat down in the middle of the two sect leaders in a lotus position. He began to circulate his energy when the snake venom orb entered his body. He noticed that a vicious poisonous energy was spreading through every corner of his blood vessels. Immediately, the energy touched his energy core. Mu Wei used the heavenly casket cultivation technique to dissolve it into his inner energy. This wasn't difficult for him. It is a simple inner energy circulation. It is something that should be simple, but our boy kept on thinking about the fact that he will also get to take a small purification pill. This made him so excited that he couldn't keep his inner energy steady. He smiled and told himself that a prestigious sect is truly prestigious. He said that elixirs will come rolling in even if a person just sits still. The moment he thought of this, he sensed something. Baekyu and Hong Xian also sensed the same thing. The elders and the second-generation disciples felt it too. Baekyu called out to Hong Xian. The man assured him that he also sensed the energy. He wondered about who was releasing a killing intent this blatantly. When he and Baekyu looked into the forest in front of them, they saw some people dressed in yellow uniforms. Others were dressed in red uniforms. These people were marching towards the sect with their flags in the air. Their leaders rode their horses in front of them. One of them was a huge man with a huge sword while the other man carried a spear. Hong Xian realized that these men were from the Overlord Fortress. Baekyu noticed that the two men were the strongest members of the Overlord Fortress. They are part of the 5 martial lords. Hong Xian couldn't believe that 2 of the 5 martial lords were here at the same time. The huge man smiled and announced that it is an honor to meet the esteemed sect leaders of the 9 great sects. He added his inner energy to his voice, so it was extremely loud. Mu Jin and the other disciples had to cover their ears. The huge man said that they are a bit late. He asked them if the 6-fold combo sword competition is over already. He announced that their fortress master offered his grand congratulations to them for the competition. Baekyu used his hand to cover Mu Wei and protect him from the man's energy. The man said that they will be congratulating them in the Overlord Fortress way. The Overlord Fortress deals with the 3 renowned sects of Sichuan at once. One of the reasons they can do this is because of the 5 martial lords. These people are 5 martial masters that are under the Overlord Fortress leader. Each of their skills are comparable to that of a great sect leader. They are martial masters who require more than 2 elders to face them. 2 out of these martial lords were now in front of the Manhwa sect. The first is the huge man known as Jik Yomgun. The second martial lord is known as Huang Jingun. Baekyu told Hong Xian that the Overlord Fortress is really serious with their attack. Hong Xian agreed with him. He explained to him that they are short on forces right now, especially if they have to face the 2 martial lords. He suggested that the 2 of them face the 2 martial lords and allow the elders and the first-generation disciples to face the squad leaders and the vice squad leaders. Baekyu agreed with him. He believed that this was the best way to minimize their losses. Hong Xian suggested that they start moving. He told the sect leader that he will ask Xianju to guard Mu Wei. Baekyu turned to Baek Soon and ordered him to send all the 3rd-generation disciples inside. He asked him to make sure that the 2nd-generation disciples get into a 6-fold combo sword formation. He said that it doesn't matter if the disciples are of Zhongnan or Mount Hua. Since no disciple was chosen to lead the formation, Si and Mi told Mu Jin that they need to decide this among themselves. Mu Jin agreed with her. The girl told him that she would like to take command if it is all right with him. Baekyu reminded the disciples that the people coming at them are not their dueling opponents. He told them that they are there to kill them. He said that the enemy's every attack will be to kill. He asked the disciples not to hesitate. He asked them to hold their swords tightly and fight. Immediately he said this. The members of the Overlord Fortress charged at them. A squad leader asked his subordinates to kill all the second-generation disciples. He asked them to leave the elders and the first-generation disciples alive. He told them that it is fine if they cut off their limbs. The moment he said this, Elder Beck soon charged at him and swung his sword at him. The man was able to block the attack, but he got pushed back. The elder asked the man if he believes that he will allow him lay a finger on the children. The man smiled and told the elder that he will be much more fun to deal with than the kids. He said that this fight will be interesting. While he was talking, Si and Mi ordered the disciples to get into formation. The disciples followed her order. The moment they did this, one of the enemies charged at them. Mu San was able to block his attack. He carefully moved to the side and bent his head. The man didn't understand why he did this. When he looked behind Mu San, he saw someone coming at him with a sword. The person was Mu Hua. The girl easily stabbed the man in his chest while Mu San was holding him back. In another part of the sect, we see Sian Ju use her sword to stab someone in the neck. The person fell to the ground when she drew out her sword. She used her hand to clean the blood off her face. She didn't seem to be having a difficult time facing her opponents. While Sian Ju was protecting Mu Wai, Becky was busy fighting Huang Jingun. When their weapons clashed, it pushed away everything around them. The two men were fighting at a crazy pace. Jingun moved back and made a huge swing. Becky was able to block his attack with his sword, but the attack still destroyed the trees around him. Even though Becky blocked the strike, it still managed to land a cut on his arm. Jingun told the sect leader that he always believed that the sect leaders of the 9 great sects had gotten arrogant and lazy. He said that the Mount Hua is still the same. He told Becky that he is stronger than the sect leaders in Sichuan. Becky carefully looked at his arm. He remembered hearing that Jingun took off the Qingcheng sect leader's arm. He realized that the rumors about the man were true. He knew that he had to kill Jingun, now even if he loses an arm. Before he could do anything, he and Jingun felt something. They felt an immense qi coming towards them. Becky wondered if it belonged to Hong Xian or Jik Yomgun. He wondered if the fight between the two men was already over. To his surprise, the person turned out to be Mu Wai. Our boy was running towards the sect leader with Xian Ju. Becky was shocked to see the two disciples. He didn't understand what they were doing there. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Mu Wai let out a sigh as he opened his eyes. Xian Ju was surprised to see him getting up. She asked him if he is done already. Our boy looked around and saw the bodies on the ground. He thanked the girl for her help. Xian Ju told him that it is fine. Mu Wai walked forward and looked down from the balcony. He saw Mu Sen holding his opponent back with his sword. While he was struggling to push him back, the man used his sword to push him and shake his balance. He quickly pushed his leg into the sand and kicked it at Mu San to block his vision. Mu San used his hand to cover his face. He was able to stop the sand from getting in his eyes. His opponent quickly charged at him. Before he could swing his sword, Mu San used his sword to push his sword down. He quickly changed his stance and turned around. He was able to land a strike on the man's chest. Mu San was surprised to see what he did. He wondered if he was always this strong. He couldn't believe that he was able to take the man down. Mu Wai became convinced that he didn't have to worry about the second-generation disciples. He could feel a very dangerous qi coming from the back of the sect. The qi was coming from 2 directions. Our boy didn't know who was facing who. It didn't really matter to him. He called out to Xian Ju and informed her that he is going to kill the martial lords. He asked her if she wants to come with him. The girl agreed to follow him. She told him that it will be too dangerous for him to do this on his own. Mu Wai agreed with her. He told her that he will lead the way. He asked her to keep up with him. He quickly rushed into the forest. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the forest. We see Mu Wai and Xian Ju land next to the sect leader. Becky asked our boy about what he is doing there. Mu Wai said that he will take this fight. He asked the sect leader to protect the disciples. Becky didn't expect to hear this. Mu Wai told him that he is doing this for the Mount Hua and the Zhongnan sect. The sect leader realized that he needed to think logically. He knew that there had to be a reason why Mu Wai came there instead of saving the disciples himself. He believed that our boy probably thought that it would be more advantageous for him to fight Jin Gun. Normally, it would be nonsensical for a second-generation disciple to fight someone like Jin Gun. However, Mu Wai wasn't the type of person who would do something so foolish. He wouldn't suddenly enforce decisions like this in this situation. Baekyu wondered about what he should do. He wondered if he should follow logic or trust his disciple. He carefully looked at Jin Gun. He asked Mu Wai if he is certain about what he is doing. Our boy assured him that he is. Jin Gun couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked the sect leader if he is handing him over to a kid. He asked him if he is in his right mind. He said that the people of the Jianghu would laugh if they found out about this. Baekyu ignored him and told Mu Wai that he will be back as soon as he can. He asked him to hold on for a little while. Our boy asked his sect leader not to worry. Jin Gun said that he has never seen such an irresponsible sect leader like this before. He said that he wonders about what the Manhwa will become if their sect leader is like this. Immediately he said this, a blade appeared next to his throat. Jin Gun was able to sense the blade before it hit him. He quickly bent his head and dodged the attack. Mu Wai gave him a kick before he could regain his balance. Jin Gun was able to block the attack, but he got pushed back. Before he could do anything, Xianju appeared behind him and swung her sword at his head. The man was able to easily sense her presence. He bent his head and dodged her attack. He laughed and said that the two of them are not enough to handle him. The moment he said this, Mu Wai appeared in front of him and landed a cut on his face. Blood gushed out of Jin Guan's face. On another side of the sect, we see someone cough out some blood as he knelt on the ground. The person turned out to be Yomgun. The man raised his head and said that he was considerate enough to take this battle to somewhere more private. He looked at the two sect leaders in front of him and asked them if this isn't too much. Baekyu asked the man to stop spouting nonsense. He told him that he doesn't have the time to play along with his jokes. Yomgun laughed when he heard this. He released his energy and told Baekyu that he seems to be confused because he is attacking him with Hong Xian. He reminded the sect leader that he is one of the 5 martial lords. He said that he is not an opponent that they can take lightly. He told Baekyu that he will take one of them with him even if he dies there today. He told him that it is too early for him to be so prideful. Yomgun got up and said that he needs to think about who he will take with him to make this fight worthwhile. Huang Jinggun is one of the 5 martial lords of the Overlord Fortress. He wields an extended blade named the Wind Reversing Heaven Splitter. When he swings his extended blade, it creates a wind that is faster than the eye can see. These winds can cut through a stone. If one does not know about Jinguan's martial arts, it is possible for them to be beheaded before realizing what has happened. Mu Wai was only able to know some things about the man because he fought him when he was still the Phantom Swordsman. Our boy was able to counter the man's martial arts at that time, but he still possessed his skills as the Phantom Swordsman around this time. If he recklessly attempts to face Jin Gun with this body, he might die. Mu Wai knew that Jin Gun wasn't going to let his guard down. The best chance he had was the first time he attacked the man. Our boy realized that he had no option but to last until the sect leader arrives. If he was alone, he could buy time by running. Unfortunately, this plan will fail if Jin Gun tries to kill Xianju first. Mu Wai knew that he and the girl had no chance fighting together. All Mu Wai could do was buy time. What mattered was how fast the sect leader could defeat Yomgun and reach there, and whether our boy could last till this time. Jin Gun touched his face to feel the cut. He carefully looked at Mu Wai. He found our boy to be quite strange. Although Mu Wai's prowess was lower than that of the sect leader, he was sharper and more dangerous. Jin Gun felt that Mu Wai's eyes contained killing intent that was too sharp for a young martial artist. He knew that Mu Wai wasn't an easy opponent. He believed that he needed to eliminate him now before he grows any stronger. He planned to kill Mu Wai there. He swung his sword and fired some strikes at our boy with a technique known as Rocky Cliff Gust. The moment Mu Wai saw the strikes coming at him, he activated the Falling Plum Blossom Return Ring and fired plum blossom petals at the man. He was able to block Jinguan's attacks, but one of the strikes still managed to hit his face even though he dodged it. Jingun didn't waste any time. He quickly charged at Mu Wai and swung his extended blade at him when he got close to him. Our boy was able to jump out of the way and dodge his attack. Immediately, he landed on the ground. Jingun turned around and fired another strike at him. Mu Wai was able to block the attack, but he got pushed back. He realized that he was screwed. He could tell that Jingun was really trying to kill him. He wondered if he could buy more time. He didn't know what to do. His mind was only drawing up a blank. He decided to try anything he comes up with. He turned to Xianju and told her that he will block Jinguan's attacks. He asked her to use this chance to escape. The girl didn't expect to hear this. Mu Wai explained to her that she needs to run in order for him to buy more time. He covered his sword with his energy and told her that he will draw Jinguan's attention. He asked her to use this opportunity to run. He asked her not to question him because this is the best shot that they have. He calmly swung his sword and released his energy. He used a technique known as the plum shadows, filling the heavens to fire several plum blossoms at the man. Jingun wasn't fazed by the attack. He used a technique known as reverse scale recursive flow to cut through the attack. None of the plum blossoms touched him. The man used a technique known as crushing formless whip to fire a strike at Mu Wai and Xianju. The two of them had to bend their heads to dodge the attack. The attack cut down the trees around them and cleared everything close to them. Xianju was horrified to see what the man did. She nervously asked Mu Wai if running will change anything. Our boy explained to her that the attack lacks accuracy, even though it is quite destructive. He told her that they don't have time. He said that she needs to run. The moment he said this, he saw something odd. Jingun changed his stance and carefully moved his blade. He released a terrifying energy when he did this. Xianju was horrified to feel his killing intent. She knew that she wouldn't be able to survive this attack even if she dodges it. Mu Wai realized that Jingun was about to use the strongest move he is capable of using. He understood that it was now impossible to run. He decided to use the strongest technique that he had. He asked Xianju to get behind him. Immediately he did this. Jingun moved his extended blade and fired a technique known as the blue sky tempest at our boy. Mu Wai calmly gathered his energy into his sword. His sword released a bright light. He used a technique known as the lucid plum blossom sword and asked heaven and earth to be filled with fragrance. He fired an overwhelming amount of plum blossoms at Jinguan's attack. Mu Wai got pushed back by Jinguan's attack. He could barely stand his ground. His body got pushed back. The entire area got covered with dust. When the dust cleared up, we see Mu Wai struggling to stand. He grit his teeth and glared at Jingun. The man didn't expect this. He couldn't believe that our boy blocked his blue sky tempest that he launched with the intent to kill. He wasn't just amazed, he was also frightened. He told Mu Wai that he needs to die there today. Mu Wai struggled to catch his breath. Even though he managed to block the blue sky tempest, he was already very weak. He raised 2 fingers and decided to do something that he didn't do even when he faced the killer. The innate true chi is the essence of life that is provided at birth, from the moment a human is born and begins to swallow grains. True chi is slowly consumed and mixed with the impure chi of the world. This is the reason why people grow old and contract disease. At the same time, this true chi can be consumed in order to gain power. It is the art of consuming the finite to cut through infinity. Before Mu Wai could hit his chest with his fingers, Xianju grabbed his hand. Our boy quickly turned to her. The girl explained to him that she held deep hatred towards her weakness the day she lost her master. She said that she vowed to never allow anyone to pass away meaninglessly. She said that this is why she drew her sword. She asked Mu Wai if he didn't ask her to follow him, because he wanted to ask her whether she was ready to put her life on the line. Mu Wai told her that he said this when he didn't know how strong the 5 martial lords were. The moment he said this, Jingun charged at them. Xianju quickly drew her sword and stepped forward. She used her sword to block the man's attack. She told Mu Wai that what he decided doesn't matter anymore. She said that she has already made up her mind. She fully drew her sword and pushed the man back. Her sword released a bright light. Xianju attacked Jingun with the heavenly Jade 7 severing sword. She created an odd path and charged at the man with the technique. Before she could hit him, Jingun blocked her attack. He pushed her sword away and swung his blade at the girl. The attack sent her flying. Jingun quickly changed his stance and thrust his blade at the girl. Mu Wai quickly charged at him and used his sword to block his blade. He told Xianju that he will not overthink things since she is putting her life on the line. He told her that he will put his faith in her. With a scary tone in his voice, Jingun told Mu Wai that he would have been able to keep his life if he simply ran. He told him that his sense of camaraderie is making him tear up. He assured Mu Wai that he will kill them together. He gathered his energy and swung his blade at our boy. Mu Wei was able to block his attack, but he got pushed down. Xianju quickly used his back to push herself up. She swung her sword at Jin Gun. The man quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. He stopped moving and turned around. He swung his blade at her head. Xianju bent her head to dodge the attack. Even Mu Wei had to bend his head dodge the attack. Xianju and Mu Wei charged at Jin Gun. Jin Gun swung his blade at them. When their weapons clashed, it released a blinding bright light. Dust filled the air. When the dust cleared up, we see Xianju holding Jinguan's head. Mu Wei was holding her arm to support her. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want more of this recap, let me know in the comments section. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.